The Warriors don't have to shoot it. Buddy Hield's going to dribble this one out. And a gutsy, hard-fought, huge victory for Golden State as they win Game 1 with Steph Curry back in the locker room with a strained left hamstring for over half the game. And the Warriors, with only one day of rest after a tough Game 7, they have captured Game 1 of this Western Conference semifinal series. Final score for the Target Center: Golden State 99 and Minnesota 88.
Oh, heck yes.
You're damn right, Jana Mountain View. Oh, heck yes. Tim Roy on the call right here on 95.7 The Game. 99-88, Game 1, Western Conference semis goes to the road team. So they continue the trend as I say good morning to all you lovely people. Just getting off work, getting ready for work, getting ready for school, getting ready for whatever. Joe Shasky, good morning. Sam Lubman, good morning. Carter, good morning. And man, there's a lot baked into this one. First and foremost, you got the win. You lost Stephen Curry for most of that game. He only played 13 minutes, strained hamstring, and we will continue to monitor.
Oh, no.
Yeah, we'll continue to monitor it, Goo, throughout the show, throughout the day. Whatever news we get, we will relay it to you, the people. But a massive win, a defensive masterclass from Draymond Green, from Jimmy Butler, and Buddy Buckets when you needed him the most in Game 7, in Game 1. It doesn't matter. Buddy Hield was incredible yet again. You had contributions from everyone in this game. Pat Spencer, you kidding me? I think all of us need to shave our beards and just get the mustache. Carter, shave that beard. I don't know if you can grow in Chasky. Sam Lubman, shave it. We all need the mustaches in honor of Pat Spencer. But wow, what a win. The emotions are all over the place. Good morning, Joe.
Game win stealing. I'm out here reeling. Are you kidding me? What a son of a gun. Woo! 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 I feel like Ric Flair this morning. I want to start here and just right off the rip. You can make an argument that was the best offense, defense, emotional control game for Draymond Green since Game 7, 2016. The game that the team lost Father's Day against LeBron James. I thought he was spectacular. But to me, the number one thing, and I want to give this man praise, we crushed this guy for every lineup combination, every win, every loss. We nitpick, we do everything. This was all about Steve Kerr. I mean, this really was. Steve Kerr, I honest to God believe, I don't know if it's the best, but it's one of the best wins I have seen in the 15 years that this team has been put together. He pulled every string. He called timeouts so brilliantly to stop momentum. He used substitutions to get a feel for what was working, what wasn't. He got everyone involved early in the game. At one point, I believe they might have used 13 guys in total, all right? Steph Curry got hurt, and they won a game going away on the road with less than 20 hours of rest, flying across the country when no one thought they could win, myself included. Steve Kerr was absolutely brilliant in this one. A guy in Jonathan Kuminga who we all have our opinions on him. He dusted him off.
Jonathan Kuminga
rode with him. He hit a big three, and he rewarded his confidence. Pat Spencer, who no one in the league knows except diehard Warrior fans, who was a lacrosse player, not only gave you good minutes, he gave you phenomenal minutes with a hook shot off the backboard, being called a YMCA player by Van Gundy. Are you kidding me? Buddy Buckets getting rewarded with another start, wearing the wrong shorts to start the game, which I've never even heard of. Okay, causing a delay of game. He rode with Buddy Buckets, and Buddy Buckets has not one, but two of the best back-to-back performances from a non-star player I can remember in the playoffs for the Golden State Warriors. And I got to go further. Draymond with 5 fouls, and the lead is just, it's hanging in the balance. He goes to the trusted goons, GP2 and Kevon Looney. And I say that with all my heart. I don't say that as a backhanded compliment. I mean that because we love them. And Kevon Looney was amazing with Draymond Green on the bench with 5 fouls. And they held on. They found a way to win. And Jimmy Butler, the guy you acquired at the deadline, who half this fan base didn't even know could play nice with others. Jimmy Butler found a way to ride you home as GP2's hitting a big three down the stretch. As Buddy Hield is on fire. Kuminga hits a corner three. This team had every lever pulled. And I thought Steve Kerr felt the sense of the moment from the minute the game started to the final whistle. It was a masterclass in Hall of Fame championship level coaching. Steve Kerr, that was the win of all wins. I don't know if it's the best one, but it's one of the best wins I've ever seen for my Warriors. I'm so proud of them.
And shout out to those watching on Twitch, Twitter, and YouTube, brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. For a low-rate auto loan, apply online or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer. Joe Shasky's fired up. I want to hear from Dub Nation all day long. We will be taking your calls right here on 95.7 The Game, and we are coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk, it's righteously brewed here in San Francisco. And I get it. People are waking up this morning. They're feeling like you. They're feeling like, oh my God, like, how did we win that game? Everything was stacked against us heading to this game. If I'm a Warriors fan, hang into it, right? A grueling game, 7-game series against the Houston Rockets. We've been talking about it all postseason long. What's everyone talking about this Warriors team? Age. Jimmy Butler, 35. Draymond Green, 35. Stephen Curry, 37. Oh, the rest versus rust, right? Oh, Minnesota, they're so much younger. They've been fresh. Well, the rest versus rust, I think I've heard that on the broadcast last night for TNT at least 1,000 times from Brian Anderson and Stan Van Gundy. It looked real. Minnesota looked awful offensively, awful. And I'm going to give credit to the Warriors, and I'm also going to not give credit to the Warriors at the same time because Minnesota, I don't know what they were doing from the three-point line. It was horrible. But you know what? Steve Kerr just kept chugging along, pulling the right levers, didn't play without him himself when it comes to the rotations. He had a master class of a game plan yesterday and picking and choosing spots. Hey, Quentin Post, maybe it wasn't your time yesterday. Moses Moody, he didn't have it yesterday. Pat Spencer, he had it. Jonathan Kuminga for some possessions, he had it. He had a 6-spin move yesterday.
And honestly, it was ugly early, and I'm glad that Kerr stuck with him.
Yes, absolutely. Guy Santos for a couple minutes. I think you said 13 players, 12 in total for the Warriors played yesterday.
Oh, 12. Okay, 12. I thought the other guy checked in for 40 seconds or whatever.
No, it was Pat Spencer, Moses Moody, Gary Payton, Quentin Post, Guy Santos, Kevon Looney, Jonathan Kuminga. That's what I'm seeing here on the box score.
There should be one more. The guy, the G Leaguer.
Braxton Key?
Braxton Key. I thought he checked in for a possession. I could be wrong. I saw him get up and go to the scorer's table.
It's all right. But that was standing. It was a total team win yesterday. No, and I want to hear from Dub Nation at 888-957-9570. Same number to call or text the Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line. And yes, if you're just waking up, we know about Stephen Curry. Had to leave the game. Only 13 minutes played early in the second quarter. Hamstring strain, they are calling it. Be surprised, very surprised. I doubt he plays tomorrow in Minnesota for game 2. And any and all information we get from that, whether it's Shams, whether it's from whoever, Ramona Shelburne, I don't even know. We will relay that information to you. And we got Doc Pandya, UCSF Health, joining us in the 7 o'clock hour to discuss this injury.
In a game where you lose Steph Curry and you lose your offense, it was ugly at times in the second half offensively. And we'll get to that. They scored 18 points in the first quarter, all right? And it felt like they actually had a great first quarter. And then you look up after halftime, the lowest point total of the season for Minnesota, the lowest point total, it was 31-44. And in that second quarter, when you find out that Steph Curry is not coming back, this team looked to Draymond Green, Jimmy Butler, and the rest of the guys to just kind of stabilize things. And I just keep going back to Draymond Green because Draymond was brilliant in that second quarter and in the first half in general. And obviously defensively down the stretch, he was outstanding. But it was the offense for me. The offense, the shooting. He had 4 threes at halftime. He was unbelievable. You needed someone else to step up. And then cue the third quarter. They go on a run with Buddy Hield hitting bucket after bucket after bucket. I don't know what he ended up with, but at one point he had 14 points in that third quarter, and you could feel it. It was like, oh my God, are you kidding me? This team desperately needed these Buddy moments. They held him to 60 points through 3 quarters. And then in the fourth quarter, with Draymond Green in foul trouble, you just knew it was a matter of time before Ant Edwards, who they held bottled up for about 3 quarters of this game, he had 1 point at halftime. You knew he was going to go off, and he started attacking the rim. Gobert was a load. You could tell he started to really flex his muscle and his leverage. And I I love that this team found a way to take a big punch from Minnesota without their top dog, and they held on the road. This is why you got Jimmy Butler.
That was, I think the word we're both looking for, and I'm going to use right now, is resilient.
Yeah.
That was a resilient
100%.
win. When you lose one of the greatest players in the history of the sport, who was, let's be honest, he was cooking early too. Steph was balling.
He was.
That was going to be a Steph game. He was 5 of 9, 3 of 6 overall. He had 13 points early in that second quarter. I was feeling like a 30 burger from Stephen Curry yesterday, and maybe the final score would have looked a lot worse for the Minnesota Timberwolves had Steph stayed healthy in that one, but he had to leave, and that's when you got to lean on your veterans. Buddy Hield, Jimmy Butler, Draymond Green. Paz wasn't having it yesterday. He could not shoot the ball very well. He had some moments in the game. He had some big rebounds defensively. He had a couple of assists.
He had some great charges.
He did.
Two.
Yes.
Two big ones.
But Gary Payton, I thought, was huge in this game. Big threes when they needed it. He had a couple of assists.
They defended without fouling
Yes.
very well for a very long stretch. At one point, they had not scored a bucket in the second quarter for almost 6 minutes. I'm talking about Minnesota.
Right.
They defended without fouling so well. Now, eventually, obviously, you're going to regress to the means, and they've got to figure out how to slow down Anthony Edwards attacking the hoop. You have to assume other things are going to change in game 2. Conley is not going to be non-existent. He's going to hit shots. But I thought they took a huge blow across the face, and this team responded. Jimmy with a big stabilizing bucket late. And look, they're going to have to figure out the offense. But guys stepped up when they needed it the most without the franchise's greatest player.
So with 6:02 remaining, this was the game. As far as I was concerned, this was the game right here. So Gobert's at the line, right? Has a chance to cut it to 8 points.
Yes.
Makes 1 and 2. So it's a 9-point lead. And then right after that, it's a Jimmy Butler rebound off the missed free throw. Buddy Hield, huge 3, put them up 12.
Yes.
And then McDaniels on the other end, next possession, driving layup, missed. Looney rebound. Jimmy Butler gets the floater. They put you back up to 14. It's a quick 5-0 run after that. They had a chance to cut it to 8, and instead of being 8, it turns into a 14-point lead with about 5.5 remaining. For me, that was the game right there. That was them saying, no. We're stopping the bleeding right now. We at once had a 23-point lead in this game. Credit to the Minnesota Timberwolves. They finally found it. Listen, they have too much talent for them to just totally put them away. And they're going to make runs. It's a game of runs, and that's what happened yesterday. Finally, Minnesota made one in the fourth quarter because they were desperate and they needed to do it. But the Warriors stayed calm and they didn't panic. We saw some panicking happening within these first 3 games prior to yesterday, prior to the Cleveland one, and even some panicking yesterday in game 2 of that Cleveland Pacers game. By the way, just total insanity in sports yesterday. I know you're not locked in on Champions League. Barcelona, Inter Milan, one of the craziest games I've ever seen in my entire life. That went to extra time.
Don't care at all.
Sure,
Just
you don't.
Just
You
do
don't.
not
Stop.
care at all.
Stop. Pacers, Cleveland Cavaliers, insanity. Tyrese Halliburton, overrate that. Incredible win for them. They're now up 2-0 heading back to Indiana. And then the Warriors, what they did yesterday.
Let's not forget about my Giants winning in extra innings, blowing the doors off the Cubs.
As you were panicking, talking about Ryan Walker and the Texans.
Well, I don't think Ryan Walker deserves to be the closer. That's a story for a different day.
Fine, exactly. You're talking about not caring. Not about that. I'm not caring about that.
Garlic fries and baseball guys.
Exactly. There you go. But capitalizing all of that was last night's win in Minnesota, and we want to hear from the people today. 888-957-9570.
What a win!
What was the most impressive part of that win for you? Because I just come away impressed with the resilience of that team. I think Steve Kerr, a lot of people are saying and chiming in on. I think Buddy Hield, obviously. Jimmy Butler. People love this with Pat Spencer. Pat Spencer with the running hook shots. Are you kidding me?
Pat Spencer was built for the moment. He was built for the moment. He was not afraid.
And Sam Van Gundy, to your point on the call for TNT, he's like, whenever I watch this guy, he's just good. That's all he can say. He's just making winning plays every time he's on there.
He's an NBA player. I'm not here to say that he's a starter. He's an NBA player. And look, the guy was awesome. Fourth quarter, Naz Reid starts hitting shots, and you're thinking to yourself, oh boy, here we go.
Yeah, he was the only one hitting threes.
Naz Reid is obviously a Warrior killer. I mean, right when he checked in the first quarter, boom, immediate layup. But he hits a big 3, all right? And then DiVincenzo hacks the ever-living you-know-what out of Jonathan Kuminga. They get a strip, boom, and all of a sudden the Warriors get the ball right back. And this was a huge sequence for me. Kuminga hits a corner 3 off of a Jimmy Butler drive, all right? And then Pods draws an immediate charge. Boom, another Buddy 3.
Yep.
They stabilize things.
Yep.
So many different points in this game in the fourth quarter. And look, I thought they could have lost this game 50 different ways. As big as the lead was, DiVincenzo hits a big three right before the end of the third quarter, and you're thinking, oh boy, here we go. But sense of the moment, Steve Kerr, I thought he pulled all the lineups. I thought he utilized his timeouts brilliantly. If you're a young coach out there, timeouts are not just to strategize. Sometimes they're to kill momentum in the arena. Sometimes it's to just, change up the flow or to explain something. Sometimes it's to install a very brilliant inbound play. They went to an inbound play on a sideline out of bounds. Draymond's the inbounder, okay? They throw it to Jimmy Butler. Jimmy throws it to Buddy. Buddy screens Jimmy. Jimmy goes backdoor. Dre throws a brilliant backdoor pass. Boom, a layup. That's coaching 101. And I just thought his utilization of trying out different combinations of lineups, the feel for the momentum of the game, what was working, what was not working, it's as good as Steve Kerr's ever been.
Do you know what the offensive rebounds were for Jimmy Butler yesterday?
He was unreal.
He had 7.
I know.
7 offensive rebounds.
And it wasn't a scoring game for him per se, but he hit a couple of big middies that really helped balance the floor out for Buddy Hield later on in the game.
Absolutely. So 20 points for him, 11 boards, and again, 7 of those offensive, 8 assists. He was 2 assists shy from a triple-double, and they needed all. That was a total, just complete Jimmy Butler masterclass. When we're talking about playoff Jimmy, that's like a Miami Heat playoff Jimmy performance that we're now getting in a Golden State Warriors uniform. It was offensive. It was defense. It was getting every single person involved, and he needed to do that. He needed to be Batman yesterday when Batman and Steph Curry had to go out. He needed to put the cape on and put the mask on, and he did it. And Buddy put the Robin mask on.
Are you kidding me?
It was for 24 points. He made as many three-point shots as the entire Minnesota Timberwolves team did. 5 3-pointers made for Buddy Hield.
He was awesome.
5 in total for Minnesota. And real quick, by the way, in the last 2 games for the Minnesota Timberwolves, I know we're up against it. We're going to break here. Going back to the Lakers series, and now this one. In their last 2 games, the Minnesota Timberwolves from beyond the arc, 12 of 76, which is the worst 2-game number in playoff history for a team with over 50 attempts.
They can't shoot, though. Like Naz Reid, Conley's going to hit at some point. McDaniels has a lot of middies. That's not their strength.
No.
And I think this matchup, as
Edwards will get hot eventually. Like, he'll have a game here or two.
But he's an inefficient shooter.
Sure.
Right? Like, so I look at this and I go, this series is completely different. How less physical was this game?
It was.
The freedom of movement, it just felt like the offense was wide open. Look, I want to get into all of it. Yep. Who was your player of the game? Was it Draymond? What was it, Buddy? Was it Jimmy Buckets? Was it Pat Spencer?
888-957-9570. That's what we're discussing on the other side, and is what's coming up. Brought to you by Safeway.
and then there's like a severe, right? And so like I've had multiple hamstring strains. I don't know where it is on his leg, but I'll tell you this: the bad ones, it locks up the whole back of your leg, and it feels like your entire back of your hamstring and quad area is just like gonna explode. I didn't sense that exact same reaction from him. So look, again, I'm looking for a silver lining. The fact that he jogged a little, the fact that he didn't just stop and completely limp off the floor, because if it locks up completely, like you're in big trouble. You know what I mean? I'm talking about where you can't even, like, think Chris Paul when he hurt his hamstring in the playoffs many years ago. When he hurt it, he was completely locked up and like hobbled off the floor.
Right.
Now, that doesn't mean this can't linger. That doesn't mean it can't get worse. But once you feel it, and even if it's a little, it's going to be super tender. This could be days, this could be weeks. I don't know. We will see. And obviously the therapy that he's going to get is it's going to be a big factor that he gets what none of us normal people get. He gets around the clock therapy. He's going to get obviously all the best electrolytes and all the best stuff to kind of activate whatever is in that tissue to soften it up.
Yeah, there you go.
So the way I'm viewing this is just wait and see. And it's Steph Curry. Every time we think he's out for a longer period, he finds a way to pull the Wolverine act and kind of get back right when the doctor ordered. And I'm hoping that that's the case. But the fact that you won a big game without him, you kind of accomplished what you needed to accomplish, and you bought yourself enough time to where, and I'm being optimistic here, if he is out till game 4, I'll take that. Like, if we're down 2-1 come game 4, I'll take that. You got the split already. You guarantee yourself the split on the road. If you lose the next, 2, it's not the end of the world. I still think they can win the series without him. Call me, bullish.
Wow.
Call me crazy. No, it would take a hell of adjustments, and they're going to have to increase their offense. I think I overrated this Minnesota team. This is just a better matchup in terms of freedom because Gobert's going to play a lot, and if Gobert plays a lot, it creates space for us offensively. And if Kuminga is going to, and GP2 and some of these other guys, move without the ball better, I think Jimmy can create things in the half court. They're going to have to run more sets. It's going to be imperative that Potts finds his shot. Draymond's going to continue to have to be assertive. I truly, in my heart of hearts, it would be very difficult. I still think they can win, even if Steph doesn't play another game in the series. Yeah. I really do.
I'm not sure about that.
I'm dead serious.
This game 1 gave me very similar vibes to the game 1 between the Houston Rockets when it was pretty tight after the first quarter, and then they just went on a huge run in the second, and they won the game. Similar to yesterday against the Minnesota Timberwolves, and that Rockets series ended up going 7. So I'm not going to overreact to one game like that, especially if Stephen Curry is going to be out for maybe a week, and we'll see. Again, we don't know. Day-to-day right now is what Steve Kerr's calling it, but they're going to know more information after an MRI. So we'll wait and see there. But it is a Warriors Wednesday brought to you by Freeman's Appliance. Come see their full selection of in-stock luxury appliances and live working vignettes. Visit Freeman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill today. But I got to be honest, mentioning that Rockets series, when I saw that hamstring strain, like I had to think about, like, man, does this happen if you take care of business in 5 games last series? Like, does that happen? That extra wear and tear from that series, like that crept into my mind. Whether that's fair or foul, like it crept into my mind. Like, man, the guy's older, and that pound of flesh taken out of that Houston series, that had to be a contributing factor of what took place yesterday.
Not the 9 games in 15 days to end the season by the league.
It's all of it.
No, I know, but so to me, it's the bigger issue. No, the bigger issue is not just the game 7, because what happens is the playoffs. Like, the Rockets deserve a lot of credit. Like,
so you're blaming the league for doing that instead of just blaming the team itself for not wrapping up business. Stop.
No. I'm not allowing you to do this. No. The league has had a problem. I've been on it for over 10 years.
My God.
82 games is too long. They had too many back-to-backs. They had 9 games in 15 days to end the season. 9 games in 15 days. You don't need thousands of play-in games. No, I'm sorry. This is on the league as well.
Not the team for being up 3-1 and not failing to put them away.
Of course that's a factor.
Okay,
of course that's a factor.
That's all I needed.
Of course that's a factor. Yes. But if you don't think that the schedule is a huge problem for the players union and the coaches down the stretch, what were you watching the last 2 months? We watched a sprint by 7 teams in the West where they couldn't rest any single night, and everyone, the Nuggets included, and the Clippers included, the Timberwolves included, all these teams played a gazillion games down the stretch. No, this is on the league and the schedule makers as well. It's not one thing. It's a lot of things.
Okay. 888-957-9570. We'll continue to monitor the Stephen Curry injury situation. Hamstring strain, they are calling it. And again, we'll talk to Dr. Nirav Pandya at 7:20. And Dr. Nirav Pandya is our 95.7 The Game injury insider and professor of orthopedic surgery at UCSF Health. And your biggest and most impressive part of yesterday's win is what? 888-957-9570. Is it Pat Spencer coming in and we're doing running hook shots? Is it Buddy Buckets? Is it Jimmy Butler? Is it, hell, not even a player, but the coach himself? Was it Steve Kerr, Draymond Green playing a very controlled and within himself game? Man, that 3-point shot, it's back. Hey, I'm not mad at it. Keep shooting, Draymond, 4 of 10.
Draymond was amazing.
He was great.
And
18 of 42 overall from beyond the arc. And again, I can't mention this enough. The ineptitude that was the Minnesota Timberwolves 3-point shot. It was really Naz Reid, and that was it. 5 of 29 overall. And you know what? It was interesting because they were talking about on the broadcast, Joe, Stan Van Gundy, and we were listening to Coach Kerr on the sideline talking to him, was, hey, continue to guard that 3-point line. They weren't letting them get back into the game via the 3-point shot. And Stan Van was like, wait, they're not shooting well at all, Steve. Maybe you want to let them keep shooting. But Steve was like, no. All it takes is a couple, and they're going to get their confidence back. And that stroke, make them work for it inside the paint. I will live with that. And that's what happened, and the Warriors ended up winning the game.
Look, Jaden McDaniels is going to continue to be a problem on both ends of the floor. I thought he did a really good job in the mid-game, the mid-range game, and he got some really nice shots. But there's one element that I can't unsee. He does overjump a lot. I mean, the misdirection of Buddy Hield and Steph Curry early on in this game, he was all over the place. All over the place. He's a good defender. Amen Thompson is a better defender at this point in his career. And I watched that Timberwolves defense, and as good as Gobert is as a rim protector, and believe me, he is awesome. I think we underrate how good he is. Gobert is awesome. There's more space. There's less physicality in this series. I think, look, they are going to have to make offensive adjustments, and they're going to have to find offense because it's going to be totally different when now Minnesota has an opportunity to game plan without Steph Curry. Right. That changes everything. There's not a question in my mind. I just think it's easier to score on Minnesota than it was Houston in general. There's a lack of physicality. And with that one singular big who does want to kind of move around a lot in Gobert, I do think there's actually more space. The other element that I'm watching this game, which I actually love, Julius Randle is hollow points. He can't create for others. He takes bad shots. Yes, he's physically. He
does get to the line. So there's
no doubt.
He was putting the Draymond Green, obviously, with 5 fouls. So he will put the other team in foul trouble.
Who's he guarding? No one. That's the answer. Who's he setting up for?
He might have the Jimmy Butler assignment next game because that's going to be the guy they're going to try to double team because if there's no Steph, which we all think there's going to be no Stephen Curry, they're going to try to force anyone else. Hey, Buddy Hield, do it again. Draymond Green, do it again. Brandon
I like that.
Do it again.
I think that opens up the floor for some of these other guys. But right now, Buddy's clearly on a heater, and that could go away at any point. We haven't seen nothing from Moody. We haven't seen much from Pods from beyond the arc. Quentin Post, I actually thought he gave him a couple of decent minutes. I think he will be able to play at some point in the series. I actually like the overall floor game for the other players offensively in this matchup against Minnesota way more than I did against Houston. This is just a totally different matchup. Now, that being said, they present problems offensively that we haven't even seen. Conley's going to hit. Yeah. It's a matter of time. He's going to hit some miraculous shots. And Anthony Edwards, he had a little glimpse of it in the fourth quarter. He is going to be very difficult to stop going downhill. And at some point, he's going to hit shots from the outside. But I like our matchups here.
Adam and SF, Dave, Queen T, Jason, all of you, I'll get to you on the other side. And it's going to be brought to you by the Golden State Valkyries inaugural season, which is here. And fans, you do not want to miss the first ever WNBA season in the Bay Area. Catch Tiffany Hayes, Kate Martin, Kayla Thornton, and the Valkyries all summer long at Chase Center. And this Friday, we are giving away 2 pairs of tickets to the home opener on May 16th. That is this Friday, win tickets to the Valkyries home opener on May 16th. Tickets are available at Valkyries.com. What's coming up in the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good. I do want to know what the emotional level is with Dub fans right now. Is it relief? Is it joy? Is it, bittersweetness, if you will, with that Stephen Curry injury, but a huge win nonetheless baked into it all. How we feeling right now, Dub Nation? 888-957-9570. It's Bedoni, Shasky, it's the Morning Roast. We're rolling, baby, on 95.7 The Game.
Buddy Hield to the paint, bumping with Conley, shoots a fadeaway jumper. Buddy hit it. It's good and a foul. Conley wants a review, but it's not going to take away the bucket. My goodness.
Bay Area, it's Jerry Stackhouse. You're listening to The Morning Roast with Joe Spadoni and Joe Shasky on 95.7 The Game.
What's up, Jera? God, what a freaking win yesterday. Everything was baked into that game. It really was, except for a chokehold, if you will. But maybe the Warriors could put a chokehold on the series if they go up 2-0, but they're going to have to do it potentially without Stephen Curry. Yeah, you can get greedy maybe. We'll save that game for tomorrow. We're talking about game one, 99-88, the victory for Golden State as they improved to 1-0 on this series. And as all the road teams in these Western and Eastern Conference semis went 1-0, and then obviously the Pacers yesterday with a huge comeback. They go up 2-0 heading back to Indiana. So that series is incredible. These playoffs have just been incredible, quite frankly. And we're asking Dub Nation right now the emotional aspect to this game for you. How are we feeling when you woke up? Obviously, the news of Stephen Curry, huge. He was ruled out quickly in that game with a hamstring strain. We're going to talk to Dr. Nirav Pandya in about half hour at 7:20. R95.7 The Game, Injury Insider, professor of, I got to get it right here, orthopedic surgery at UCSF. Love Doc, know him personally, great guy, knows his stuff, very, very tapped in on all things sports-related injuries. So we'll talk about that at 7:20 with him. But in the meantime, I want to get to some calls, Joe, because a lot of people have been very patient. Well, and the most impressive aspect baked into all of it, there's so many different ways you can go here. Go player, you can go coach. Hell, yeah, Jerry Stackhouse, the rejoin, that defensive mindset, you know he was getting on his players defensively throughout that game. It was incredible.
It was the worst offensive half for Minnesota all year. I thought they did a great job defending without fouling. They did a great job boxing out Rudy Gobert, who's just going to get a lot of fouls because it's difficult to box him out. Thought they did a good job going straight up on him. I thought they did a great job drawing fouls and loose balls by GP2 diving on the floor. Just unbelievable efforts. Pat Spencer diving on the floor. So many guys brought their A game. A couple of defensive lapses, which it felt like they cleaned up, and they've got to do a better job with Ant Edwards, but he's spectacular. So, look, I understand Steph hanging over everything. That's as good of a win as I can remember. And I can't control what's going to happen with Steph. We'll find out. I'm not going to lose my mind. If he's out, there's no doubt there's a lid on expectations.
Yeah.
But if he's not, done for the whole entire playoffs, I still think that they're got something. I really do. And the fact that all these guys got an opportunity to play and pretty much all of them feel good about themselves, I think there's a lot of silver linings. Even though I understand wanting to feel Debbie down, you accomplished what you needed. You got the win in Minnesota, the game that no one thought they had a chance in, myself included.
I thought they could split. I didn't think it'd be in game one. We talked about yesterday. I had Warriors in 6 prior to it, and I thought both teams will split. And credit to them. They took it in game one, and that rest first rust they were talking about in the NBA and TNT broadcast, Brian Anderson and Stan Van Gundy. Maybe there was something to that yesterday, but again, I think that bled in from the Timberwolves, who weren't shooting well in that first series against the Lakers. The Lakers are just shooting even worse than them, and that just shows you how bad that team was. But again, each series is its own different thing, right? I can't take fully what Minnesota did to the Lakers, just like I can't take fully what the Warriors were doing to the Rockets. Every single series, it's going to be his own little nucleus, if you will. It's going to be a little different as this series progresses to game 2 tomorrow, but we're talking about game 1 today.
And to your point, Steve Kerr went from playing a grand total of like 8 or 9 guys in game 7 to let me play 9 guys in the first 15 minutes, 12 minutes of the game. 10 if we go to the first part of the quarter. So completely different opening of the book, starting fresh, whole new page. Let's go to the callers.
Let's go to the phones. Dave and Vallejo kick things off here on the Morning Roast. Dave, good morning. How are we feeling about that win yesterday, man?
Hey, good morning, fellas. Hey, I'm feeling like a warrior, man. We're in the middle of a battle. We got one, and we got to keep fighting.
Sounds like you're fighting right there with that wind in the background. Thank you, Dave, for the call. 888-957-9570. His message said, I want to give Kevon Looney props. And absolutely.
Looney was awesome.
Loon Dog. Was like awesome. The box score. And again, for guys like Kevon Looney, the box scores, I can tell the whole story. He had a basket, and then he had 2 steals, and he had 2 clutch offensive rebounds when he needed it the most. He actually had a nifty play off DiVincenzo to save it, where he was falling out of bounds, threw it off of his ankle, and that was huge. I thought DiVincenzo was not having his best game. I thought he was getting picked on at times defensively. Pat Spencer, he was hacking. He was at one point, he was like standing over Buddy Hield. Or not Buddy Hield, it was Jimmy Butler. And I was like, what are you doing, dude? Like trying to like go at him, do this
Draymond.
And Draymond ran quickly. He's like, all right, dude, get out of the way. Saint Draymond. Hey, Draymond played a controlled game. Emotions, everything. 18 points for him, 8 boards. They needed every single part of that Draymond Green yesterday. I was so impressed, especially with 5 personal fouls and not falling for the bait that was yesterday, and a lot of flopping at times from the stifled tower, Rudy Gobert.
When the franchise's greatest player is out, there's a running joke that Draymond also emotionally, mentally, and then at times physically gets himself kicked out of the game.
Yes.
Yesterday was the complete opposite of that, and I think he deserves a ton of credit because it's one of the finest moments of leadership that I've seen him display as a Warrior. Like, I truly believe that. He was everything that he's talked about in terms of a champion of change. Yesterday was on full display. When you don't have Steph, they literally announce it on air. Who was the sideline reporter? I'm not.
Oh, I'll get it in a second. Continue.
But they basically announce it. 4-minute mark. Curry out. Wow. And then Naz Reid goes down. And then Draymond went on a masterclass of just defense and offense, hitting buckets. He banged another 3. And I thought they finished that second quarter. As the news is coming out, Steph Curry's not there. On a high note, 31 points for Minnesota in the first half. I thought that set the tone.
Lauren Jabara, I think it was yesterday, it might have been, for NBA and TNT, the sideline reporter, 888-957-9570. This segment is brought to you by Golden State, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit goldenstatelumber.com. We're talking your emotions right now, Dub Nation, are what? And again, same number to call or text the Boxer and Gerson work injury attorneys text line. It's 888-957-9570. Let's go to Queen T in Discovery Bay.
What's up?
Queen T, good morning. How we feeling?
Good morning, Dub Nation. Let's go. First time caller here, but a long time listener. How are you guys this morning?
Thank you so much.
I am loving your energy this morning, Queen T. You're putting a smile on my face. What do you got?
You know what? I got to say this. If we want to win, put Spence in. Just so you know, that boy's heart, his passion he has for the game, he has shown up every time for us. I mean, headbutt, kicked out, all emotions. His energy is just changing the game. I mean, the next thing I got to talk about is Mr. Buddy. He's not a shot blocker, but a rim protector, right? Our defense last night was off the hook. Okay, Draymond, we love your passion. Thank you so much for showing up and showing us, you know what a real contender is. You predicted that we're going to win. We're going to win because of what you did last night. You showed up for us. You didn't let your emotions get involved. You didn't let none of that stuff come out. You know what? Thank you, Draymond. The other person I want to give shots out to is Mr. Looney. Looney last night, man. Oh, he was so on point. His rebounds he had in the last 6 minutes. What was it? Rebounds in the fourth. He had 12 offensive. And what are my stats here? I was so fired up last night watching you guys. I got my notes ready last night.
You're good. Hey,
don't worry. We're good.
Queen T, great call. Discovery Bay. Call more. First time, long time. We appreciate it. 888-957-9570. Buddy Hield, not known for a blocker at the rim. A shot, what did she call it? A shot blocker? Rim protector?
Rim protector.
He was great. I love Buddy's defense, but he was draining it. He was doing what we needed Buddy to do, making 3-point shots. And he was taking some. He's got an and one. Yeah. And one, Buddy.
And he had the left-handed layup, scoop layup.
At one point, we even forget he was 0 of 8 from beyond the arc. And we're like, whatever. Kept shooting, though.
Hey, he was great. He was exactly what the doctor ordered. And Pat Spencer, look, I am all in on the Pat Spencer experience. I've been on it for months.
The mustache for me, it's the best.
My favorite memes are the ones that are like the old memes that have been around forever on the internet, but you insert whatever the most current topic is. So there's the one where the guy has the girlfriend, he's holding her hand, and he's walking past them in the street, and he looks back at the other one.
Yeah.
So I've got one now. It's Draymond holding the hand of Curry, looking back at Pat Spencer.
That's good.
As you can see it on the YouTube. Thanks. And then my other favorite one is, there's a freeway exit ramp. And if you go straight, you stay on the Curry lane. But if you take a hard right and you take the freeway exit, we're going Spency time. And the car is just burning out of control going Spency time. Pat Spencer, dude.
Hey.
Everybody knows them a Pat Spencer in their life.
You're the Pat Spencer of my life. You're a grinder, dude. You're out there balling every single day.
More Draymond, but that's okay.
It's all right. Hey, you want to hear from Pat Spencer?
I run hot.
We got Pat Spencer post-game sound.
He deserves it.
That means we got to play it.
Podium.
Hey, Pat.
Podium Pat.
Hey, Pat. How do you stay ready?
Man, I love the work, so that's easy. I think the best part for me is I'm wired a little bit differently. I'm going to compete every time I step on the floor, so I'm not scared of anybody across the lines, and the work is the work, man. I put in the work all year in and year out, so excited to get the opportunity. Unfortunately, it had to be Steph going down to get in. Like I said, get him back ASAP. I think we can make a run here.
Yeah,
Rolex wearing, jet flying, limo driving, shot calling son of a gun, Pat Spencer. Sounding like a coach. Woo! I mean, I'm so here for Pat Spencer. We had an Ian Clark game about 10 years ago, and it sticks in my head for the rest of time. Pat Spencer with the hook shot off the top of the glass on Rudy Gobert's face. If you didn't jump up and go, Spencer, I don't know who you are.
It was so funny. Stan Van Gundy's like, yeah, I don't know if that's the shot you want. Or like his first attempt was a running hook shot. And then he did it again. And then Stan was like, well, maybe that's his shot. I don't know. So it worked. Yeah,
look,
it worked.
I know that people think like it's a joke or whatever. I truly believe this. He is not a starting player in the NBA. No one says that. He's an NBA player. He's a legit NBA player, and they have run amok trying to find these backup point guards over the years. Now, look, some might think Pajemski, who starts the majority of games, is a backup point guard. Yeah. Let's just say he's not, and let's throw him to the side. He's a starter. You could do a hell of a lot worse than Pat Spencer as a third point guard or a backup point guard. Trust me, I watched the Warriors do a lot worse. Brad Wanamaker.
What did Guru call him? Wanna misser? That was all time.
Look, they had CP3 last year. I'm telling you, CP3 couldn't guard anyone, right? And it felt like when he got his offensively, no one else was going. Right. And he had games. I'm not here to say that he didn't have games. Pat Spencer brings a level of athleticism on both ends of the floor this team dramatically needs. He fought for multiple big rebounds, multiple big possessions that were on the floor diving. He got a charge call. Pat Spencer was doing things.
888-957-9570. Not quite the Brazilian Blur, if you will, but you know what? He's fundamentally sound.
Yes.
That's what he does. And I swear he gets so much space and separation whenever he's taking a shot, whether it's driving, whether it's stopping, whether the footwork, everything. The things that you can control as a player like Pat Spencer, he does so well, and it translates on big moments because the moments don't look too big because he's been here before. Like, there is something to be said about guys that have taken different types of paths that have had to play overseas. What are you laughing at? What are you looking at?
The text line is just coming in with Pat Spencer stuff. I got it. What is it? The Boxer and Gerson text line?
Injury attorney's text line. Okay. Thank you.
All right, here we go. Pat Spencer is Fitzmagic.
That's not bad. That's actually a great comp.
Pat Spencer has dethroned Joe Ingles as the number one YMCA-looking player in the NBA.
That's pretty good. I'm not mad at that.
Every time I think of Pat Spencer and I see him, I think of Peter from Deadpool, played by actor Rob Delaney. That is spot on.
Now, he looks like Uncle Rico. But Uncle Rico actually got like another shot. But now he's back and he's how much you want to bet I could throw a football over Dem Mountains? How much you want to bet I could shoot a basketball over Dem Mountains right now?
Pat Spencer needs a 24-hour fitness contract right now.
Let's go to Adam in SF, who's actually in New Jersey. Okay, it's a little inception here. Adam, what you got, man? How we feeling about the Warriors win?
I will say, okay, obviously got to feel good, right? You lose your best player. We had that big lead. We built an even bigger lead. We held on. We got the win. That was a gritty effort. I love Steve Kerr's, I think the right word to use is manipulation of the lineups in the sense of, you just played a Game 7 48 hours ago. You can't just play all your main guys, especially with Steph going out an exuberant amount of minutes. And every guy that came in off the bench, gave a little spark. I'm happy for Kuminga that he was able to contribute. He still looked a little wacky out there, but it's like, hey, we needed those points. That three he hit was huge. Gary Payton's timely threes in the fourth were huge. Looney was amazing. But your question was the emotion. No, as soon as Steph walks back to the locker room, it's like, all right, maybe he's cramping up. But then the news that he's out and it's a hamstring. No, I was going into the third quarter, even up 23, what are we going to do for the rest of this series? However, Steve Kerr is a good enough coach that's why you went and got Jimmy Butler, right? And you have a bunch of players around him that you can still be competitive in. You can still win games in. So I'm happy about the win. We stole game one. That's huge. So we'll see what happens the rest of the time. I'm going to go talk to the NBA review board up here in Secaucus in 28 minutes. So I'll let you guys know how that meeting goes.
Thank you. That's Adam in San Francisco. In New Jersey, 888-957-9570. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGNZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey Sports Station, always live on the free Odyssey app, and now broadcasting live from the Laughing Monk Studios. And as you know, Joe, it is a Warriors Wednesday, brought to you by Friedman's Appliance. Come see their full selection of in-stock luxury appliances in live working vignettes, and visit Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill today.
Hey, I'm Ludman. I'm going to be at Friedman's Appliances this Saturday with Mark Grandy.
There you go. Hey, Sam, that's a great thing. That was a great thing you did out at Friedman's Appliance with Mark Grandy. Speaking of the emotional levels of this game and Stephen Curry being out, we're going to be joined by Doc Pandya in about 60 minutes, 7:20, and he's our 95.7 The Game injury health insider, and he's a professor of orthopedic surgery at UCSF. And you know Dr. Pandya, if you're a Warriors fan, you probably follow him on Twitter. He's a huge Warriors fan, and he will give us the breakdown of a hamstring strain, the grades, different levels of it, and what to look for when the news eventually does come out, when they have this MRI, and the Shams, whoever's going to have it, it's probably going to be Shams, Sharania, ESPN, Anthony Slater, The Athletic, our guy. When we get that news, we will relay that information, and we'll go from there. But we're reacting to that win last night, and what did it mean for you, Dub Nation? 99-88. You go up 1-0 in this series. Game 2 tomorrow, most likely, and I'm going to call it, he's not playing, Stephen Curry.
Of course not.
And you don't want him to play in a game like this, and that's going to be this thing to monitor. Even if it's a grade 1 or he's day-to-day going forward, hamstrings are no joke. You've got to be so damn careful with that. We see it in the NFL. We see it in Major League Baseball. Does not matter. The hamstring is just what an athlete uses. Golf, tennis, it doesn't matter. You need your legs, Joe, and it affects you big time. Yeah.
So, okay, game 2 is Thursday.
Correct.
All right, that'll be a couple days. Game 3 is Saturday.
Mm-hmm.
What will that be, 4 or 5 days?
Well, let's just go from that night. So 1, 2, 3, it'll be on the 4th day.
Okay, so then Monday is game 4. That would be 6 days?
Yes.
Okay, that's a week, give or take.
Sure.
Right, depending on how you look at it. Then game 5 would be again on Wednesday.
Correct.
Okay. That would
8 days.
Okay.
Yeah.
So if we're being realistic and we're saying he's out, about a week, you're hoping he can return somewhere Monday, Wednesday, Friday of next week.
Right.
That's on the optimistic end.
Right.
That's what you're hoping. So here's what I would say. This is why you got Jimmy. I'm not saying it's going to be easy. No one thinks this is going to be easy, but you do have multiple Hall of Fame players. You do have a multi-time champion head coach who is maybe coaching at a level he's never coached at. You do have a lot of young guys who come out of game 1 feeling pretty good about themselves. I mean, Moody did nothing. Quinn Post did nothing. Pods really didn't do a whole lot offensively. I thought he did a lot of little things to help win, but his shot can come around even more. GP2, God, he's defensively wasn't as good as you would like, but he hit a big 3.
He did.
Right?
He had 4 assists too.
Kuminga, I feel like that was a huge confidence-building game for him. I'm hoping he can build on that. I'm not holding my breath, but I'm hoping that he can. I think Jimmy can do more scoring. I don't know about Draymond. Can he sustain 4 threes in a game? I don't know. But if he plays that focused, understanding the stakes, I mean, maybe Steph returns and it's 2-2. Maybe Steph returns and we're down 1-2. Maybe he returns and we're down 3-2 in the series.
What if you're up 2-1?
Maybe. I still think we can win this series, even if Steph doesn't play another minute in the series. I'm not saying it's easy. It would require heroic efforts from a variety of guys. But I'm not as doom and gloom as everybody else. There were so many big positives take away. I know Minnesota's going to play better. Trust me, I know. But I'm not just waving the white flag because Steph's out for 3 or 4 games. I'm not. I'm just not going to do that today.
No, well, I'm not waving the white flag either. But I think for a lot of people, and Adam and SF, and a lot of people waking up, it's what it signifies not just for this series, but potentially after. And I know you're not allowing yourself to even think anything
just
past
worried
that.
about right now.
Of course, but it just and that's why I brought up that Rocket series. Man, it would have been nice to finish that up when you were up 3-1.
Of course.
Wrap it up in 5. Because, that's what you go to. You played a lot of intense, heavy minutes in games 6 and 7, and it was a contributing factor. Yes, the 9 games in 15 days towards the end of the season was also a contributing factor.
13 back-to-backs. Steph played in, I believe, 11 or 12.
Yeah, and that's part of why a lot of people were skeptical about this team making such a deep run is because of the age factor and the wear and tear. Of
course.
And it eventually gets to you. Now, we'll wait and see with this series because that is one of the things that Minnesota has in their back pocket over the Warriors, and a lot of teams does, is the youth. Their best player is 23 years old, and Anthony Edwards. And best believe he's going to have a game or multiple games in this series that he's going to go off and he's going to try to will this team to a win. He tried to do it yesterday. They cut the lead to 9 points. They had a chance to get it to 8, and they go on a quick 5-0 run, push that lead back up to 14, and the rest was history there with about 5 minutes to go in that game. But yeah, it's going to be very interesting to see how this team takes shape going forward because, as you said, we've seen Jimmy with, not the greatest supporting cast in Miami go to 2 NBA finals. And it's going to be Draymond Green having to score more. It's going to be, let's be honest, Brandon Podziemski's going to have to score more. That was not a good offensive game for Pods yesterday. He's going to have to do more.
But he's going to have to keep being as, I don't know if you'll get that same performance, but he's going to have to still be a good player.
And we're asking a guy to be consistent when he's had nothing but inconsistency all season long. But again,
he's playing his best stretch of ball.
He is. No, he is. But again, it's just
last 2 games.
It just goes to show everyone's going to need to step up.
The margins are razor thin.
Yeah, but if they were razor thin before the Steph injury, just so much more after that with that Steph injury now with the hamstring strain, 888-957.
But here's what I like about this matchup more than anything. Like you reference the youth, the Timberwolves, and they do. There's no doubt. But with that youth comes inexperience and situational basketball.
I hate saying inexperience because they were in the Western Conference Finals last year. This is an
Julius Randle is not a playoff performer.
Well, he's played in the playoffs though.
Okay.
So I hear you on that.
I think he's one of the more selfish players that I've seen. He does not understand winning playoff basketball. Just, again, a glimpse of yesterday. He played really well in the Lakers series, and I was impressed with him. But yesterday, the book is out. We're going to let you get whatever you want as a scorer, but you're not going to really affect winning one way or the other. You're going to give hollow points, and it's going to come at the expense of others touching the ball.
I would expect this team and Julius Randle towards the end of that game and Anthony Edwards, they were just drive to the paint. And I expect that to be the game plan next time. They're not going to fully just go balls to the wall, 3-point shots. They're going to try to get theirs into the paint and try to use their size, their youth, their athleticism on you, which I didn't know why they weren't doing that earlier in the game. But again, credit to the Warriors defense. They were hounding them.
Yes.
I want to make sure we get this clear. It was an incredible defensive effort from the Golden State Warriors. 2 things can be true, right? Shout out Ralph Ballerio. 2 things can be equally true. The Warriors were great defensively, and Minnesota was just awful offensively, some of their shot selections. They were just bad. They at one point, what was it, 30 points halfway through the third quarter? It felt like it was horrible.
But the Warrior team, even with Steph Curry not playing and before Jimmy came, this has been a matchup that has favored them. I'm talking about Minnesota.
No, yeah.
And I know there's different parts, and there's different aspects to it. But Joe, no, it is what it is. This is not a team that's going to blow your doors off as a shooting squad. They're not. Anthony Edwards. Who else do you fear from beyond the arc?
Naz Reid. He was shooting pretty well yesterday.
I don't disagree with that.
Julius Randle was shooting well from beyond the arc in the Lakers series, but again, this is a different series, so we'll see. I know Mike Conley can hit a couple of them.
Mike Conley will have a game.
The guy that needs to hit for them consistently off the bench is probably Nickeil Alexander-Walker, and then starting again.
That's asking a lot.
It is, but it's like what you ask for, Gary Payton, right? Can you hit a couple of them when you're out there? And it changes things. Gary was able to hit a couple. We're up against it, Joe. So I want to take a quick break. Come on back. We have Nick at Berkeley, Mike and St. Leandro, Coach Hall, San Diego, Aubrey and Vallejo. We're going to get to all of you guys, plus Dr. Narav Pandya joining us on the other side, professor of orthopedic surgery at UCSF, and 95.7 The Game Injury Health Insider. To talk about that hamstring strain from one Stephen Curry is going to be brought to you by Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water.
Spencer to bring it up from Draymond. Spencer right side. Takes Randall. Throws up a hook shot and he banked it in off the glass. Pat Spencer with a bucket. It's 74-53 Warriors.
What's up, Roasters? It's Sam from Laughing Monk Brewing, and you're listening to The Morning Roast with my guys, Spadoni and Shasky. Shasky, stop picking the lobster out of the linguine.
What was that bop that you're doing?
This is my YMCA dance.
No, that is the white guy dance. You look like my dad.
The YMCA dance. There you go.
YMCA
No,
dance.
I know, but
it's the whitest dance ever.
You were doing the way you were doing it was so.
I don't know if you know this.
Old man.
I'm white and I have 2 kids, so I am a dad. So there you go. This is the YMCA. It's fun to stay at the Pat Spencer CA.
Absolutely incredible. Tom Selleck wishes his mustache was as good as
beautiful.
Pat
It really
Spencer's.
is. It really is.
Pat Spencer was awesome last
I try
night.
to do mine. I wish mine was as thick as Pat Spencer, but I do my best.
Can you get yours to curl around your mouth, Fu Manchu style?
I can, but it looks gross. It's not as thick, so it just looks more dirty and like rat-like. Yeah, it's tough. We got Dr. Pondia joining us here momentarily. In the meantime, I do want to get some of the calls. Nick, Mike, Jeb, is that a Jebediah out in? We got a lot of Jersey calls lately. I'm not mad at that. Coach Hall, Aubrey, I want to get to all of you in just a second because we're talking about Pat Spencer, and you know it's a good game when you got Pat Spencer talking after the game, Joe. I want to hear from Pat Spencer of all people. I didn't expect that. I threw it at you yesterday, right? I think Sam hopped on. I was like, "You expect any Pat Spencer minutes yesterday?" You're like, maybe. And Sam was like, "Yeah, in a blowout." It wasn't a blowout. It wasn't. And he was getting legitimate minutes in that game. Now at the time, they might have been kind of blowing him out, if you will. But even a 15 to 20 point lead again in the NBA, that's nothing now. That again, it was dissipated like that. It was almost an 8-point lead.
Yes.
Within a couple minutes. Think about
happens. A couple months ago, this guy had a couple of moments, and I came in here, and I remember opening segment, and I looked at Carter, I looked at you, and I was like, dude, I'm telling you, Pat Spencer can play. I'm not here to say that he's some starter, whatever. The guy can play. You could do a lot worse, and he might be your most athletic guard, which is saying something.
It's saying something,
okay,
actually.
But Buddy's an underrated athlete. He has great conditioning, but jumping and lateral quickness, he's better than I gave him credit for. I'm talking about Buddy. But Pat Spencer gets to where he wants on the floor, and he got hops.
Let's call it what it is. We underestimate his athleticism because of how he looks. Let's just call it. It's okay to say it, people. He's got the handlebar mustache. He looks 40. He's white.
I'll be the first to admit it.
It's okay.
I love me the try hard white guy backup. All right, I just do. All right, I'm not gonna back down from this.
I know, and the way he did DiVincenzo on that shot. For the white community, that was a big deal for the white NBA basketball community. Dr. Pondia joining us on the River Islands guest line right now. As all guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line, isn't it time for you to discover the islands? River Islands in Lathrop, Dr. Pondia, professor of orthopedic surgery at UCSF, and our 95.7 The Game injury health insider. Doc, good morning. I'm just going to get right into it. Your initial reaction when you saw the injury and you saw Steph grabbing the back of his leg the way he did, were you thinking cramps? Were you thinking hamstring? What was going through the doc's mind?
Yeah, I thought initially it might have been cramps, because there wasn't any kind of, large twist, or was he sprinting and then he kind of pulled up. So I was thinking cramps, but then you see him immediately call for a sub. So that got me a little bit more concerned. And I think when he was grabbing higher up on his leg, that was when I got a little bit more worried because, the higher up that hamstring injury is, the more it can be a longer recovery. So that was definitely concerning to me when I saw that.
And the fact, Doc, that he was ruled out so quickly, what does that tell you as, if you're Dr. Rick Celebrini or you're one of the trainers, because as a fan, when you see ruled out or not questionable, it means, okay, well, this is more serious than we thought. Is that kind of how you were gathering that information too?
Yeah, absolutely. One of those things I was hoping that maybe this was just a little bit of a cramp and they would bring him back out. But the fact that he didn't come back out to the bench, it was a quick diagnosis. is the fact that, hey, this is something that they're a little bit more concerned about. And, they're already starting treatment on. They've got, as much as you can get that treatment in to help this hamstring heal, you're starting right in the middle of the game. So definitely that a quick diagnosis and not coming back out to the bench maybe a little bit more worried.
I've had a couple different strains. I'm not pretending to be Steph Curry, but I always felt like it was a combination of dehydration and overuse. What do you think caused this? What does cause a strain?
Yeah, I think for the vast majority of people, even though we kind of remember, the Olympic sprinter, running and pulling up and grabbing his hamstring, or the soccer player, most of these are due to overuse and fatigue over a period of time. And, as you guys are talking about, the number of games, those 9 games in 15 days, and then every other day in the playoffs, that leads to a lot of wear and tear on the body. And then eventually what happens is that hamstring just fails. And you see that happen with Curry. There wasn't kind of one step or something that went wrong, or he went up for a layup and landed awkwardly. It was like he shot a three and suddenly he's grabbing his hamstring. So it's that combination of fatigue, dehydration, a lot of explosive activity over a period of time. So all those things seem to lay, the evidence that this was probably something that was building up for a period of time just from all the intensity the Warriors had to go through to get to this point.
All right, so I guess the question now becomes, it's impossible without seeing whatever the MRI is or getting a feel for him, but where do you think this lands him? We've seen Chris Paul where he just completely comes up gimp and he's out and just done indefinitely because it's toward the end of the playoffs. What's the most optimistic prognosis? What's the most pessimistic prognosis?
Yeah, so I would think, the really, really bad things we were worried about, okay, this is the end of the, even if they make it to the finals, like he wouldn't be able to play. The fact that he got up, he was still running around, walked to the locker room, you've eliminated that kind of grade 3 complete tear. Like you just can't do what he did if you've completely torn your hamstring. Now you're wondering, okay, is this maybe a grade 1 or grade 2 based on an MRI? Best case scenario would be, this is a grade 1. It's just more fatigue. He felt something. They're being super cautious, and you're looking at a week. Like most grade 1s usually land around a week. Grade 2s become a little trickier. Those are kind of the 2 to 3 week long injuries. My gut tells me that based on the fact that Kerr said he's day to day, that he was walking around, this hopefully lands more of a, okay, where in the series are you going to play? It's based on how the team's going. It doesn't necessarily look like this could be, okay, end of the series, and we're hoping that he makes it back for the next round. So best case, couple days, worst case, maybe 2 to 3 weeks. Talking
to Dr. Nirav Pandya, professor of orthopedic surgery at UCSF and our 95 The Game Injury Health Insider. And Doc, talking about this hamstring strain. So, we see it all the time in football and baseball, like the time, like what are these guys going to look like when they do come back? So Steph, like, is this something that he's going to have to monitor and deal with when he does come back through the entirety of the playoffs if they do make a deep run into the finals?
Yeah, absolutely. I think especially given his age, whenever these hamstrings tear, basically what you're depending on to basically get you back quickly is there's some degree of scar tissue that's in there. We know that although scar tissue can sometimes hold an area together, especially if you've got a lot of other muscle around it, that area is more prone to cause pain, to re-injure itself. And if you look at hamstring injuries, the two things you worry about besides getting back on the court is that there's a high rate of re-injury. We see that a lot in football and baseball players. And there's also a rate of injury to other parts of your body. Your hamstrings are so important to helping stabilize your lower legs. So it may not be a hamstring. Are you worried about an ankle or something else? So that's really where the medical staff has to make this decision of, okay, do we push it to get him back, or are we being extra cautious so that we don't get that repeat injury or get something else? And that's where, unfortunately, what happens with pro athletes is you're looking at how the team's doing and what's the risk of potentially, can we win without him playing, or do we have to take that risk and put him in because we're worried about how the series is going?
So let's say he's feeling 80, 75%. I don't know. I'm just throwing numbers out there. How does this work? Like, what is it? What do they do? Is there some sort of medication or something he can take on the front end to numb pain? Is this a tolerance thing? Is this a not accelerated thing? Like, what does this look like? Let's say it's game 4 or game 5 and they have to get him back. How does this shake down for him?
Yeah, unfortunately with these hamstrings, you don't want to kind of mask pain, and because you are worried more about structural injury, it's one of those things that pain is indicating to you that muscle is getting stressed. So you definitely want to know if the pain's there. It's a hard area to brace. I think the key thing when you're trying to get people back, from hamstring injuries is, number one, in game, are you doing things to prevent that muscle from tightening up? So he's on the exercise bike, you're heating that area up. And then number 2 is you may have to change the way you're utilizing them in the game. So, Curry covers so much court, and all that running and constant movement is going to place stress on that hamstring. So Steve Kerr figuring out a way that Curry can get shots or how he plays so he doesn't have to have as much movement to get that shot. So these are the little nuances you can do to make sure that hamstring isn't getting stretched. But unfortunately, it's different for a center. Kevon Looney, has a hamstring issue. He's not as mobile and running around, so you can get him back quicker. For Curry, his game's predicated on moving around. So how can Steve Kerr change the offense and have different lineup combinations so maybe he doesn't have to run around as much and can just shoot threes like a spot-up shooter and not have to worry about creating his own shot.
So you obviously, you know sports in and out. You love sports, and I know you coach and everything, and obviously you have the doctor, the medical background. And just as someone casually watching this but is pretty locked in, what is your perception of just the league and what they do with the players in terms of the schedule and the every other day and the big stretch down the stretch? Are you surprised this doesn't happen more often, I guess is the question, even though these are world-class athletes?
Yeah, I totally agree, Joe. I think I'm surprised it doesn't happen more. And I know that we talk about load management and all these other things. 82 games is way too many games, particularly in the condensed way that they play. So if the NBA wants to play 82 games, they should extend the season out and have more days of rest. We know that the more minutes you play, the older you are, you're more likely to get these injuries. And you see players like, Dame Lillard tearing his Achilles. You see all these big soft tissue injuries. It's just a lot of minutes and a lot of games, mashed together. And I think if the league wants to not have Steph Curry get injured, which is, a huge moneymaker for them, they have to extend things out. And in the playoffs, do you really need to be playing every other game? Could you have 2 days off? Because it's good for the players, it's good for the teams, it's good for the fans. So I think they definitely need to look at how are we structuring the season so that our top players are out there and not getting hurt.
Hey, Doc, great stuff, man. We really appreciate the time this morning, and good luck in the future. And hopefully we don't have you on again. I hate saying that, but it means usually it's the bearer of bad news. But hey, Doc, we really appreciate the time as always, man. And
thanks, Doc.
Have a good rest of your morning.
Yeah, no problem. You too, guys. Thanks.
There he goes. That is Dr. Nirav Pandya, professor of orthopedic surgery at UCSF. 95.7 The Game Injury Health Insider. Doc is the best in the business. He is tapped in on all things injuries. He's a great follow on Twitter. Big Warriors fan, big Bay Area fan. So if you're not following him, you better go ahead and do that. We got a lot of calls I want to get to after this. But when he was saying that, I didn't mean to cut you off. I think we talked at the same time. But I was going to liken it to, no, you're good. I was going to liken it to, it's different, right? For each position. Like a hamstring for a big man that's not moving laterally as much. It's different. I was going to liken it to, it's different if Tom Brady has a hamstring injury than Rob Gronkowski
or Julian
Edelman. Like Tom, his game's not predicated on Lamar Jackson style stuff. He could just chill in the pocket, move around a little bit. Not to say it's not going to hamper him at all, because it still will. Like pushing off with the torque, all of that. Like your legs and your lower body, that gives the upper body all of its strength. It has to come from there. I'm not trying to be a doctor or a physical therapist, but there's different levels to this. And Stephen Curry, his game, probably more than any other, is predicated on acceleration and constant movement. So him just being a stand-up shooter at times, if that's what this is going to turn into, it changes everything for the Golden State Warriors. And yes, it's going to put more of the onus on who? Jimmy Butler probably to be that guy. Yeah.
There's no doubt. I mean, your point is a great one. Like, if a pitcher gets a blister injury, he cannot do his job. If a center fielder gets one, he can still do his job. You know what I mean? Like, he can still fight through it. And so, look, the other thing that I think we're underrating, and obviously LeBron is this way. Steph Curry is Wolverine, superhuman. So the normal person injury and the recovery time is dramatically different than the professional athlete. Yeah. I mean, their genes are just built on a whole nother level than ours. That being said, their pain tolerance is unreal. Yeah. It is unreal. And I'm actually really surprised that we don't see more injuries. I mean, I really, and look, I'm not pretending to be a doctor. I watch these games. I watch how much energy and effort goes into it. And you saw every single team, whether it was the Clippers Nuggets game or whether it's the Warriors Rockets game, by the time you get to these game sevens, these guys are hunched over,
exhausted,
completely gassed. And when you've been doing 40 minutes a night and playing 100, 110 games every year for 15 years, it completely catches up to you. And I don't think you can avoid injuries. There's no other way around. Guys are going to get hurt in any sport. That being said, you put barometers in place, seatbelts in place for a reason. And the 82-game schedule with 13 back-to-backs, Like, what are you doing? And then this sprint down the stretch with this play-in situation. Like, there's a lot of ways that they can at least diminish and have guys be they're more fresh come playoff time. It's the same thing in the NFL. We're having the same conversation about 18-game schedule,
which is they're going to go
and
to.
It's stupid.
It's ridiculous,
and we know it's stupid. And we know Thursday night games do nothing good for the brain and the body. Exactly. We know this.
Yeah,
we know this. So I don't know. I'm gonna get off my soapbox. I watch. I'm not gonna pretend like I'm morally higher than others. I watch because I love it, and I do love as a viewer having every other night. But I also understand it's a diminished product.
Let's go to Coach Hall in San Diego. He's been waiting very patiently. We appreciate it. Aubrey will go to next. Nick, Mike, Jeb, all of you will get to you, I promise. 888-957-9570. The emotions coming out of a Game 1 victory can be all over the place, Dub Nation. I want to know what you're feeling right now as you're waking up on this beautiful hump day in the Bay. 99-88. Warriors up 1-0, but how long are you going to be without Stephen Curry? We shall see. Coach Hall, good morning. What you got, man?
Hey, good morning, fellas.
What's up,
hey, Joe. I'm right with you, man. I think Pat is a gamer. I'm not sure if he's going to get extended minutes, but I do enjoy watching this game. I think Steve Kerr did a masterful job. Personally, I think that's the best game I've ever seen Draymond play. Maybe not points-wise like the Cavs series, but his emotional intelligence in that game last night and just galvanizing, his troops when they were coming back. I had never seen him do that, at least in a long time.
No bad turnovers.
I think enough. Right, yeah, and the turnovers. And I think going into game 2, I don't know, Joe. I'm curious to know what you think. Do we go for broke? Do we try to get another one, or do we play conservative? Because, Paz didn't get off yesterday. Moody didn't get off. I think there's a lot we left out on the court. And if Paz can knock down his shot, I don't know, man. We might be able to steal another one. I'm curious to hear you guys take on that.
I'm with you. Like,
Thanks, Coach Hall.
I'm not ready to just wave the white flag on every game that Curry doesn't play. Let's find out what the length of absence is. And then B, let's strategize with what we have. And let's try to throw the kitchen sink at Minnesota. That doesn't mean play Jimmy 45 minutes and Draymond 45 minutes. But I think that the collective, like Guy Santos got a little burn. Quinn Post got a little burn in this one. Moody got a little burn. All three of those guys can do more. I do. I don't even think they played close to what they can give you. Maybe one of them has a good game. Pajemski, we know, has it in him to play better. And I thought he had a solid game, but he could play much, much better. We know Jimmy can be a force and can score, but I also think his floor game can stay about the same in terms of setting up others. I don't know if Draymond's shooting can stay there, but him staying under control and defensively, that can be bottled up for the next game. And then Jonathan Kuminga, I think one of the biggest things coming out of this game is that you got some positive stuff from Jonathan Kuminga that he can build on. We all know he's got potential. Now, I'm not here to say he's going to score 25 next game, but if he scored 15 or 16 in the next one, I think we're going to be right there. We're going to be right where we need to be. GP2, we know at times he can be a positive contributor. We know Kevon Looney can play in this series and will play in this series and is going to be a big factor. Don't sleep on that coach and this team to kind of find a way to be in a game in game 2. I'm not sleeping on them.
It's going to be very difficult because we watched this team without Stephen Curry in the Jimmy Butler era, and it was rough offensively. It was a rough watch. I just remember those first 2 games of that road trip, that huge road trip where they lost to Atlanta and Miami, not exactly world beaters of teams, and it was bad.
The focus of a Jimmy, Kerr, and Butler in an Atlanta, Miami vacation at the end of the season versus where they are now.
That was a big Miami game. That was a big Miami game, and it was a stinker. I'm just telling you, from what we've seen without Stephen Curry,
we're not comparing the regular season trip, and it's going to be hard. It's going to be harder for the regular season. This is life or death.
Correct. That's why it's going to be harder, is what I'm saying, without Stephen Curry in the playoffs.
Yeah, but their focus level will be cranked up.
Sure, I don't care how focused they are. You got to score. You can have as much focus as you want. You're going to be without one of the greatest, if not the greatest shooter in the history of the sport. You're going to miss him. I'm not saying
Of course you are.
Yes, exactly. But I'm just not going to sit here and act like it's going to be a cakewalk and we're going to walk through the
said that?
No, but I'm not trying to be a wet blanket here, but it's going to be very difficult to stay in this series without Stephen Curry. It's going to be very difficult to do that. Not saying it's impossible. It's going to have to come down to one guy, and you mentioned all those other plays. Great. It's Jimmy Butler. Jimmy Butler is going to have to be.
This is why you got him.
This is why you got him. He has to be the guy going forward, because you know what? Jimmy missed a game last series, basically missed 2 games, and Stephen Curry had to be that guy. And they won one without Jimmy. Mm-hmm. And Stephen Curry was that dude.
And I've seen this organization with different versions win games without Steph as well in the playoffs. I'd referenced the Ian Clark game. He slipped on the floor in Houston. Now, again, it was a first-round matchup. I watched them when Steph, I believe, came off the bench and didn't play to start the Blazer series in the second round many years ago. Like, they've done it at times. They've withstood certain injuries for a game or 2 or 3, right? He's got to come back at some point. I'm not saying they win every game. I'm saying if he's out 3, they'll win 1. That's how confident I am in this team.
Let's go to Aubrey in Vallejo, 888-957-9570. Again, it's the same number to call or text the Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line. What are your emotions this morning, Dub Nation? You get the win, but potentially lose Steph Curry. Aubrey, good morning. What you got, ma'am?
Morning. So I'm feeling pretty good about last night. I do hope that Curry's okay.
Okay. And
I'm kind of amazed how the defense showed up last night, how everybody all came together and stepped up to the plate, especially Spencer, Butler, as well as Draymond.
All right. No, I'd say defensively coming out of that game, and thank you, Aubrey and Vallejo. Defensively coming out of that game, I feel pretty good if I'm the Golden State
Aubrey
Warriors.
was very efficient with that call.
Yeah, he was. He was Pat Spencer, right?
He was so efficient.
He was very efficient. He was getting in and getting out, and there was an awkward pause there.
Reverse Ant Edwards.
It's okay. Anthony Edwards, by the way. God, that guy was searching early in that game, and credit to the Warriors defense as he was doing right there. But again, am I going to expect 88 points from Minnesota going forward? No, I think you could do 2 things coming out of that game. 2 things can be equally true. I said it earlier. Credit the Warriors and their defense, but also Minnesota. I don't think they had their best offensive game plan, or whatever the game plan was. They just couldn't execute it. But again, I'm not going to feel sorry about them at taking horrible shots. That's on them, not on us. Continue to do that and put them in situations where they have to claw from behind. And getting out to a hot start would be great again coming into this game too. That would be massive. Just keep it close. Keep it close in this next game. That's all I'm asking. Keep it close.
I think Minnesota's got a lot to adjust to, and obviously they're gonna have a completely different strategy without Steph Curry out there, and him being unavailable mid-game absolutely had to factor in to whatever their strategy was that had to be aborted, right?
Right.
But there's no doubt about it, and they will make adjustments. I actually really like Chris Finch as a coach, but I'm looking at this team and I'm like, I don't know, man. I think I overrated them coming in. It doesn't mean it's going to be some cakewalk. I don't view them on defense the same way I viewed Houston, and I don't view them offensively as this juggernaut that we can't stymie without Steph Curry on the floor.
Speaking of stymie, when you say that, I was thinking of Steiny because obviously Chris Finch is his boy. He likes to talk about ad nauseum. I did send Steiny a text message saying, hey, does your boy Finchy know that it's 2025 and you could practice 3-point shooting? It's, just letting you know.
I hope you know the coach doesn't attempt the shots.
Well, he tells them to practice. I don't think I said practice. Does he know that you can practice?
Shaq would hit every free throw in practice, and then game time would come, and he was a 55% free throw shooter.
It was a joke, Joe. You just said
that team can't
laugh
shoot.
And move along. There you go.
That team can't shoot.
Okay, sure.
Can they not?
You know who can? Nick in Berkeley. He wants to join the conversation. Nick, good morning. How are you feeling about that win, man?
Hey, man, that's a solid win right there. And you know what? I'm going to say it again. Like I said on Friday, bow down and kiss Steve Kerr's rings. You know what I'm saying? Because he's out coaching all these cats, man. The fact of the matter is, both Houston and, even though they were young, both the Warriors and Houston were gassed into that game, man. It's a game 7. It's a game 7. They put everything on the line. But they ran out of plays. Houston ran out of plays, and we didn't run out of plays. Because Kerr got plays for the regular season and each round of the playoffs. This man, he's a disciple of Phil Jackson and Popovich, man. And he got gold medals. Like, what part of this stuff don't people understand? Criticizing Steve Kerr, are you people crazy? Who else would you rather have coaching the team? You know what I'm saying? And that cat Spencer, he's back to the future. At first I was thinking he's a throwback, but he can popped out of a time capsule from the future and came back with the handlebar mustache going retro and jumping out of the gym. Man, the cat cracked me up.
You like that, Nick? You did that. I don't know if we did that intentionally, Nick in Berkeley. Cat Spencer?
Bro.
I love that.
Dude,
that's what we're calling him.
Someone just sent me a Pat Spencer. It's a Photoshop. It's Kareem doing the sky hook with Pat Spencer's face on it. Like, everybody in the Bay Area is waking up with Pat Spencer-itis.
Why shouldn't you? Hey, again, Pat Spencer. He wasn't backing down yesterday. He stays ready.
Man, I love the work, so that's easy. I think the best part for me is I'm wired a little bit differently. I'm going to compete every time I step on the floor, so I'm not scared of anybody across the lines, and the work is the work, man. I've put in the work all year in and year out, so excited to get the opportunity. Unfortunately, it had to be Steph going down to get in. Like I said, get him back ASAP. I think we can make a run here.
A working man's man, if you will, Joe Shasky.
He did all that in Carhartt jeans.
He did,
right? Like overalls or something.
Oh man,
God, I love that guy so much.
He's gonna take over for Drew Brees and Brett Favre for Wrangler, I think. Real comfortable jeans. There you go. Remember those all the time? It was those two guys.
Dude, Nick and Berkeley said he was from the past, even though it's Back to the Future. He was all over
He called him Cat Spencer. That's all I know.
But I was nodding in agreement, like he was cooking.
Let's go to Mike and St. Leandro has been holding on tight. Mike, good morning. How we feeling about that Warriors win last night?
We're going to put the sink up. We don't have to put the sink to Hello?
Mike, you there? what was that sink?
Are you a plumber?
What are you doing?
I'm sorry. Okay.
Are you a contractor?
Work, but I'm sorry. Yes, I'm a plumbing contractor.
Okay, nice. Shouts out to you, man.
I was my whole family.
Yeah, I was actually talking to my guys, and I heard you guys come on.
Hey, tell your guys that I know a P-trap better than anyone.
Exactly. I was like explaining to the crew going over things. But two things. I just want to say two things. The first thing is that Houston Rockets team, that was some of the grimiest playing, and I think that was a good tune-up for the Warriors. That was a good. So I think that's why they're doing good now. I said if we can get past them with the griminess that they did, I think that we're gonna be all right. And then yesterday they showed after the game that they will do pretty good. I believe if Steph Curry, at the worst case scenario, if they got to carry us a couple of games just until he get a little bit better at the worst case scenario.
Totally.
Hopefully you guys agree with that.
I do.
Yeah. So the second but not, I love Pat Spencer's energy. That dude is funny to watch. I remember when I seen him for the first time playing at the California Classic. When I seen him for the first time, I said, man, this guy, he got a lot of energy. He got enough energy to give to some, to give some away. I like his energy and his hustle, and that's all I pretty much want to say. You guys have a good one.
Great call.
I watched him at the California Classic. I was at
the
same game. Yeah, me, Dr. Rav Pandya, Bonte, Guru. We were courtside, we were just chilling. I was wearing flip-flops. They were making fun of me. I didn't think I was going courtside.
Guy Santos, Pat Spencer, guys like that. GP2, I think as well. There are certain guys that out hustle and outwork people on the floor, and you just appreciate their game, right? And there's something about guys like that,
and they have to. They know that for them to be on the court, they have to do that.
There's no doubt.
Yeah.
But the thing about Pat Spencer that I love is he sneakily can get to his spots on the floor and get his shot off. Very few point guards.
Why's it got to be sneakily?
Because I think that people they see a white guy coming off the bench, who's 28 years old, who's a rookie who played lacrosse, and they're like, who is this guy with this goofy mustache, right?
Yeah.
And look, there was an element before he became all-time guy. You were like, Ginobili, are you kidding me? Or it just didn't look right. And you were like, he's unorthodox, he's goofy, he's try-hard guy. And then, now, I'm not saying that's, Ginobili's a first ballot Hall of Famer, one of the greatest international players of all time. A legend.
Might be the greatest six man ever.
Yeah, a legend, even though he closed every game. A legend five times.
You know what I mean, though.
Yeah, no, I hear you. But there's something about we underestimate it. And Larry Bird's talked about it. You're going to put the white guy on me? We do that in this sport.
Larry was harder on the white guys all the time. I think of Bomani Jones' tweet. He's like, yeah, dude, I don't even think he gave Dirk credit until he won the title in 2011. Hey, it's funny. I was thinking about, the famous clip. This one, we got they got KD, but we got Jaden McDaniels. Hey, they got Anthony Edwards. We got Pat Spencer. Am I right?
That's how I feel this morning.
There you go.
But
they got KD, but we got Jaden McDaniels.
Look, Jaden McDaniels was actually really good in this game.
He was.
But defensively, what I noticed from him versus Amen Thompson, Amen's he doesn't have to leap to defend.
He's strong.
Yeah, he's so strong. But the discipline of not jumping to defend is, some guys do it, some guys don't. And Carter will know what I'm talking about. Big time hooper over there, Carter, as I'm looking through the glass.
Both he and I can touch the rim.
Jaden McDaniels, he gets caught up in the misdirection. And so he loves to leap out, and he's jumping as a defender. He's a different kind of defender. Buddy Hield had him in The Crucible. Buddy Hield.
Great movie.
So I think Buddy's offense, though maybe not as prolific, I do think he will have a sustained impact on offense. Even though he started off 0-8 to start the game, he got a lot of great looks. He's going to keep getting great looks. Pod's got great looks. Kuminga got
Pod's going to need to hit. Like, that's the guy without Steph. Like, that's going to be in the starting lineup, getting open shots still. Brandon Pajemski going forward, he's going to need to find that three-point stroke, and he's going to find that scoring. Absolutely. Let's go out to Oscar and Martinez. He wants to talk about Pat Spencer. Oscar, good morning.
Yo, good morning, fellas.
What's up, dog?
How's it going?
It's going great. It's beautiful out in the Bay. Warriors are up 1-0. Woo! Nothing to complain about except a monthly meeting coming up in a couple hours, but we'll get to that.
Oh, yeah, big time. I just want to call here and say, as an OG Pat Spencer fan, I've been just loving this guy since like week 1 of the season. It's really nice to see him finally get his flowers after all this time. I feel it in my heart. Such a great sight to see. And I want you guys to stick with me here. I have a kind of out there opinion, but I really believe it entirely with my entire being. I fully believe this thing that I'm about to say. I believe that Pat Spencer is a better two-sport athlete than Michael Jordan was.
Okay.
I mean, he was the Heisman equivalent of a lacrosse player in college.
Okay. I don't know where to go with that one.
He's a better two-sport athlete than Michael Jordan. Well, there's a guy by the name of Brian Jordan who everyone references Deion and Bo Jackson.
Of course.
Brian Jordan was like a legit baseball and football player.
Right.
I don't know if you do you even know the name Brian Jordan?
No, I could go like Jeff Samardzija. I can go like Tony
Samardzija's
Gonzalez.
good.
Like
Brian Jordan, a Braves and Dodger legend.
There you go.
Yes.
Okay.
That was the most passionate call about Pat.
Dog, I loved it. My guy was ready to cry, and he was like, "I believe this to my soul." Pat Spencer is a better two-way athlete than Michael Jordan. Please save that call.
I tried to talk him off that. I'm just like, are you sure you really want to call in? Like, you can pick any other athlete to compare him to. He's like, nope, Michael Jordan.
Hey, Jordan.
I'm like, Oscar, you sure about this? And he's like, yep, I want it.
Jordan hitting like 220 in the minors for the Barons. Do you know who the coach was?
No, who was it?
Tito Francona.
That's right. Terry Francona was. That's right.
When you look at the swing, Jordan's swing was so bad in baseball.
So awful.
I don't know how he batted over 200.
Right.
I really don't.
Just grit. That's why.
Give him
Toughness.
a tennis racket.
That's right. Pat,
give him a tennis. Actually, the greatest two-sport athlete of all time, and it's a multi-sport athlete, is Rick Barry. And I will go to my death. That man can hit a golf ball 300 yards during the crappy equipment era of golf. Could hit a tennis racket. Elite pickleball player. Could have played baseball.
I mean,
Rick Barry's one of the greatest athletes of all time.
I mean, I don't mean to go Steiny on everyone and go like old man, but it's Jim Thorpe. I mean, come on. Mr. Mayor. Come on. It's Jim Thorpe.
I mean, yeah.
Stop.
Another good one is Mookie Betts.
There you go.
Mookie Betts is a good one.
Shout
Matt
out.
Kemp.
There you go. Speaking of Pat Spencer, you want to know where that toughness? You want to know where it comes from, Joe? Let's take a listen.
I think it's lacrosse, and I think it's a little bit just being off in the head. My brother and I have been going at it for years and years. So, you grow up in a household with 3 brothers. You learn to fight. If you're willing to kill your brother every game of pickup, the dude on the other side of the lines is going to get it.
Oh, that was that's all Bonte Festus and Molly, all those guys. NBC Sports Bay Area.
Sentence of all time. Anyone who grew up with brothers, cousins, whatever.
Sure.
Like if you're the youngest. You were born in the bottom of the depths.
Oh, you're bred early. Like I was bullied with 5 older brothers as soon as I could start walking and talking. And that just, I feel like Bane a little bit when he got 5 older brothers. That's what happens. And then he got 1 little brother, so you have to pick on him because he got no one else to pick on. So there you go. Love you, Mikey, if you're listening.
Pat Spencer. The greatest tweet was last night. Someone put it out. I retweeted it. Pat Spencer is the Michael Jordan of TJ McConnell. And I was
we need to stop with the Michael Jordan stuff right now, guy. But
just give the guy his day. Today is Pat Spencer. I need Daniel Lurie. Get the mayor on the phone. I need Daniel Lurie to announce today is Pat Spencer Day forever
cut the
in
ribbon,
San Francisco.
Cut the ribbon. Where are we going to go at?
Get this man a key to the city.
Do they actually get
what is
a real
going
key?
on here?
Dude, if you didn't jump out of your chair when he hit the running hook shot over Gobert, Pat Spencer, my boy. I know Carter could hear me even though he was in class. He could hear me from my house into the classroom screaming, "I've always been a Pat Spencer guy."
They got Anthony Edwards, but we got Pat Spencer. Brendan is in SF, wants to talk about that game last night. 99-88. We're reacting all day long right here on 95.7 The Game. Warriors improved to 1-0 in the Western Conference semis over the Minnesota Timberwolves. but might have to do it without Stephen Curry going forward. We will reveal, and any news we get in regards to Stephen Curry's hamstring, I promise we will relay that information.
Joe, Looney played great. Draymond played great.
I told you it was a team effort. It was a team win.
Buddy Hield. I mean, are we going to start sizing him up for a statue?
Okay. Can we get Barry Bonds a statue first here in the Bay before we give one?
No, we got to get Buddy one.
Okay. Brendan is in San Francisco.
It's him riding the horse doing the bow wow or whatever the heck that thing was.
Bow, bow, bow.
Bow, bow, bow.
Brendan, what you got?
Good morning, guys. Happy to have a Warriors win, and I need Steph to play just slightly smarter. He needs to get Buddy healed quick because we're going to need him for this series. Someone who has been playing the game as long as he has, when he first got that twinge, he's got to be calling to get to the sideline and get it rested because he is not the youngest player on the floor anymore. And as soon as that thing starts aggravating, he needs to get to the sideline because we're going to need him for this series and the rest of them.
Brendan, thank you. Great call. I liked what he did. I give him a 4 for the Steph needs to get Buddy healed quick. Get it? Healed. Like Healed.
Buddy was so good. I mean, all of us are thinking the same thing. Are you kidding me? He's having back-to-back unreal performances. Look, no one is going to say that.
And you all doubted him.
Thompson.
Yeah.
But it gave you vibes of what Clay would give you where he's just go unconscious at times during these playoff games. It's like he couldn't miss.
Who was the most impressive Warrior yesterday? I'll just say Warrior because it could have been Steve Kerr, the head coach. Hey, hell, Jerry Stackhouse. That defense for the Warriors yesterday was incredible. Ron Adams, if you want to say him. 888-957-9570 is the number to call or text. In the meantime, it is time for the injury report.
You know, they got KD, but we got Jaden McDaniels.
I just threw that to you. I just threw it. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, no.
I love how he gave you the one finger up.
That one time for the one time?
It's like me when I'm cooking eggs for LJ. 1 minute. They'll be ready in 1 minute.
Don't do that to Michelle. She'll get mad. No, the female partners do not like when you put the one finger up when you tell them to give me a minute. They do not like that. I'll tell you that. You know what else I don't like? The Stephen Curry hamstring injury. And he's under the microscope today. He left in the second quarter of last night's win with what was diagnosed as a hamstring strain. An MRI will provide more information today, but Steve Kerr said he expects the Warriors to be without Steph for at least game 2, but a longer absence is very possible. The injury report was brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. And what's coming up with the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good. We got Anthony, we got Jay, we got T-Stuck, we got Jeb in Jersey. We got all the calls. We're halfway home on a hump day here in the Bay. Warriors 99, T-Wolves 88. They take a 1-0 series lead. Again, all road teams thus far have got the wins in these playoffs. First time in NBA history, Joe, that all 4 road teams got the win in the Western or Eastern Conference semis. Pretty incredible. So we'll discuss that all show long. It's Spadoni, it's Shasky. And it's the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game. I wish mine was as thick as Pat Spencer.
Happy hump day, people. Happy hump day.
Let's go. Halfway home here on a hump day in the Bay. It's Spadoni. It's Shasky. We're rolling, baby. We're reacting to a 99-88 victory in Game 1 of the West semifinals between the Golden State Warriors and Minnesota Timberwolves. But hanging over all of that is the Stephen Curry injury. Left early in the second quarter due to a hamstring strain, was quickly ruled out, and we await the MRI results. Whenever that has taken place, we will get those results to you when we get that information. But Pat Spencer stepped up. Buddy Hield stepped up. Kevon Looney, every single player that played yesterday, Draymond Green, Jimmy Buckets, Steve Kerr, I thought had a masterclass in coaching yesterday after coming off a masterclass in coaching in Game 7 of the Rockets series. So there is so much baked into this game and to now this series that we're reacting to all day long, and we want to hear from the people. And it's the same number to call or text, 888-957-9570. Joe, we're halfway home here, and we're going to talk about that Stephen Curry injury and how it takes part and how things have to be adjusted going forward for both sides, whether it's the Warriors or Timberwolves going forward. But it was a game they needed to win. After you build a 23-point lead, and especially with the loss of Stephen Curry, they needed that victory. It would have been demoralizing as all hell coming in this morning. Losing Steph and then losing that lead and losing that game would have been the biggest of all gut punches, if you will. But the fact that they won that game provides you at least some breathing room going forward. Not to say that they can't win some of these games without him, because I do think they can, because you do have Jimmy Butler for that reason. It's going to be difficult. It's going to be hard, but they needed that win and they got it.
It's just an all-time win for them. And the two guys. First, I think it's arguably the best offensive and defensive and emotional controlled game Draymond Green has played, given the circumstances and given the stakes, since Game 7, 2016, Father's Day against the Cleveland Cavaliers.
It's always fun game.
Where he was just outstanding against LeBron James and outplayed him for huge stretches of that game. And then Steve Kerr. You can make an argument without Steph Curry, given that it's the second round, you're on the road, you're doing it with so little bit of rest, with so few guys coming out of the Rocket series playing well, and to play 9 guys in the first quarter and basically 12 guys overall, and all of them played. It wasn't just like a token, hey, go sub in and foul somebody for 10 seconds. Everyone played. His usage of timeouts, his lineup combinations, his sense for the moment, his ability to allow guys to play through a couple of mistakes, i.e. Jonathan Kuminga early on, to weather the storm and the gut punch of what we knew was coming in that fourth quarter. We knew they were going to make a run. For them to bottle up Anthony Edwards in that first half as well as they did, the strategies on zone defense, their ability to figure out ways to get Buddy Hield open, their inbound plays. They had a sideline inbound play that was unreal to get them a backdoor layup. I thought it was the finest coaching job, arguably, in Steve Kerr's career. And he's had so many of them. I'm not here to say it's the best one by far and everything pales in comparison, but it's got a case to be one of the greatest moments and greatest nights of Steve Kerr's career. And if they end up finding a way to win this series, I will remember Game 1, not just for weathering the storm of Steph Curry, not just for Draymond's excellence or Buddy Hield's excellence, the way Steve Kerr pulled all the levers.
And we talked about it heading into the series yesterday, Joe, the coaching matchup, because I thought Ime Udoka actually he did a hell of a job in that Rocket series. The X's and O's, the mixing and matching, knowing his team is offensively challenged at times, but just leaning into that defense and that dog mentality. I thought he was incredible. I think Chris Finch, as you've alluded to, is a hell of a coach, but I'm taking Steve Kerr all day, every day of the week, of the year, whatever, over any other coach that's remaining, over the Joe Mazzulos, over the Dagnalts, over the Adelmans, who's an interim head coach, over Chris Finch, over anyone. Kenny Atkinson, right? By the way, kiss of death is whenever you win Coach of the Year. More often than not, you're probably not going to win the title or it happens. And the Cavs are now down 2-0. We got to get to that at some point. At the end of the show, it's all Warriors related.
We'll see.
But there was, oh my God, the Tyrese Halliburton play, because it was leading into the Warriors game, and I think when the Warriors game even started, we didn't even get to see it because they had to shift it to NBA TV. That Cavs Pacers game, but incredible games overall yesterday. Night capped with that Golden State Warriors win over the Minnesota Timberwolves, and they got Anthony Edwards. and we got Pat Spencer. And I want to hear from the people today, 888-957-9570.
Such a satisfying win. And look, obviously the cloud of Curry and figuring out what's going to happen with him, it looms large over everything. And I understand that, like, if he's out for enough time, there's a lid on what your expectations are going to be.
And we're joined by Dr. Narav Pandya, UCSF Health, R95.7 The Game Injury Insider. And we have some cuts here that we're going to play if you missed any of that interview. He talked all things hamstring, the injury, the timetables, grade 1 versus grade 2, all of that in the 7 o'clock hour. And you could find that entire interview on our Odyssey app or on YouTube, which is powered by First NorCal Credit Union. For a low-rate auto loan, apply online or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer. We are coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk, righteously brewed here in San Francisco. And it is a Warriors Wednesday brought to you by Friedman's Appliance. Come see their full selection of in-stock luxury appliances and live working vignettes. Visit Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill today. We got a lot of phone calls, and we're going to get to you in a second. But to your point, the Steve Kerr coaching decisions yesterday, and I do love when we get to playoff time, we get to get those little snippets in between breaks of the broadcast of him talking to his team and him coaching them up, because I do think it gets lost more so in any other sport because it's so player driven in the NBA, the coaching. It's like, oh, how much does coaching really matter? I mean, how many times do we joke that, LeBron is the coach, not JJ Redick, or LeBron's always the coach. It's not Ty Lue. But coaching does matter when it comes to not just the X's and O's, but when to take timeouts, as you alluded to earlier, just stopping the momentum. And I thought he did a great job of that yesterday when Minnesota hit just a couple shots. And that comes from where? The Greg Popovich school of thought. Pop was so good, he wasn't letting you get back in a game.
No.
He was just going to do a quick timeout if you make 2 shots in a row.
And Steve never really liked to do that. He kind of let you play through mistakes.
Phil Jackson, which is what Phil used to do all the time.
I love this aspect. He kept saying what I was saying with the boss. We did a Spaces at halftime. You got to push the tempo. You got to push the tempo. Don't let Gobert set up defensively. And you could hear Steve Kerr in the timeout when they did the mic'd up. Guys, we got to get out and run. We got to get out and run. We got to get out and run.
Yep.
And I think that one of the things that I'm looking at, like, hey, things to clean up, you absolutely have to get into your sets quicker. You have to get and initiate offense much faster moving forward. But I'm not mad at them milking clock with a 20-point lead in this one. I think, being shell-shocked because of the Curry absence, it was just find a way to win the game. Find a way to win the game and move on. But it wasn't just Minnesota shooting point. They caused 11 straight misses to start the second quarter. They caused over and over and over again. Buddy Hield open 3. Draymond Green open 3. Draymond Green open 3. Here, let me draw a charge. Here, let me draw a charge. Their defense on Edwards was calculated. At times, they ran doubles. At times, they went zone. At times, they sagged off him and dared him to shoot. I mean, eventually, he got his. And there were some silly fouls with some and ones where you're like, wow, that guy he's strong and he's excellent.
Buddy Hield and Draymond Green from beyond the arc combined for 9 of 18. 50%. 50% shooting. Look, 9 of 18 from those. If you're going to get that from those two players, and again, you're not every single game, and you juxtapose that with what Minnesota was doing, the only guy that could shoot anything was Naz Reid, and he was only 3 of 7. They were 5 of 29 overall. And in their last 2 games, I just got to say this because it's an incredible stat. Their last 2 games, going back to that Lakers series, the Minnesota Timberwolves from beyond the arc, 12 of 76. That is the worst 2-game stretch in the history of the NBA playoffs from beyond the arc with over 50 attempts. And maybe the Boston Celtics could break that when they play tonight. So we'll see.
Look, who knows if they'll shoot better, even on contested shots. Like, we will see. We will definitely see. The Warriors did a great job rebounding. All the guards were rebounding. Looney did a great job situationally rebounding.
Yeah, that one off DiVincenzo, I keep remembering.
Was incredible.
Just rebounding and throwing off.
It was incredible.
IQ, man.
And for me, it was their resiliency to respond time and time again. Kuminga, after basically having just fallen asleep off ball, draws 2 fouls on Naz Reid, which kind of slowed down his aggression. And I know we could nitpick the Kuminga thing. I actually feel really good about Jonathan Kuminga coming out of this game. I think that, we're seeing a little bit of, confidence being built. They're going to need him. I'm not saying he's a 40-minute-a-night guy, but I think that you're going to need his 12 to 15 points, and you're going to need him drawing fouls. He hit free throws. He hit a 3. They need Moody. Moody shot the ball very poorly in this game. I think if things settle down, maybe he's a factor. Maybe Quentin Post can be more of a factor. Pods has got to find his shot. There's a lot that they can clean up, but the effort, the energy, the boxing out, they got good looks in this game.
I'm glad you used that word effort, because Chris Finch head coach of the Minnesota Timberwolves. This is interesting. I'm just seeing this on my board right now. He called out the effort of his best player and his star player yesterday, Anthony Edwards. Take a listen to this. Chris Finch, head coach of the Minnesota Timberwolves, calling out Anthony Edwards.
You mentioned kind of the energy, the spirit starts with Ant. Is that something that you and he talk about maybe ahead of game 2 now?
No, I mean, what is there to talk about? I mean, you're the leader of the team, and you got to come out and set the tone, in all ways that happens. And if your shot's not going, like you still have to carry the energy, So, I don't think there's, if I got to talk to guys about having the right energy coming into opening second round game, then, we're not on the same page.
That is concerning if I'm waking up this morning as a Minnesota Timberwolves fan, because your star player doesn't have the effort in game 1 of the Western Conference semis. Yikes. I would never question that with the Steve Kerr coach team. Although, maybe we did question it in game 5 last week. Look, I'll take a step back there. But again, he's young, and that's part of this. And they did have experience last year. They did get to the Western Conference semis. But maybe I did. Maybe I did underestimate the rest first rust factor in all of this. I didn't think it was going to be that big of a deal. But clearly, the proof is in the pudding. I mean, 4-0 the road teams in the Western Conference semis. That's the first time ever.
I think it's just random occurrence.
Is it? You don't think there's any rest versus rust in any of those? Because a lot of those teams, like OKC, was resting for a long time. Cleveland, resting for a long time, right?
OKC, situational basketball down the stretch is what cost them.
It was horrible.
Okay, last night, situational basketball for Cleveland. They were in control of that game.
You don't think it was just, these are mental errors for a younger team?
Well, I just think that more than anything, it's just situational basketball.
You know what? I'll say that for those 3 teams, for the Celtics, for the Cavaliers and the Thunder, I thought they blew it more than the other teams won it. Like, Celtics had a 20-point lead. Like, the Cavs had a huge double-digit. Those ones for sure.
It could have easily been the Warriors last night when that lead started kind of, slowly getting chipped away at. Jimmy Butler took his time, methodically, got a couple middies. Yeah. They had a couple of nice putbacks. Buddy Hield hit a big shot. They got stops, right?
7 offensive rebounds for Jimmy Butler. 7!
I just thought they did a great job collectively on Gobert. Now that we've seen one game, we would all admit, as much as we want to criticize, Gobert's a load. Yeah. He is very difficult to box out. He causes huge problems. He could score around the rim. He's a very good player. You can play him off the floor, but he's a very good player. And I think without Curry in the next couple of games, if he's out, let's just say a couple games, Gobert's going to be more of a factor. He will be able to play to close out games.
Anthony is in Marin, also joining the conversation. 888-957-9570. The phone lines and the text lines are open at 888-957-9570. What are we feeling today? It's a simple question. The emotions. It was an emotional game. You lose Steph Curry, but you win it. How long are you going to be without Steph? There's so much baked into it, but more importantly, the Warriors are up 1-0 in the series. Anthony, good morning. How we feeling, man?
What a great day to be in the Bay, and I love you guys, and you bring so much energy to such a great win, so thank you guys for what you do as well.
Hey, we appreciate that.
One quick comment on Steve Kerr, masterclass yet again in coaching. We all love to armchair coach, but man, he just proves every game of working those chess pieces and dealing with the game. And I think last night was just another example of that.
I totally agree. And I feel like he's evolved as a coach in front of our eyes in the last 4 months.
Hey, Anthony, it said you had a Pat Spencer nickname. I wanted to hear the nickname.
My fault.
No, it's not your fault. Yeah, I thought he was going to lead with that.
What was it?
I don't know what it was. Now I'm going to be thinking about it, the Pat Spencer nicknames, But I did like, who was it, Nick at Berkeley calling him
Reno 911 was one that one of my buddies keeps calling him.
Oh, who was that? Lieutenant J.
The
Daigle?
nickname was going to be Cal Fire. Because he looks like one of those Cal firemen.
It's too close to home with the actual fires.
And when you're on a team with Fitz's boy, the Human Torch, it's going to be difficult to be called Cal Fire because you put out fires. I
like Cat Spencer. Cat. He's a cat. Jay in the Bay.
Jay Cat.
Thank you. Jay in the Bay. I'm not going to say what's up, man, because I think I've said that 3 times in a row when I've had you on, Jay in the Bay. Female caller. So good morning, Jay in the Bay. How are we feeling about yesterday's win?
Hey, how are you this morning?
Oh, we're doing great.
I'm flying. I'm fabulous.
Yeah, that win last night was good, man. Looney showed experience, his championship experience. He kind of calmed things down with his assistant plays and stuff. And Pat Spencer's a beast. I got to give that man props. The only thing I'm worried about of that Pods and Moody, they got to chill with them bricks, though, because we cannot afford to throw up empty possessions without Steph in the game. That will hurt us tremendously. Draymond, be the floor general. Buddy, you Steph, man, handle it. We need playoff Jimmy. We don't need good player Jimmy. We need playoff Jimmy, and hold it down. JK, GP, rim runners. If you can't shoot the three, get your butt in the middle, do some layups, do some fouls, get some free throws. We could do this, guys. Let's win
I'm
this.
with you. I'm not ready to wave any white flags, and no one says it's going to be easy.
No.
It's an uphill battle. But I'm not just going to lay down, excuse me. GP2, oh, God, he had one foul on Edwards. It was just like so bad.
I thought he had a good game overall.
No,
though,
I know, but I
GP2.
think late in the game, you can't be giving up the blow-bys and then the really nonchalant foul for the easy and one for someone as good as Anthony Edwards.
Tough matchup.
You know,
for him.
Draymond tried to do it too. If you're going to foul that guy, like, you got to really foul him hard because he's so strong. Draymond had like him locked up almost in like a bear hug, and he still got the shot off and got the and one. But I want to give GP2 his credit. He hit a huge three. Yeah. Nothing but net. And like they were searching for offense at that point.
8 points for him overall, 5 rebounds and 4 assists for GP2, plus 2 of those
great
boards were offensive for him, and he had a steal. So I thought it was overall pretty good game from Gary Payton II. Who are you giving your game ball to in yesterday's win? It could be the coach, it could be Steve Kerr, it could be Jimmy Buckets, Buddy Hield, obviously, or is it Cat Spencer? Some are calling, and this one's mean. But I got to say it. I mean, someone on the Boxer and Gerson injury attorneys. Where is it? I got to get it right. Boxer and Gerson work injury attorneys text line, paying the bills here. Someone's saying Luka Doncic has a new nickname, and it's Fat Spencer. That's mean, people. We don't do that on this show. Come on. What are we doing? Come on.
Looney was so good last night.
Well, Loon Dog.
When Dre got the fifth foul, he had to go to the bench, and I thought that they stole so many minutes with Looney. And what I mean by stealing is like they just salvaged. You knew with your Hall of Famer and no Curry on the floor, your other Hall of Famer, Draymond Green, was extremely important. And when he had 5 fouls, you had to go to the bench. You had to stabilize things. And I just thought that Looney got so many extra possessions and ended possessions for them via the blocking out of Gobert. Looney was amazing. Vintage Kevon Looney last night.
Josh is in Dallas, wants to join the conversation, 888-957-9570. Josh, good morning. How are you feeling about yesterday's win, man?
Yes, sir. This right here is what I'm talking about. Hey, I loved every minute of the game. I'm sad that Steph Curry went out, but this right here is what's going to win us this series. When we actually get ready to look at the benches, I don't think Minnesota benches compares to the Warriors benches. When you start talking about points off the bench, I don't really think Minnesota is ready for that. Minnesota is a great team, don't get me wrong, but Anthony Edwards, I do got a message for you. Do not call that a championship team if you're not ready. And I one more thing I got to say, y'all. Warriors in 5. I don't really think. I really do not think that the Wolves is that type of team like Houston who can actually give you that run. I don't think really don't think they're a team. We not the Lakers.
Hey, Josh.
We are the Warriors.
Josh, if Stephen Curry's out for a few games, are you still using that prediction?
Yes, I'm still keeping it because I really do not think that the Wolves gives us that type of energy, that type of work as what Houston gave us.
It's a little aggressive for my take.
We were talking
personally, I think it's a little aggressive, but I love the mindset.
I mentioned this earlier in the show, and I'm feeling the same way I felt, and I'm hearing from fans, and that's fine. We were talking about the same thing after that Warriors Game 1 win over the Houston Rockets. We were like, wow, the Warriors didn't even play well, and they won comfortably because Houston was just so awful offensively. And that series ended up going 7 games, and Jimmy Butler missed one of the games, and Stephen Curry's going to miss one of these games. So things are going to change in these series that we're not, like Minnesota could have a huge offensive output next game, and then maybe your views change. But I'm not telling you can't feel that way. And the confidence, you're loving the confidence, absolutely. Things are going to change, though. I think we saw probably the worst that we're going to see Minnesota offensively, and some of that was to do with the Warriors, and a lot of that you heard from Chris Finch there was the effort from their star player, and he was calling them out after one game. And I do think that bodes well for the Warriors, just leaning on their veterans and their experience. But he was talking about the bench in there, Joe, like saying that he doesn't think Minnesota has the bench to compete with the Warriors. Well, the Warriors bench is going to have to step up even more so because they had 19 points off the bench yesterday. And just one player for the Minnesota Timberwolves off the bench had 19 points alone. That was Naz Reid. So, again.
He's the guy you want to stop off the bench.
Yes, that is exactly. And he had 19 points, and it felt like he was getting going. As much as Anthony Edwards was getting going, Naz Reid was starting that run, too.
I feel like Naz Reid, I fear, in terms of efficiency and momentum, way more than Julius Randle.
His size. Yeah, absolutely.
I just keep coming back to this totally different matchup than the Rockets. The Rockets matchup was just, for a variety of reasons, it was so much more difficult to get better looks.
But can you give me this? After game one, we were all feeling a little arrogant.
Yeah, but it was way more physical.
It's just odd to me after coming out of this game against the Minnesota Timberwolves, knowing you're going to be without Stephen Curry potentially for a couple games, and we're this confident. I don't know
because more ancillary players.
I don't want to sound like I don't want to sound like a wet blanket here.
No, but the non-Steph minutes in the Rocket series were putrid.
Again, we saw this team without Jimmy Butler against the Rockets win because Stephen Curry is out there.
Yeah, but it's not Steph.
Exact. Well,
yeah, but in this game, without Steph, you got great looks. So that's why I think this is different. I think the non-Steph minutes against Houston and their defense is different. Would you agree with me that their perimeter defense is better? Houston Rockets?
Sure. They're better. I still think the Warriors were held to 99 points overall. Like, let's not act like Minnesota wasn't doing good things defensively at times, too. They had a big lead. They built it.
Yeah,
I think it was more so to do Minnesota's offense was putrid. And again, give credit to the Golden State Warriors.
Played 70% of this game without Steph. I think 99 points is freaking amazing.
Sure.
Amazing.
Sure. But that might be the watermark going forward, too. Is 99 points going to be good enough in game 2? Is it going to be good enough in game 3?
Well, are they going to score? Our defense is sustainable. I do think our defense on Ant Edwards, although he got his in the second half, I actually do think it's sustainable. Yeah, I think we're going to throw more at him.
I do think I'd trust Minnesota's offense going forward more than I would Golden State Warriors offense without Stephen Curry. I do. Maybe you guys think I'm a hater. I'm not trying to be a hater. I'm just saying, it's a good game 1 win. They needed this win. They did. Without Stephen Curry, I got some questions. We're going to react to
If there were no Jimmy Butler, I would feel way more like you are. But I'm telling you, with Jimmy and Dre and the way Dre played yesterday, he clearly realizes what's at stake and there's no messing around. And I also think Steve Kerr is just on it right now. He is just on it. He is playing in his bag on rookie mode.
888-957-9570. Your concern level going forward if the Warriors have to miss Stephen Curry for an extended period of time. We can get into that. What are some of the adjustments we're going to see in game 2 where Steph is most likely not going to play in that game? He's dealing with a hamstring strain. We'll play some Doc Pondia sound, who joined us earlier to talk about said hamstring strain. We'll hear from Jimmy. We'll hear from Buddy. We'll hear from Coach Kerr, Gary Payton, all of them. It's Spadoni, it's Chasky. We're rolling, baby. Warriors up 1-0, and it's brought to you by Safeway.
Cade in the corner. Can't shoot. Over to Butler. 3 to shoot. Pulls up. Takes a deep 3. It's up. He banked it home. The Bank of Minneapolis is open late tonight for all the playoff action. 69-53.
Yo, what do you do? It's your boy Pilo, and this is the Morning Roast with Joe Spadoshi and the Butcher Boy. Let's go.
Hey, shout out Pilo, who performed over the weekend at the Oakland Coliseum for the Roots game against the Sacramento FC Sacramento Republic. Pilo for Asian American Pacific Islander Month, which is in May. So shout out Pilo. Shout out the Warriors 99-88 win over the Minnesota Timberwolves. And this song is called Feel Good Inc., the rejoin. Shout out Carter, Gorillas. I'm feeling good about the win, Joe Shasky. I'm not feeling so good about the loss potentially of one Stephen Curry. Is that okay to feel that way this morning if I wake up? I can feel a little bit of both if I'm a fan. Like, God, that was a great win. The relief that we won it. We were able to hang on. But, man, this injury of Steph Curry, I don't know. I'm concerned. I mean,
of course. He's one of the greatest players ever.
Yes.
Of course you're going to feel some kind of way. I would feel way worse if you didn't have Jimmy. If you just look at all their advanced metrics throughout the playoffs in general, plus minus, offensive rating, defensive rating. Yes, Curry is extremely impactful for winning, and he's a best part of all of those combinations, those lineups. Jimmy is the guy who gives them their best numbers. On defense, on offense, there's no doubt Steph is a huge, huge factor. And it's going to correlate to everything they do. But I'm just kind of going through game to game and Steph's plus minus and what the rest of the team in the non-Steph minutes, what their plus minuses are. And I think my big takeaway is that when Steph wasn't on the floor, and I'll keep it as simple as possible, forget the numbers. When Steph wasn't on the floor against the Rockets, the Warriors were at a big disadvantage. In this game the other day, yesterday, Steph was, I'm looking at it right here, a plus 10, all right? A plus 10. No, you ended up winning the game by 11. You were a plus 1, essentially, in the non-Curry minutes.
Yeah.
And my personal belief, they milked the clock, and they were playing the clock as their friend, but I just thought the shots they got when Curry wasn't there, even in that fourth quarter, as bad as it looked, were significantly better than what they got in the Rockets series. I think they can play different defensive combinations. The Moody GP2 Looney lineup, which is very stagnant offensively. You can get away with that against Minnesota, more so than you could against Houston.
888-957-9570. Are you feeling better about the win in game one, or are you feeling worse about the potential loss of one Steph Curry? 888-957-9570 is the number. Let's go out to David, who's in Denver, wants to join in the conversation. David, good morning. How are we feeling, man?
Oh, man, of course I want to see Steph in there all the time. That's kind of a given. And I'm going to be a little bit of the negative Nancy and nitpicker, but that's just because I think that this team can go all the way. And so what I want to nitpick on is a couple things. And one is, guys, the T-Wolves played horribly last night.
Of course.
I'm not taking away the effort and all the good stuff. I'm glad that we pulled it out. But they played horrible. They shot horrible. And so I'm looking forward, as if that's not going to happen again, and as if we're not going to have Steph. A couple things on my mind is, one, if I see Jimmy, and I love Jimmy, best acquisition maybe ever for the Warriors. If I see him go and pass outside one more time when he's wide open under the hoop, I'm going to pull my hair out. He's got to stop doing that. We need that scoring now, especially now. We need the scoring. Moses Moody, dude, don't look good, man. Those weren't just misses. Those were some heavy bricks last night. And I feel like that's been going on for a few games. So I'm like, Kerr, can we do something else there, man? The guy seems like a good dude. I'm just saying, we can't be having that, like the caller previous said. We can't be having those kind of bricks right now against this team, because I don't believe Minnesota's going to play the same way again like they did last night. The other thing, and this is just my thoughts, or I'm going to get you guys' thoughts. Trace Jackson Davis, is there something maybe I don't know, because I love Looney, all that he brings. I know he's great. I've been rooting for that dude for a long time, but those little alley-oops that Trace Jackson, he would be getting. I remember last year seeing that a lot. He's more active. He's more athletic. Why can't we see a little bit of him just in this series with the other bigs that they got?
I would hear you. Well, I would hear you, and I thought Looney was awesome.
Yeah.
And it went beyond the numbers. I thought Looney was awesome. I don't know what. Again, maybe we were just watching it differently. I'm not trying to rip him, but like I was not asking for Trayce Jackson-Davis. I thought Looney was spectacular. I thought Draymond was spectacular. I thought collectively this team boxed out. I mean, you saw Pat Spencer, Podziemski rebounding. You saw early in the game, Curry was rebounding. The guards were rebounding. I thought they did a great job collectively offsetting the load of Randall and Gobert.
Yeah, I'm not sure if this is the series for Trayce Jackson-Davis, to be honest. I'm not sure about that one. Maybe he gets dusted off a time or two. Maybe he gets a look. It's a very long...
Yeah,
again, we said the same. We said the same thing as Kuminga last series against the Rockets, and he had Game 7, you go to Kuminga, right? So there's going to be opportunities for everyone. Again, shout out Pat Spencer, who's making the most of his opportunities. We were talking about a lot today. Your biggest takeaway from yesterday's win is what with some of these players and some of their performances, 888-957-9570. But I thought Looney in 14 minutes, you look at the box score, it's not sexy, but the big thing, whenever you look at the box score for Looney, is the rebounds, always. 2 of those offensive, 4 total, but 2 of those offensive rebounds were huge down the stretch for this team. And again, Looney... What I know about him, and more so over than Trayce Jackson-Davis, again, the guy's he's a rookie when it comes to the playoffs. I know he's a second-year player, but a rookie when it comes to the playoffs. Like, Looney's played a lot of big games, a lot of them, and that is just something you can't teach in big moments and big opportunities. He's not gonna show up small, and he didn't yesterday.
How many big second chance possessions did he get for them in the fourth quarter? When clock was your friend, and getting a better look.
Yep.
Was something that you absolutely needed to have.
He had a couple of them.
All right.
Huge.
And I thought that although he didn't get enough rebounds, his shot altering around the rim and allowing someone else to get a rebound because he's boxing out with Gobert was spectacular.
And you have to do that against a team like that who has size and athleticism. We had 18 offensive rebounds as a team yesterday.
Jimmy
18.
was flying in.
Buddy Hield had 4 of them. Buddy Hield, Jimmy Butler. And I loved the podium game yesterday. I want to play some of the sound. Jimmy and Buddy because they're besties, man. They should be a sitcom.
Such a bromance.
It's hilarious. I love every single second of them. And here, let's play some of it because we haven't even talked about it. How have I buried the lead here? We mentioned it, I think, once. The wardrobe malfunction? What the hell was that?
I don't even know.
The wrong shorts? Is he going all Brandon Ayuk?
I don't even
know. How do you have the wrong shorts?
I don't even know.
And then they had to stop the game and it goes to commercial. I was like, what the hell just happened? They were making fun of him. Stan Van Gundy on the broadcast was talking about, I've never seen that in my entire career. And Stan Van's been a coach for a very long time. It's like, yeah, I've never seen anything like that. Here's Jimmy and Buddy Hield talking about it after the game.
Buddy, what happened with the wardrobe malfunction?
Jimmy switched it out. It was Jimmy's fault. Okay. Jimmy switched it out, and that's what happens. I was looking for my shorts, and I thought it was right. When he said, yo, put these on, it was right. And that was the...
That's what you're going with?
Yeah, I'm going with Jimmy. It was Jimmy's fault. His locker is next to my locker. I was looking for my shorts. He said, yo, why can't I have my shorts? Oh, it's here. And I put them on, and it looked just alike. And after that, got a fine for it. So it's cool. It was Jimmy's fault. Blame Jimmy.
Buddy Hield is the way he just talks is hilarious. It's so fast. It's so obvious he's from the Bahamas. He's got a little bit of accent there, but he just has so much energy and plays with so much joy. And it does rub off on a guy like Jimmy Butler. He loves it. And they're going at each other like bickering brothers. And that's what Gary Payton called them, I guess. And here's Jimmy and Buddy talking about that.
Gary compared you to bickering brothers. And you're the little annoying brother and you're the older brother.
And what Gary is?
I don't know. Maybe he's the middle brother.
The clumsy one. Always doing the dumbest stuff ever.
You literally wore the wrong shorts. The audacity.
Right. You call someone else dumb? You're the one that forgot your shorts, bro. Oh, listen, we're laughing about it now because they won. Had they not, it would have been like, yeah, what the hell was that? Like what are we doing? But they won, so it was funny. It's okay. What'd you think about that? When you saw that, Joe? You just turned the game on and there's a stoppage because of the shorts. Like, what?
Well, no, I was watching on TNT. I don't know about everyone else. And they had the Indiana game on and they didn't flex to the other game.
Oh, I was streaming through HBO Max. So if you have an HBO Max subscription, you can just go right to that game. I think you do.
Yeah, so I know, but I was on TNT.
No, just do that next time. Just go to the app, the Max, and it could go right to it.
And then they flipped over, and then there was like 10 minutes to go, 10 minutes in the first quarter, and then they did like a replay of exactly what happened.
Right. No, so it was just, you wouldn't even catch
bizarre.
it. Okay. The whole thing was very odd. 888-957-9570, though. At the end of the day, it was Buddy Hield and Jimmy Butler. That tandem, it is insane, just taking a step back, that these last 2 games that have been just huge, the last game of last series and the first game of this one now in the Western Conference semis, like Buddy Hield's been like the best player, like the most consistent player, maybe not the best because Steph obviously was huge that second half. but the most consistent player has been Buddy Hield offensively. The most consistent player, the definition of inconsistency all season long has been Buddy Hield, but the most consistent player in their biggest games of the season has been him. It's just insane. But I appreciate it.
Can I just, are we that surprised? We watched a guy in Andrew.
Yes, I'm surprised. Yes. He's been not good for most of the year.
Andrew Wiggins' entire career was mired in, wow, this guy cannot be consistent. And then with this team, in this organization, during the playoffs, flipped the switch and was the most consistent 2 months of his career.
Sure.
So I can't
he
get
was an all-star, though. He was an all-star that season.
But he was also a big-time player at Oklahoma.
Yeah, but he's been a bench player for most of this year. He's been off the bench, and he's been a starter now.
There's no doubt.
That's insane.
I hear you, but we're not asking him to carry the team for 2 months. We're asking him, have a series.
No, he's carried the team the last 2 games is what I'm saying. Like, that's incredible.
It is, but like if I step back, I'm also like, it's not that crazy. I watched TJ Warren turn into Michael Jordan in the bubble. Like, these things do happen. They do. I watched Cody Ross in a playoff series turn into Superman. I'm not saying it is incredible, but it's not out of the realm of possibility is I guess where I'm going with this.
Here's more from Jimmy Butler and Buddy Hield talking about them going at each other back and forth.
Fred VanVleet, who you could name 1,000 players before you get to.
All-star.
He had the ball in his hand in Game 7, and you were saying to yourself, oh my God, don't let him shoot. Right?
Yes. Yes, well, because we've also seen him in big shots and big opportunities in the finals prior. But again, it's Fred VanVleet.
Then came out of nowhere.
Yep, absolutely. That's what players do. And again, Buddy Hield, he is still, it's him and Stephen Curry, the best, the most three-pointers made since what, 5-6 years, whatever that stat is. It's those two. And here's more of Jimmy and Buddy going back and forth.
Draymond mentioned that you two guys were kind of going back and forth in the huddle even. Do you feed off? I mean, we've seen you guys go back and forth. You're doing it right now.
Ask him why we going back and forth.
Why were you going back and forth?
Because when you know what, I'm not going to say exactly what I say in the locker room, but when I got a mismatch in the post, don't cut it. Stay on the perimeter.
If you got a mismatch, you ain't going to score the ball.
I am going to score the ball. I can't score the ball when you cut into my space. You're a shooter. You're not even a cutter.
Bro, you seen it score the ball.
You saw what happened when you shot a layup in the first quarter? Smokey Robinson, that's exactly what you did. Use the backboard, too.
He used the backboard, too. That's good stuff.
When this team is loose, man.
It's great.
When they're loose.
And that's what that tells me. Again, we'll play some more sound from the Minnesota angle because I did think it was hilarious after the game because they also had, who was it? It was Jaden McDaniels, it was Anthony Edwards and Julius Randle all sitting next to each other at the podium. And they asked him about this, they told him it was the worst 2-game shooting stretch from beyond the arc in the history of the NBA. So we'll get to that in a second. But it just goes to show camaraderie goes a long way. And the fact that these two are that tight and that Jimmy Butler has ingratiated himself on this team this early, it's pretty crazy. And also Buddy Hield, this is his first season with the team. And he's already a fan favorite, which is crazy. Now you got to be a fan favorite. You got to have some big moments and big games to be a fan favorite. And he's done that, so that's helped. But I don't think anyone's ever hated on Buddy Hield like this. No. He's just had such a good attitude, and that matters.
But journeymen in the playoffs, pick the sport. They go on a run.
Yeah.
Marco Scudero is a journeyman. I mean, stuff happens in these playoffs, and all it takes is 2 or 3 games, and you become this otherworldly playoff performer. It's bizarre how that will happen.
Let's go to the phones, 888-957-9570. Let's go to Brian in Palo Alto.
What's up, BPA?
I know he's feeling great after that win. Brian, good morning.
Good morning. Yeah, it's just it's pretty joyous. I mean, in my opinion, this is one of the most satisfying wins of this entire run. I have 10 years to win on the road as an underdog on short rest and lose Steph in the first quarter is insane. And to me, it's just what Kerr and I'll give the entire organization credit, Lake Up, everybody, but what they've built is pretty special. And I don't know how the series plays out from here, but man, Kerr, this is the best coaching of Kerr's career right now, which is saying something, but, yeah, he really is an all-time great to be able to coach that team through to a win yesterday. It's insane.
Hey,
it's so impressive. And if they could squeeze out one more win before Steph, hopefully Steph can come back. I think they're going to win the series. You know, could they squeeze out a home win? Anyways, yeah.
I totally agree. BPA, you know, it's like his usage of timeouts, his lineup combinations, his willingness to play 9 guys in the first quarter, stopping any momentum or the crowd, you know, fervor with timeouts, great inbound plays, having Looney come in late in the game for Draymond Green, who's got 5 fouls. Like, you pick the way, like, however you want to look at it. He was amazing yesterday, Steve Kerr, in terms of pulling every single lever.
By the way, the guy who called in complaining about Looney for TJD, I mean, Looney like looked like he found the fountain of Looney yesterday. He was transformed. I mean, he was fantastic. Like, you know, and I think even Kerr was like willing to bring out JK and play him minutes, right? And like not about his ego or anything else. You know, like it's just what they have. Draymond, Kerr, this group collectively, like the only comp from a local sports standpoint is Joe.
Yep.
You know, Joe and Bill Walsh. That's it.
Yep.
Historically, and not Steve Young, by the way. Steve was not Joe, by the way, for the history buffs. I see him thrown into the mix there, but Joe, something about him, you know, in the biggest moments and the brightest lights, they were at their absolute best and calmest. And these guys, that's it. It's just the Warriors, the Steph Warriors, Kerr, and the Montana Walsh Niners. Those are the only comps from a greatness in this area. Have a great day, guys.
Great point. Thanks, and like the aura, like I was thinking about it last night. If that was the Miami Heat, you know, everyone would say around the whole country,
Heat culture.
That's a Heat culture win.
Right.
That's what that was last night. Like it was a Warrior culture win. And it's obviously like Draymond Green, who I've traded him away. I've crushed him. I've praised him. You know, I've given him all of the emotions. I just thought yesterday when the team needed him the most, he was so awesome on defense. He was so awesome on offense. They needed scoring. He hit shots. They needed facilitating. He did that. They needed him not to turn the ball over and get caught up with the officials. He did that. We needed him not to kind of get in the mix with, you know, silly stuff with Gobert. He did that. He even separated a fight between Jimmy Butler and Dante DiVincenzo. You know, like, if we're going to, and I'm like the first person, I'm admitting it. Like, if I'm going to sit here and scrutinize every little thing with Draymond Green the last couple of years, man, the guy deserves all the praise. With Curry out, he stepped up when this team needed it the most. He hit, I wrote it down right here. To start that third quarter, you could feel like Minnesota knew this is second quarter, excuse me. Mm-hmm. You could feel they knew it was very important for them to get off. Boom, immediate stop by Draymond. Draymond, wide open 3, bang. And then they get announced later on in the quarter. It's announced, Curry's out, damn. Now Reed's hurt. Boom, Draymond layup. Yeah. Like, he could sense the moment and how important it was, and he was the most focused I've seen him in so long. It was just such a coming-of-age win for this team. All the young players stepping up, the OG vets showing why they're some of the oldest and the most highly regarded players of this era.
And they're going to have to keep it up potentially without Stephen Curry for maybe multiple games, at least one here going forward. Again, we're awaiting the MRI results when it comes to one Stephen Curry, but Draymond Green stepping up offensively. You know what he's going to bring you defensively every game? Offensively, he was huge. 18 points for him. Jimmy Butler, he was chucking it up. No Steph. Someone's got to shoot the three-point ball. Jimmy attempted 8 times. Don't know if I love that. He made a couple of them. That banked one, which was ridiculous. Here's how it sounded right here on 95.7 The Game.
Bounce pass to Payton in the corner. Can't shoot. Over to Butler. 3 to shoot. Pulls up. Takes a deep 3. It's up. And he banked it home. The Bank of Minneapolis is open late tonight for all the playoff action. 69-53.
Tim Roy on the call right here on 95.7 The Game. Put it about 69-53 in the third quarter. That one was just ridiculous as he was trying to get that foul call off of DiVincenzo. Didn't get it. Put it in anyways. And maybe that was just the night for the Warriors after that shot was made. That's kind of how I felt. But I know, I don't like to say anything in the chat because you guys feel like I might jinx something. We'll get to that in Fast 5 a little bit later. 888-957-9570, the call. But without Stephen Curry, it's going to be difficult. Jimmy Butler talked about it after the game yesterday.
What did you see with this whole team coming together to earn this team win, game 1 on the road?
Yeah, big time. Big time for the guys. We want Steph back, I'll tell you that. It's hard playing without that man. But we got one on the road, came here, did what we had to do.
There you go. They got their one on the road. So no matter what, they stole home court advantage going back to Chase Center. Can you get greedy and go 2-0? It seems strong at this point, a little strong, but
it's aggressive.
It's aggressive, but you know what? I don't think a lot of people gave him a shot yesterday, especially when Stephen Curry went down. Even though they had a big lead, you didn't give him a shot. A lot of people didn't, and they showed
way wrong.
Again, I like kind of how you said that. Warriors culture showed out yesterday, and Steve Kerr, give him credit for that. And speaking of Warriors culture, hopefully Dr. Rick Celebrini, their head trainer, could show his culture and get Stephen Curry back here sooner than later. I know he's not Mr. Miyagi. He can't do that like hand thing and put it on Daniel LaRusso and get that injury healed. But hopefully Steph can come back sooner or later. It's tricky, though. Hamstrings are tough. They're very tricky. So,
I mean, they won the first one. Mission accomplished. So even if they get I don't want them to, but even if they get blown out, like they did exactly what we needed them to do.
Let's go to Andrew in Portola Valley wants to join in the conversation and talk about
like
Stephen
Santa
Curry.
Cruz area?
I don't know where that is. Yeah, Portola. Is that Pajaro Valley? I don't even know. Andrew, good morning. What you got, ma'am?
Nah, man, it's out by Stanford.
Oh, okay. My bad.
It's out. Yeah. Look, would I rather have Steph playing tomorrow? Of course, but we all know he's much better on rest, right? I mean, the conspiracy theorist in me is like, oh, I'm hurt. I need to go back home and hang out with my kids. I'll see you on Saturday. I mean, that's kind of where I'm at with this.
Wait, you think he's not really hurt?
No, I'm joking, of course. But
well,
the point is that
I'm thicker than that, Andrew. Continue.
I'm joking. No, but I mean, look, we all know he's so much better on rest. That am I upset about the fact that he's not going to be playing, or that he may not be playing? Not terribly. I mean, as you just said, they just mission accomplished for this road trip, right? So they've got to just come home, hold serve, and they'll be in good shape,
there
right?
You go. No, Andrew, it's a great point. But also, Andrew, I'm just going to call you out real quick. You can't say I'm going to put like my conspiracy theorist hat on and then say I'm joking. It's not how it works. Conspiracy theories, you're not joking.
We get a lot of calls here, and people are serious. So I can't tell. They're so absurd. And look, I have absurd takes as well. But there's so many that are absurd, I can't tell what's real and what's not anymore.
No, like, you can't, especially in today's society. Shout out fake news. Good Lord. But again, I don't, the conspiracy theory in me, I have nothing on that. I just want Stephen Curry back. I know he's going to be compromised going forward. No matter what happens, when Stephen Curry does come back, he's going to be a slightly diminished version of himself because of that leg. And how is that going to hamper them going forward? That's going to be a conversation for tomorrow. It's going to be a conversation throughout the series when he does come back, if they advance even past that. And here's Dr. Nirav Pandya, our 95.7 The Game injury insider, doctor at UCSF Health, talking about his initial reaction to the hamstring injury.
I thought initially it might have been cramps, because there wasn't any kind of, like large twist, or was he sprinting and then he kind of pulled up. So I was thinking cramps, but then you see him immediately call for a sub. So that got me a little bit more concerned. And I think when he was grabbing higher up on his leg, that was when I got a little bit more worried because, the higher up that hamstring injury is, the more it can be a longer recovery. So that was definitely concerning to me when I saw that.
And this is the best and worst case scenario for Steph, according to Doc.
Really, really bad things. We were worried about, okay, this is the end of the, even if they make it to the finals, like he wouldn't be able to play. The fact that he got up, he was still running around, walked to the locker room, you've eliminated that kind of grade 3 complete tear. Like you just can't do what he did if you've completely torn your hamstring. Now you're wondering, okay, is this maybe a grade 1 or grade 2 based on an MRI? Best case scenario would be, this is a grade 1, it's just more fatigue. He felt something, they're being super cautious, and you're looking at a week. Like most grade 1s usually land around a week. Grade 2s become a little trickier. Those are kind of the 2 to 3 week long injuries. My gut tells me that based on the fact that Kerr said he's day-to-day, that he was walking around, this hopefully lands more of a, okay, where in the series are you going to play? It's based on how the team's going. It doesn't necessarily look like this could be, okay, end of the series, and we're hoping that he makes it back for the next round. So best case, couple days. Worst case, maybe 2 to 3 weeks.
So you're hoping for best case there, a couple of days, right? But again, there's an injury, re-injury factor when it comes to hamstrings and soft tissues, no matter what. I mean, we saw it, like, I don't want to go here, but we have to. We've seen it with Kevin Durant with the calf strain. And the calf went, the Achilles went in the finals. Like, you have to be very careful. This guy's 37. He's not 27 anymore. So it's going to be something to monitor throughout these playoffs. So again, we have to talk about it. It's the thing. I know we all want to talk about the win and feel good about the win. And it was a really good, feel good win, but baked into it is this injury and how is it going to affect the team going forward if he's going to have to miss a few games now starting tomorrow in Minnesota?
I look at it and I get why you're pessimistic. Trust me, I understand.
Well, it's not even pessimistic. It's just you have to talk about it. Like it is what it is.
No, I know that. But what I would say to you is that what I've learned about sports, and this is why I love it, is just when you think there is no hope, teams surprise you. They won a game without Jimmy, right? Now that was with Steph, obviously. This is why you made the trade for Jimmy.
Yeah.
Not only to give him a second superstar, but if he's out for a couple of games, can you win one? Let's say he's out 3. Can you win 1? Yeah, I think he can. I do. I think if you're asking me, do they have a puncher's chance to win one of the next 3, right? Hypothetically, that he's out. Yeah, I do. If the Brock Purdy story has taught me anything, it's that do not underestimate any professional athlete. As we see Pat Spencer making the most of his opportunity last night. Sports, you got to play the games, man. You got to execute. And I'm still never going to wave the white flag with Draymond, Jimmy Butler, and Steve Kerr, and whatever ensemble they have around them.
Are you feeling worse about the Steph injury? Or are you feeling better about the win overall this morning when you're waking up, Dub Nation? 888-957-9570. You can have both. You could be feeling both. You'd be like, bittersweet feeling. That's totally fine. I do think we're in the high right now of coming off the win. So it might not be hitting until tomorrow morning.
Yeah, ask me at tip-off time how I'm feeling without Steph when I'm watching sluggish half-court offense searching for a bucket.
Real quick on that, who do you like? Just your initial thoughts, like for game 2. We're going to get into game 2 tomorrow, but like when you first heard the news that he's probably going to be out game 2, were you thinking? You go Quentin Post? Do you go small?
When I found out immediately after, I was like, thank God we won this game.
Absolutely.
That was my first take. Thank God you won this game.
Yes.
I think the whole feeling would feel like life is over. If we had lost that game and a 20-point lead and, did whatever it was that OKC did or Boston did or, Cleveland Cavaliers had done in both games, which is, situational basketball down the stretch, just harpooning yourself. So that being said, you can breathe a little, right? Yes. And I think that you've given yourself a little bit of room. They got to get him back. I mean, they need some good news here. And the fact that Steve Kerr was so quick with the day-to-day, to me, because look, all these places have MRI machines. That's one thing that I've learned is that David Sampson, who ran the Marlins, says every single stadium has an MRI machine and they do it right away. Mm-hmm. Now they wait till the day after to have a second one so they can either confirm or whatever.
Always need a second opinion. Yeah,
absolutely. And they want to let some of the swelling or whatever it is go down and get a good look at it the next day before they make any conclusions and see how your body is feeling that day after. But the fact they were so quick with the day-to-day, to me, says like, all right, feels like a week. Feels like 2 or 3 game absence.
Here is Steph. Check that. Here's Steve Kerr talking about Steph Curry and him being day-to-day.
Any general update on Steph? Any prognosis at all?
Just day-to-day. You'll get an MRI tomorrow.
And here's more him expanding off of that.
Any general update on Steph? Any prognosis at all?
Just day-to-day. You'll get an MRI tomorrow.
Did you talk to him? Just what was?
I talked to him at halftime. Just he's obviously crushed, but. The guys picked him up and played a great game, and obviously we're all, concerned about Steph, but it's part of the game. You just guys get hurt and you move on. Our guys did a great job of moving on and getting a great win. 48 hours after a Game 7 road win. It's an amazing group of guys. These guys they compete. They're together. We've been the best defense in the league since the Jimmy trade, and that's what's keeping us afloat right now.
I don't like that word that he used, but I get it. He's a competitor. He wants to play in every game. He said Steph, he was crushed. I don't.
What was he supposed to be, thrilled?
No, but I don't like that word. It scared me, all right? If I'm a Warriors fan, the word crushed scares me. My best player feeling crushed, I don't know. I'm very concerned about this update whenever we get it. Hopefully, it's best case, and it's a week maybe, and they'll reevaluate him like that. That's what I'm expecting.
Well, he said that he talked to him at halftime and he was crushed, and so yeah, I would be too in the middle of a game and understanding that, and then let's see how he's feeling today or whatever. You don't become Steph Curry without being the most competitive son of a gun of all time, and so of course he's crushed. That is not surprising at all.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now broadcasting from the Laughing Monk Studios. And it is a Warriors Wednesday brought to you by Freedman's Appliance. Come see their full selection of in-stock luxury appliances and live working vignettes. Visit Freedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill today. We got David, we got Al. We'll get to you guys in just a second. We are 1 hour until the show's over. It's flying by. 99-88 the win. Game 1 of the Western Conference semifinals. All road teams winning for the first time ever in the Western or Eastern Conference semifinals. Those two combined, I should say. So the conference finals, all the road teams going 1-0. That is pretty incredible. The Warriors continuing that trend. Can they get greedy? Can they do what the Indiana Pacers did yesterday, going up 2-0 on the road? That seems like, again, strong, a stretch. And the Cavs being without 3 of their starters yesterday and then being up that big and then losing it. God, that's talk about demoralizing. Good Lord. That has got to be tough. And it did like them chanting overrated at Halliburton yesterday. And he says overrate that after he hits the game-winning three-pointer after getting his own rebound off the miss free throw. So
overrated is not a Tyrese Halliburton exclusive chant. That is a chant that has been going on in the history of sports forever. But I know I'm seeing like the internet was going crazy. Like, oh, he's not overrated.
Well, no, because it was going back to the players poll. He was voted in the Athletic.
But what I'm saying is
so you don't think he should be motivated by that? You're like, no, kind of
Joe, what I'm saying is every high school since the freaking 80s has been doing overrated chants on Division I prospects shooting free throws. Like that is every high school in America does that.
Well, they were doing it like in the first quarter, and then Donovan Mitchell had to like tell them to calm down.
I don't know. I
just telling you, it's a story. It's a story. You tell them he's overrated.
But they like it. But this is what again. It's not exclusive to just Halliburton. It's been happening forever. It's okay. The overrated chant is one of the like all-time basic chants.
It's okay to celebrate. Hey, you know what? You made a mistake, Cleveland. You made a mistake going at the guy. He made you pay. Now you're down 2-0, heading back to Indiana. In trouble time for you guys. After an incredible season, you might be getting swept. So there you go. Al is in San Francisco, wants to join the conversation. 888-957-9570. Al, good morning. How are you feeling about that win last night?
Hey, felt great, man. Thank you for coming, getting me on here. Waited for a minute, but waited to show you guys after you guys chatted for a while.
Yeah, we're on the show. Yeah, we talked to each other for sure, Al. Yeah, continue.
I know that. I know. Thank you. But it was a great win last night, and it's going to be sad to miss Curry for that other game coming up, but he needs some rest. Hopefully, he can come back on the third game, but. I would say Kuminga is just coming up. He's getting his engines running, and I like that move he made in the middle where Green passed him the ball and he slammed when he cut in and he slammed the ball. That's the kind of moves we need on this game, and I think Kuminga would be an asset in that aspect of going in and slamming the ball as he usually cuts in like that. So I think Kuminga could help win the game tomorrow, maybe, and with Spencer and Looney. Thank you.
Good call. That play, Jimmy caught Kuminga on the move, and he hit the three because he was floating to the corner. It was a really nice play in the fourth quarter. But the one that I loved was that's a GP2 type play. A GP2 at times can struggle to finish amongst the Redwoods, as I like to call them, the big players. Yes. But seeing Kuminga cut to the hoop without the ball as Draymond was coming into the lane on that pass, it was like, yes, Kuminga, that's what we need. We need you moving without the ball to the hoop. Yes.
And there's going to be moments where you need him being isolated one-on-one and drawing some fouls because he can do that. He is good enough as a one-on-one guy at that level. If you get Naz Reid to fall for the pump fake and do that little like Kobe push through, right, and then draw that foul, do it. Like, do that more and more. Like, get to the line. Put them in foul trouble. That is what you're going to need to do heading into game 2, especially without Steph, because they were doing some bully ball late. Minnesota was doing that to you defensively. Julius Randle was playing some bully ball late. He's like, all right, we need some buckets. I'm just going to go strong. I know these guys can't stop me. I know Draymond's playing with the 5th foul. He's not going to want to hack me. I'm just going to go at their bodies. I want JK to also do that in game 2 if he gets some more run, because I think he's going to get more run. There's going to be opportunities for everyone in the second game. Absolutely. There's opportunities in game 1, and I thought every single one of those players pretty much stepped up. I didn't think it was Moses Moody's obviously his best game. It looked like the moment was a little too big for him.
He just needs to pass the ball a little.
Exactly. He was a little I don't know what it was, gun shy, whatever. But
I thought he was just erratic.
The shot clock violations, there was too many of those. I thought, again, the defenses for both sides I thought were pretty damn good overall. But the Warriors were the ones able to get that big lead, and they were able to hang on to it in timely moments from JK, from Looney, from Pat Spencer. It was all built into it, and it was truly a total team win.
If I watch this team walk the ball up the court, barely cross the line with 17 seconds on the shot clock, and then take their time getting into a set and then settle for a 3-2-1 forced shot where the defense can close out on you because the clock is their friend in that situation, my head will explode. Gobert had at least 2 blocks that way. They had a shot clock violation. They took a half dozen poor other shots. Guys, let's get this thing going. And you heard Steve Kerr in the huddle like, let's go, let's go, let's go. And I get there's fatigue. Fatigue is a factor in this because I do believe that as a team, they're mentally and physically exhausted. But they've got to play with a quicker pace.
David in Houston wants to join the conversation, 888-957-9570. David, good morning. How are we feeling, man?
I feel good. Obviously, it sucks that Curry went down, but, the most important thing is that we got that dub. And if we look at or hear the speculations about Stephen Curry's injury, and assuming it is 1 week out, then the earliest Curry will probably get back here would be probably Game 5, right?
Yeah,
and
we're recklessly,
potentially.
We're recklessly speculating with zero medical knowledge, zero insight. Let's say, hypothetically, it's a week absence. That's what we're saying.
Correct. It's a hamstring injury. Soft tissues are very difficult.
It could be 3.
Correct.
It could be 2. We don't know.
Right. And that's me being a little bit precocious. But, if we can get Curry back into Game 5, then that gives Jimmy Butler 3 games to at least come out with 1. And if we can get Stephen Curry at Game 5 at the very least with the series tied up at 2-2, I think that's a win-win. We also know that Curry's going through a lot of dumb problem right now with his shooting thumb. I think that would give him some time to rest up with that. I think we're in a good position. The fact that we beat the Timberwolves Game 1 was a result of us actually going to Game 7 with the Houston Rockets because it set the tone of how we need to play with high intensity, and you can see in the game last night that the intensity of the Warriors were outmatching the intensity of the Timberwolves at that game.
No, it's a great point. No, David, and thank you for the call. That's exactly what happened because the head coach of the Minnesota Timberwolves called out their best player, their star player, Anthony Edwards, about his effort after the game.
You mentioned kind of the energy, the spirit starts with Ant. Is that something that you and he talk about maybe ahead of Game 2 now? No,
I mean, what is there to talk about? I mean, you're the leader of the team, and you got to come out and set the tone. In all ways that happens. And if your shot's not going, like you still have to carry the energy. So, I don't think there's. If I got to talk to guys about having the right energy coming into opening second round game, then, we're not on the same page.
And there is something coming off a Game 7 win, less than 48 hours. Like your mind can't mentally calm down at all. You're right there into game mode for Game 1, and mentally they were the tougher team yesterday.
I wonder how Anthony Edwards is going to respond to that.
Right? Well, I just wonder. I don't know.
Well, I don't know.
Me thinking to that, I was like, well, Chris Finch, your days might be numbered.
Oh, well, that's a good point.
Right?
It's actually a good
You're
point.
calling out the star player's effort level, basically.
In Game 1.
In Game 1.
After major rest.
And maybe that's what Anthony Edwards needs. I don't know. Maybe he knows his player. Exactly.
He knows his guys better than we do.
But it just speaks to the effort level and Warriors being more, they wanted it more yesterday.
I can't remember a time where Steve Kerr had to send that message to Steph Curry.
Right?
And is going to shoot 45 shots next game.
Well, he might. He might take that as a
what, though? If that's the case, then that tells me others aren't getting involved. And one thing that I've learned throughout the playoffs is that one guy can have a spectacular individual performance, but teams win.
Correct.
Teams win and lose. And of course you need guys to step up situationally, but look around the playoffs. The role players have played huge in every single game. And it's not just this year. It's going back a couple years now.
I do think they have, the other leader on that team, it's not Randall. It's not McDaniels. It's not Rudy Gobert. It's Mike Conley. It's a guy that I think is a leader. He's been around a long time.
in this series?
Well, no. I'm saying about effort level and getting the message across there because Julius Randle's not a leader and Rudy Gobert damn sure is not a leader as far as I'm concerned.
The Conley thing is interesting because I'm watching him last night. I'm like, all right, he might hit some shots. Who the hell is he guarding in this series?
He better hit some shots. That's the thing. If he's out there,
that's true.
'cause he's too old to be
I
guarding
think that
anyone.
they're going to go with DiVincenzo a lot
I think so too.
over Connolly, unless Connolly brings anything offensively. Otherwise, he's an unplayable player in this series.
888-957-9570. What are some of the adjustments that are going to be made heading into game 2 without Stephen Curry? We can get into that. And your optimism heading into this series potentially without Stephen Curry for a few games is what? 888-957-9570. And by the way, the Golden State Valkyries, their inaugural season is here. And fans, you do not want to miss the first ever WNBA season in the Bay Area. Catch Tiffany Hayes, Kate Martin, Kayla Thornton, and all the Valkyries all summer long at Chase Center. I know Joe Shasky's fired up about that. And this Friday, we are giving away 2 pairs of tickets to the home opener on May 16th. That is this Friday. Win tickets to the Valkyries home opener on May 16th. Tickets are available at Valkyries.com. Hell, you might see Joe Shasky, Michelle, LJ, all of them at a lot of those games this season. What's coming up in the game is brought to you by Cash Key Casino Resort. More of your calls, more of your text. Warriors up 1-0. We're going to put a bow on that conversation right here on the Morning Roast, 95.7 The Game.
Hi, this is Dwayne from Concord. You're listening to the Morning Roast. Spadoni, the Italians love you. Anything for Shasky? Shasky, you're pretty cool too.
Hey, Italians were crushing it yesterday. Inter Milan, huge win over Barcelona to advance to the Champions League final. I know Joe is really into that.
He's an Italian. I care more about who the Pope is than the soccer
Are we going to
match.
have white smoke when the injury update for Steph is out with the MRI, what the results have? The white smoke's going to come out of UCSF, wherever the hell he is. Is that what's going to happen?
Yeah, the bong
What
hit.
breaks first? What breaks first? The new Pope coming out, or Steph's injury? We need to know, people. We need to know.
I think we'll find out today. We'll get a Shams bomb.
But with which one? The Pope or Steph?
No, Steph.
Or both.
If Shams breaks the Pope
I'm
thing,
telling you.
I mean, Adam Schefter, sources are reporting.
According to sources, the new Pope. Make sure you are subscribed to the Garlic Fries of Baseball Guys podcast, as Lubman and Shasky and Risotto occasionally have the best Giants talk in the world. Make sure you are subscribed today and hear all about Willy Adames breaking out of his early season slump and the inevitable change at closer the Giants are about to make. Big win for the Gigantes yesterday in extra innings over the Cubbies. And they continue to roll offensively. Jung-Hoo Lee is a problem. And last night the problem was offensively for the Minnesota Timberwolves? Draymond Green, Buddy Hield.
Unbelievable.
Like those guys combining for 50% shooting from beyond the arc, 9 of 18 with those two guys. And the Minnesota Timberwolves couldn't shoot a lick from beyond the arc. So who gets your game ball? Is it Draymond? Is it Jimmy? Is it Pat Spencer? Is it Steve Kerr? Who's getting your game ball as we're handing those out? Final segment of the show before handing it off to Steiny and Goo. We'll do some game balls, 888-957-9570. Who's getting your game ball, Joe?
It's Steve Kerr.
Okay.
I just think that was such a master class in understanding how to control as many elements as possible. Look, you're very helpless when you're a coach, specifically in basketball, right? You could put the lineups out there. You could call plays, but if the guys just want to do what they want to do, then that's what they're going to do, right? And so you're very, very, very helpless to a degree. I thought that he had the pulse of the game, when to call a timeout, how to make a sub, which lineups to go to, which combinations to go to. He went to 9 guys in the first quarter. And then I thought that they mixed and matched. Hey, we're going to go one-on-one with Ant. Now we're going to throw a zone at him. Now we're going to throw a late double team at him. All right, we're going to try to push Rudy off the block. All right, we're going to let Julius Randle kind of get his at the elbow, but he's going to have to work for it, and no one else is going to get anything. All right, if Jaden McDaniels wants to go off the dribble and get a mid-range, fine. We're happy with that. We're going to shut the faucet off on the three-point shooting. We're going to collectively rebound as a team. Pods rebounding, or when Steph was in there, he was rebounding. Let me go to guys who maybe didn't have a great series in the last one, and I'm going to give them a fresh start. Quentin Post. Saw a couple of minutes of him. Jonathan Kuminga. Even though your first couple of minutes didn't look good, I'm gonna go back to you. I'm going to give you a second chance to try to find some offense here. Buddy Hield, sticking with him in the second half, even though they only had 2 at halftime. I just thought that Steve Kerr did such a great job pulling every single lever on this team. It was a masterclass in how to conduct an orchestra, and it was beautiful music yesterday. I was so impressed from Steve Kerr, and I just think that he deserves my game ball.
Maestro Steve Kerr getting the game ball from Shasky. Who's getting your game ball? 888-957-9570. Same number to call or text the Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line. My game ball. Let's go to Jimmy Buckets. Played the most minutes yesterday, 41 in total for Jimmy Butler, and they're going to need to lean on this guy. He needs to be the Caped Crusader. He needs to be Batman in place of Steph Curry. He talked about how much harder it is without Steph on this team. Yeah, it's going to be a lot harder, but this is why you bring in Jimmy Butler. This is why you bring in a guy that's been to 2 NBA Finals. This is why you pay him the big bucks and extend him right when you trade for him. It's for moments and series like this. He's been the underdog before. He's beaten teams he wasn't supposed to beat in the playoffs. He's beaten the Celtics. He's beaten the Bucks. He's beaten the likes of Giannis, Jason Tatum, Jaylen Brown. He's beaten Hall of Famers before. So yeah, Anthony Edwards, the Minnesota Timberwolves, yeah, he can do this. As much as you're saying, like, if they have to win this series potentially without Stephen Curry, could they? Yeah, they could. It would be really difficult. I probably wouldn't bet on it, but I'm not betting against that guy, Jimmy Butler. It would be very difficult for me to do that. 20 points, 11 boards, 7 offensive boards, and 8 assists, 2 assists shy from a triple-double. Add a couple of steals in there. That was a complete masterclass from Jimmy Butler. And again, the shot wasn't going down, but he was getting to the line, and he was being the distributor they needed him to be. And the guys were hitting his shots, whether it was Pat Spencer taking off the load there as a ball handler, Buddy Hield, whether it was, again, Draymond Green, hell, Gary Payton hitting a timely three there late. So he was being that dude offensively, defensively. He gets my game ball. Who is getting yours? 888-957-9570. Idris and Hayward.
What's up, Idris?
Who wants to give out a game ball? Idris, good morning. Who you got?
Hey, what's going on, fellas? Can you hear me clearly? I don't want to have a bad signal.
You're good.
Okay, nice. Okay, so first off, great game for the Warriors. You know, I mean, everybody, all the other teams are winning on the road, so I was like, let's keep it going. So shout out to Draymond with just clearly momentum travels. Shout out to him and Buddy. Everybody said everything, but one thing I just need to see happen is every time I've seen Pat Spencer in these playoffs, he's given some really good, even if it's only 30 seconds or 2 minutes, he shows that it's not too big for him, he's not afraid, and he's ready to go. So I would love for Steve Kerr, especially with Steph Curry being possibly injured for a little bit, we need some Spencer minutes. He just elevates the team. He plays tough, and he looks like it's not too big for him. Pod is struggling. GB2's in and out. I don't know what's going on with Moody, so great stuff. But yeah, hopefully we got a Jimmy game, so we should get at least one game without Steph. And if we can get to if Draymond can remain aggressive, good Lord, the Warriors are going to win the finals. So that's what I got, man. God bless y'all.
I think he's got no other avenue but to stay aggressive.
He has to. And scoring.
I can sense it's so funny when these like all-time great players, they sense the moment and they rise to the occasion. You can almost see it coming. Like we talked at the break. We're talking about Kansas City, the Chiefs, and a guy like Travis Kelce. You know, I don't know if he's the greatest tight end of all time. Like, there's a lot of guys that could throw their name.
Maybe the greatest pass catching of tight end, but that's a different conversation.
I mean, look, Antonio Gates, Tony Gonzalez. There's so many.
I'll go Gronk. But yeah,
okay. Oh, exactly. Yeah. Like there's
he's
a lot
in
of
the
great
conversation.
Ones. Yeah, but like you can always sense like, he's taking over. Like, you know what I mean? And it's always in tandem with Patrick Mahomes. What made yesterday special is that, you know, for so much of his career, he's done it in tandem with Steph Curry. That is Draymond Green. And for him to do it without Steph Curry, I thought it was just a special moment for him. And it's why he's such a great player. You know, and it's just, I think he deserves a ton of credit for leading the Warriors yesterday.
Well, hell, let's talk about it like this. Without Klay Thompson, too.
I didn't even think of that. Wow.
Just think about that trio in all the games and minutes they've played together. And no Steph and no Klay. And Draymond was okay. He was more than okay. He was great yesterday. He was a great player that they needed him to be.
He was their best offensive weapon.
Yes. And again, that highlights just how bad Minnesota was offensively too, but it underscores just how good he has been. Like, shades of like 2016 finals run Draymond offensive. Like, it's crazy. I don't know what's happened. Maybe it's just they've empowered him more. He's empowered himself. I don't know.
No, Joe, Steph was holding him back offensively.
Steph was holding him back. That's what it was. He was holding Pat Spencer back the whole time. That's what we need, the memes.
Like Kerr is, well, it was, come on, Dean Smith. The only guy to hold Jordan under 25 was Dean Smith. That's the coach at North Carolina.
Right, there you go.
The only person to hold back Draymond Green scoring 20 a game is Steph Curry.
Oh, man.
It's a joke.
How's it going to be without Steph, man? This is going to be crazy.
Oh, it's going to be rocky waters.
It's going to be crazy. And Draymond's going to need to keep it up. Jimmy's going to need to keep it up.
You know what it's going to be?
What?
It's going to be wandering the desert looking for an oasis.
We keep going back to wandering the desert. We got to go biblical, right? Is that what it is? Easter's past, though, so we can't really use those. Moses Moody, going back to Moses, he needs to step up, man, like offensively, too. I think we've been calling for him. We've been waiting for him to have a good, like, offensive game. He's going to get opportunities, but maybe JK, this is his opportunity. He scored 7, and I was impressed with Jonathan Kuminga yesterday.
I think it's incumbent on Pods to have a better game than Moody because Pods is going to play a huge role. He's going to play 35 to 40 minutes.
Yep.
So, yes, they will need Moody. There's no one's doubting that. But I think really it comes down to Podziemski has got to hit some shots and continue to play that frenetic style. He had 2 huge charges. Just huge charges to draw yesterday. And I thought his energy was really good. He rebounded really well.
Is this Kwame? Kwame Brown? No, just Kwame in Oakland. Kwame, good morning. Who is your game ball going to in the Warriors' 99-88 win over the Minnesota Timberwolves?
Man, so that's for surely Draymond Green has the game ball. He has to have the game ball. It's probably the second one in the row going back to Houston's Game 7. But Draymond Green, every time where he's active offensively, the other team has to, when they have to guard him, they give other players easy, fast shots. When I take easy, fast shots over hard, fast shots any day, and that's what Draymond does when he is active on the offensively. When he attacks, Rudy Gobert can't stay in the middle. He has to come up, and Draymond Green is faster than Rudy Gobert, so he can go past him. And when Draymond Green is attacking, Kuminga, this is the time where Kuminga needs to move, and Kuminga needs to get his action. Because once Draymond starts attacking and making shots, threes and all that, they're going to start, eyes is going to be open on him, which is going to have eyes easy for the other players. So as long as Draymond stays active on the offensive end, for sure he's going to do the defensive part because that's just who he is. But as long as he stays active, Minnesota, Coca-Cola, old school Motorola, Warriors in 4.
Wow, sweet. Oh, man, that is the level of arrogance that I aspire to be in my fandom. But okay, again, we're getting greedy. You lost Steph and Curry. He's probably going to be out for a couple games, guys. But even without Steph, you're feeling good because you won the game. I hear you.
I mean, he hit me with some version of an Andre Nicotina. I'm like some Coca-Cola. Better yet, a Motorola.
He did.
Man, time is getting shorter. I mean, that is one of my all-time. Find that beat at some point and play that before the end of the show.
Just the beat, yeah. We can't go.
No, you can play the song. We'll just lower the swear words.
No, you can't. That's not how it works.
From movie Baking Soda. Dude, it hits so.
Hold on. Well, as you know, they got that baking soda down in Minnesota. So
absolutely,
come on, let's go.
Thank you, Daiquiri Factory.
Thank you. I used to think it was daiquiri, but because I was a kid, I didn't know what a daiquiri was, so I just pronounced it daiquiri. It's funny, but it kind of worked. I don't know. 888-957-9570. Love me some Nicotina. I also love me some Vince in San Francisco.
Your favorite ice cream flavor.
He has his game ball. He wants to dish out like an ice cream flavor. Vince, good morning. Who's your game ball going to?
What's up, guys? I want to give the game ball to the Bahama Bomber, Buddy Hield. I think he hit big shots in big moments, took some of the offensive pressure off Jimmy with Steph being out. I mean, that drive, the one that really got me was the drive in that lefty floater finish in the hole. I was like, oh, man, if he plays like that coming off of Game 7 against Houston, and we got that for the rest of the series, I don't think it's going to be too big of a deal that Steph is down. That being said, I am kind of like, I don't know what to expect for this series because you game plan against a guy like Steph, and now he's out, so now that game plan's changed. Game 1 is supposed to be a filling out process, and there's nothing really to build off of. I don't know where it goes from here. And then my other concern is if Rudy Gobert plays like he did in the closeout game against the Lakers, where he just stayed in the post and was dominating inside, we don't have an answer for that. So you're going to have to play Rudy off the floor. But if he gets deep in the post, that can be a real issue. But I think Buddy played well. The guy just need to keep, stay positive and just keep playing ball. It's Game 1. You got 3 more to go.
That is Vince in San Francisco. Buddy Hield getting his. So we got a couple for Draymond. I gave mine to Jimmy Butler. We got Buddy Hield there. Who's your game ball going to? And you had Steve Kerr, obviously, for yours. So you can also go coaches if you want. And speaking of Buddy Hield, he had the wardrobe malfunction. Shout out Janet Jackson in the Super Bowl once upon a time with Justin Timberlake. I think I was like 8 years old when that happened.
Don't talk about that.
It was eye-opening for me. I'll just say that. Jimmy and Buddy at the podium together. Jimmy and Buddy talk at the podium together. Talk about Batman, Robin, and Alfred. God, they love their DC characters.
Draymond declared that tonight Jimmy became Batman and Buddy went from Alfred to Robin. Do you guys have any comments on that declaration?
No.
I'll start out.
No. I'm Batman today. I saved the day. He's still Robin.
All right, well, I'm still Robin, yes. And Steph's still Batman. And Buttered is still who he is.
I mean, Buttered.
But you had another good game, man. Except for that stupid thing you did at the beginning of the game when you have on the right shorts. It's not real Robin and or Batman like.
That's more Robin-like. He'd probably mess up and like forget his tights or something like that.
Bow, bow, bow.
Bow, bow, bow. That's great. Buddy Hield, just such a character. Again, we can laugh at that whole wardrobe malfunction at the beginning of the game because they won. Had they not won, he'd be demoralized and he would be sitting at the podium like Chris Finch yesterday, ripping your star player for effort. But the effort was not ever a question mark for the Warriors yesterday. And maybe that does go back to the rest versus rust factor. And, you know, maybe Minnesota now has been put on notice and they come back and they have a huge game. Doesn't matter. Game 2, as far as I'm concerned, that's gravy. If you can win game 2, that'd be insane and incredible. And then the confidence would really, like the arrogance would be at an all-time high if you win game 2. But just winning game 1, Joe, in the fashion that they did, how could you not be confident waking up this morning? Because I get it. Even without Steph going forward, like, you just got to feel good about what they were able to accomplish yesterday. It was one of the more feel-good wins. Like, you're talking about impressive. Like, talking about feel-good wins in, like, playoff history in the Bay. Like, again, looking back on it, if they don't win the title or don't go to the finals, I still will feel great about the circumstances heading into this game and coming out of it. It was incredible. It was incredible.
It was a great win. It was a great win. We'll see where, you know, it lands. Because if you win it all, it lands a certain way. Yeah. If you lose in this round, it lands a certain way. Yeah. If you lose somewhere in between, it lands a certain way. So we'll see. But Buddy Hield, like, I don't know if you've ever seen that video game. I'm sure you guys have, but Leroy Jenkins.
Yeah, it's from World of Warcraft.
Where the guy goes running in and like ruins this whole plot, but he goes like solo, YOLO, you know, act. That's what I felt like Buddy was doing yesterday, except instead of everyone dying in the mission, everyone lived and he saved the day. Like he had his Leroy Jenkins moment. Steph went down, third quarter, they were dying for some offense, and the next thing you know, boom, here comes Buddy. And it felt like he sensed the moment, and then he realized like, oh no, I am the number one scorer right now. And over and over and over again, his movement off ball, his movement with the ball, he was taking good shots. He was like pump faking and getting a better look, pump faking, taking 3 dribbles in, taking the midi. I just thought his floor game was brilliant offensively.
Wow, you pull a Leroy Jenkins reference. I'm so proud of you. It was from World of Warcraft. I believe the raid they were doing at the time was a 10-man. I think it was Onyxia's Lair, if I'm not mistaken. So, there you go.
Tell me I didn't feel like
my knowledge on you.
Buddy knew it was his time.
We'll have to take your word for it on that one.
Buddy knew it was his time, though. Didn't you get that feeling from him in the third quarter?
Yeah, but in Leroy Jenkins' case, like, he wiped the whole group and they all died. But in this case, they all lived.
Well, Buddy's a superstar.
Thank you. He's a superstar.
I mean,
he's a statue guy.
I couldn't even finish the sentence. I couldn't even finish.
He said, "Move over, Barry Bonds." But Buddy deserves a statue before you.
The reality is just like the playoffs are weird. Sometimes,
very weird.
Sometimes guys rise and sometimes guys fall. Think about your normal life, right? Think about your normal life.
God, I wish it was normal.
There are people in your life that somehow outperform in pressure situations, whatever they might be, and there are other people that, not that they cower, but like they kind of crumble if like the stacks.
Mental fortitude.
Yes. And then there are other people that just out of nowhere rise to the occasion. You know, and I referenced Marco Scudero earlier or Cody Ross earlier. Like, Buddy Hield is having one of those kind of moments right now. We'll see how long it's sustainable, right? But you got like that kind of stuff from Andrew Wiggins for multiple months.
You like WWE, right? You use a WoW reference for me. I'll use WWE for you. Mick Foley, right? Mankind.
Yeah.
He used to use a phrase called testicular fortitude.
Yeah.
Guts. Courage, determination. That's what Buddy Hield, Jimmy Butler, Draymond Green, all of them, Pat Spencer, testicular fortitude on display yesterday in Minnesota. That was incredible. And that was a hostile environment. They were doing the ref you sucks chant. They were booing Buddy Hield. Or
he was unreal.
Jimmy Butler every time he touched the ball. Draymond Green. All of it. It was a hostile environment. And God, it was quiet throughout, wasn't it? They made a little bit of a run. It got a little, they tried, they wanted to, they were booing them.
I know.
Off the court, they were booing them. That was incredible.
But, you know, the thing with these, like, runs that Buddy's on right now is it could evaporate tomorrow. It could, you know.
Sure.
The glass slipper could just go right back, you know, and everything turns into a pumpkin. Yep. But he did start the season pretty freaking red hot. And I remember coming out onto this show and saying, like, dude, it feels like Buddy was born to play in this system to be a warrior. I don't know if he's ever going to, again, trying to compare him to Clay or whatever, that's just a fool's errand. Clay is a legend, whatever. I'm just talking about style of play. He fits. He's going to get good looks. Now, if you hit him, you can become immortalized from this playoff run, whether they go far or not. If you don't hit, then yeah, like it's going to look ugly, which it did for almost, 2 months, buddy?
Yeah, no, it was bad.
But streaky shooters who stay hot are in the zone. We just saw Fred VanVleet look otherworldly for a couple of games.
What I'm not going to question is, though, and again, you brought up the names, so I'll talk about it. Klay Thompson in that final playoff run as a Golden State Warrior in that Lakers series and in the Kings series, it was a struggle. And you saw him wearing it, and it was tough.
His legs just weren't the same.
The legs, the body language, all of that. I will never question Buddy Hield's body language at all. I'm not comparing the players. Klay Thompson's a Hall of Famer. He's one of the greatest shooters. Well, this might be the second greatest shooter of all time, which is insane.
Okay.
And he's a Warriors Hall of Famer and all of that. But there is something to be said about, either feeling sorry for yourself, being down on yourself, and letting that translate onto the court. And you saw with each of one of those Lakers losses in the lights feeling brighter and brighter in the history of his father playing there. It was tough to watch. It was tough. You were just waiting for one Klay game in that series. One. Can we get a Klay game or two? And you didn't. You've already gotten 2 Buddy games. Well, going back to game 7, now in game 1, that contributed to massive wins. So, again, I'm not comparing the players and the careers of said players.
No.
But you were looking for this sort of production in that last playoff run from Klay at times, and you've at least gotten some games from Buddy Hield there. And to your point, he might be inconsistent. He might not have another game this series.
Who knows?
Exactly.
Who knows? But the beauty of sports is maybe Moody finds his shot.
Yeah.
And then simultaneously, maybe Pods hits a few more shots, and you don't need Buddy as much, right?
I just love the energy of Buddy Hield. I love
do
what
too.
he represents. I love the carefree nature and that island nature. He's from the Bahamas.
He's on a run.
He's got that, like, the beach vibe with him. Carter was just there. He was in Jamaica, man. He's got the beach vibes. I mean, it was Sandals, Jamaica, but, all inclusive. Shout out to him. But I love what I'm getting from Buddy Hield and the camaraderie with Jimmy. And here's Jimmy Butler talking about his boy Buddy when Steph went down and Buddy stepped up.
I saw Butter be aggressive and make some timely shots and get stops in a big way. I think we all want 30 back. That is for sure. But we want him to do his best for himself, best for our group in the long run, in the long haul. And until then, we can hold down the fort. I know we can.
You like that? We can hold down the fort.
You know what the element of his game, like you were talking about his demeanor and maybe temperament regarding whether shots are falling or not and how it doesn't change. I just underrated how active he is on defense. And Van Gundy was referencing like he had never played defense like that in his career. Well, that's... What?
What do we got?
All right, guys, this is from Shams Charania. Golden State, Stephen Curry has sustained a grade 1 left hamstring strain and will be ruled out for game 2 against Minnesota on Thursday. Sources tell ESPN it's the first strained muscle of Curry's career, so exact return timetable is unclear due to it being the first rehab of this nature. So again, that's per Shams Charania. Steph Curry, grade 1 left hamstring strain, out for game 2, timetable unknown.
So, I mean, again, you're going to hit WebMD, you're going to hit the AI, Grok, or whatever the AI.
Do our own research.
Yeah. Days, weeks, a month. That's typically the timetable you'll see for a grade 1. It's very gray.
And especially this being his first of said injury, you don't know. He's 37 years old. Like, these things, hell, if he was 27 years old, you still don't know. But at age 37 and the wear and tear and the minutes and miles, unclear. So we know he's going to be out game 2.
I would assume multiple games. I'm just going to assume multiple games.
I mean,
I don't know what that means. I don't know if that means 2 or 5.
When you go unclear, like, yeah. And Dr. Rob Pandya, UCSF Health, our 95.7 The Game injury insider, he talked about, the injury going forward and how he's going to have to manage it. And this is Doc, and what he had to say.
I think the key thing when you're trying to get people back from hamstring injuries is, number one, in game, are you doing things to prevent that muscle from tightening up? So he's on the exercise bike, you're heating that area up. And then number 2 is you may have to change the way you're utilizing them in the game. So, Curry covers so much court, and all that running and constant movement is going to place stress on that hamstring. So Steve Kerr figuring out a way that Curry can get shots or how he plays. flexible. He doesn't have to have as much movement to get that shot. So these are the little nuances you can do to make sure that hamstring isn't getting stretched. But unfortunately, it's different for a center. Kevon Looney, has a hamstring issue. He's not as mobile and running around, so you can get him back quicker. For Curry, his game's predicated on moving around. So how can Steve Kerr change the offense and have different lineup combinations so maybe he doesn't have to run around as much and can just shoot threes like a spot-up shooter and not have to worry about creating his own shot.
And that's when he does come back, and we still don't even know when that will be. We know he will be out tomorrow for Game 2 in Minnesota. And the timetable is unclear, according to Shams Charania of ESPN, in regards to Stephen Curry's grade 1, they're calling it, left hamstring strain.
So let's work backwards, okay? Game 7 is scheduled for Tuesday, May 20th, okay? Today is Wednesday, May 7th. You're looking at 14 days, essentially, right? In between the two. So that's 2 full weeks. So if it goes to Game 6, that would be on Sunday. All right? That's the 18th.
Hold on. Warriors.
Well, I'm looking at it right here.
Rockets. Yeah, I need to pull it up myself. So okay.
All right. So I'm looking at it right now. So like today is the 7th. They played last night, the 6th. All right? So the next games are May 8th, which is Thursday. He's out. May 10th, I'm going to assume he's out. May 12th. For now, let's just say he's out. You're out 3 games. Let's just hypothetically. At earliest on my timetable, he'd be back for Game 5 Wednesday, or excuse me, Game 6. Game 5. Wednesday, May 14th, which would give him conceivably.
It's a week from today. I don't know.
That's what I'm saying.
Like, unclear. Yeah, that's what I'm saying right now, too.
So the earliest, I think most people, like, if we're being real, the earliest would be that Sunday, May 18th.
I'm keeping it a buck.
Oof.
I'm keeping it a buck. I think the Warriors are going to go through this series like he's not coming back this series. I think that's how they're going to go about it. Like, sounds harsh, but that's kind of how you have to, like, do this thing.
It's just bizarre, the scheduling. So you go Tuesday, Thursday, Saturday, Monday, Wednesday, a ton of time off Sunday. What are we doing?
Yeah, Sunday, May 18th. There's a 4-day gap between that Game 5 and Game 6.
Why not spread that out over the first 4 or 5 games?
You got me. Maybe they're trying to catch the momentum. I'm not sure. They're not really going up against any big other sporting event. So
then now the question becomes, okay, let's say Game 6 would be the earliest at like, if we're just going with this, the earliest he comes back. Sunday, May 18th, Game 6. What does it have to be for you to have faith?
Like the series at that point, it has to be the Warriors up 3-2. Warriors up 3-2 heading into that game. I do not want them to be down 3-2. And you have to rely on Steph coming back there. Like, if you're up 3-2 and he comes back and you could ease him in more, then you have another game to play with potentially. You don't want it to go to Game 7, obviously, but we've already seen that they can go on the road and win a Game 7. You don't want that to be the case, but it is. If you're down 3-2 and then you're relying on Steph to come back, yeah, it would be great for the comic book stories, right? The Disney fairy tale ending. Steph comes back, he's your knight in shining armor, and he comes and we tie the series, we go there and we win the But you got to be leading this series, and that sounds like a tall task without him for that long.
So here we go. Now we get all the experts. I love it. I love the experts.
Oh, okay.
650 on the Boxer and Gerson text line.
Work injury attorneys text line.
Thank you.
Yep.
Athletics trainer here. Grade 1 is the best case. I'd be surprised if it's longer than 1 week, especially since he was jogging in the tunnel. Interesting.
Depends. The timetable's unclear because they don't know how the reaction's going to be. Again, I'm not saying it's the same exact injury, but we need to be careful being Twitter doctors when everyone was getting mad at Jonathan Kuminga for not coming back sooner than they wanted from an ankle injury. That was clearly severe, way more severe than what this hamstring injury is. But again, we don't know how the body's going to react. Everyone's saying, oh, it was a grade 2. Why is it taking this long? Was it a grade 3? He's 37 years old, guys. Like, I don't know. It could be 6 days. It could be 2 weeks. I don't want to, as you say, reckless speculation. I don't want to do that. So I would go at this series. Again, that's what Steve Kerr's going to say. Hey, when they tell me he's coming back, he's coming back. In the meantime, we're going out about our business.
So now I'm telling you right now, like, I truly believe this way. And look, in 3 games, you're going to laugh at me or you're going to love me. I still think they can come out of this series. I'm not saying it's easy. If Steph doesn't play one more game in this series, I think they can win this series. Can they go beyond that? Probably not. No. Like, they need him back. I do think, as of today, and I might be a prisoner of the moment, I think Jimmy and Dre and whatever combination of guys, they can find a way to win 3 of the next 6 games.
I do think that's baked into this. Had you won and he came out of this yesterday, then you're feeling like, wow, we just won this game. We stole it. Man, we're in prime position maybe if we can win this series, be in the Western Conference Finals. And I think a lot of fans are feeling right or wrong, and there's no way to feel like right or wrong way to feel about this, but a lot of fans are saying like, man, already with the thumb, and now he's going to be dealing with a hamstring injury throughout these playoffs. God, it's a lot stacked up to us because you know what? We thought we had aspirations of being in the NBA Finals and winning a title. It's going to be very difficult to do that.
This is why you got Jimmy.
I know.
Like, and I'm not saying it's going to be easy. No one is saying it's going to be easy, but this is why you got Jimmy. And you know what? And like the other part is, one thing I give Draymond, everyone wants to, bash him. Go out and prove why you're the Hall of Famer.
Yeah.
This would be one of the feather in the cap moments of his entire career to shut everyone up and do it without Curry.
And talking about that injury potentially lingering throughout the playoffs before we hit Fast 5, here was Doc Pondia talking about just that.
I think especially given his age, whenever these hamstrings tear, basically what you're depending on to basically get you back quickly is there's some degree of scar tissue that's in there. We know that although scar tissue can sometimes hold an area together, especially if you've got a lot of other muscle around it, that area is more prone to cause pain, to re-injure itself. And if you look at hamstring injuries, the 2 things you worry about besides getting back on the court is that there's a high rate of re-injury. We see that a lot in football and baseball players. And there's also a rate of injury to other parts of your body. Your hamstrings are so important to helping stabilize your lower legs. So it may not be a hamstring. Are you worried about an ankle or something else? So that's really where the medical staff has to make this decision of, okay, do we push it to get him back, or are we being extra cautious so that we don't get that repeat injury or get something else? And that's where, unfortunately, what happens with pro athletes is you're looking at how the team's doing and what's the risk of potentially, can we win without him playing, or do we have to take that risk and put him in because we're worried about how the series is going?
And that's why you got Jimmy Butler. So hopefully they're going to hold down the fort, as Jimmy put it, in the meantime. And in the meantime, we're going to hit Fast 5. Oh, boy. Man. I don't know how we feeling about that right now, guys. Uncertain. Like, is that not what you wanted to hear? Did you want to hear like a definitive timeline?
This is far from ideal, right? There's no doubt. But I think because they honestly believe that they can still win this series without Curry, I think they'll be even more cautious. I think he ain't coming back till Game 6.
Yeah,
I really believe this.
I think they're going about this like he might not even play in this series.
Maybe.
No, they might be, which I know people are saying, oh, you don't know. I was like, no, like that's kind of how you have to go about it, though. Like the mentality, like the guys that are in here that are playing, like we just got to go full force. We know we got Steph's back. He carried them to a win. And what was that, Game 3 last series? Like without Jimmy. So, hey, Jimmy, reciprocate it now.
Game 6, Sunday, May 18th, Game 6. That would give him approximately 12 days. 12 days. I think that's the most realistic number. I really do.
What are your final thoughts, Joe?
My final thoughts are, look, even though this is, horrible news, like there's no other way around it, I'm telling you, dude, I'm not doubting Steve Kerr. I'm not doubting Draymond and Jimmy Butler. And I have this belief in the young guys. When the chips have been up against it over the last 2 or 3 years, we have all been pleasantly surprised by the play of the young guys when no one expects anything from them. I do believe in Pods. I do believe in Kuminga. I do believe in Moody. I do believe in Looney. I do believe in GP2. I know everyone else doesn't. Don't let us win this series without Steph. The arrogance meter will be off the charts for me.
You want an update from Shams on this?
Give it to me.
Per Shams Charania, ESPN senior NBA insider, the Warriors expect Stephen Curry to miss at least 1 week with the grade 1 left hamstring strain. An exact return will be based on how their all-NBA guard responds to rehab with his first muscle strain. So at least
1 week would be
he's going to miss
Wednesday, May 18th.
He's going to miss games 2, 3, and 4. It's a lot.
Again, all you have to do is win one of the next 3. They can do it. They can do it. I believe in them.
You believe. Does Sam Lubman believe?
I do believe. We just had Tony in Oakland on the phone, and unfortunately we weren't able to get her on. But I guess I could just pass her message along, and why she's optimistic. It's because of Draymond Green and the direct connection to God that he has, and how he will elevate Jimmy Butler through these next 3 games. And honestly, listen to her break that all down. It made sense. Like most of what Tony says. So I'm optimistic about this team, and I agree with you, Shasky. I think they could take one of these next 3, and
exactly.
I'm going to get a little bit greedy when they go home. Let's maybe take both of those, but we'll cross that bridge.
Look. If you just said it's 2-2, Steph's coming back, we would all.
You're taking that all day.
Exactly.
I still think Warriors in 7 is very much.
I like this thing that we're cooked. We're gonna just win one of the next 3. We're making this more difficult than it needs to be. This is why you got Jimmy
Carter.
I'm going to go off what I said yesterday about Gobert, kind of, and that Gobert was a big key to this series. The real key to this series, I should have gone more in depth, is the rebounding. I think that whoever wins the rebounding game in each of these games is most likely going to win the game. Yesterday, the Warriors won the rebounding numbers 51-41 team stats. Okay, Jimmy had 11, Draymond had 8, Buddy Hield had 8, and Pods had 8, Payton had 5, and Looney had 6. That's going to be the key to this series at the end of it.
It's almost like the inverse. So like what Steven Adams gives you as a rebounder and defensively, it's kind of the inverse of what Naz Reid's going to do off the bench. And it's not like for like the same. I know that Naz Reid's going to give them more juice as a scorer. He's going to play more minutes. But again, that was a huge factor in that series last time, is because you had the twin towers, if you will, of Şengün and Steven Adams. Not like Rudy Gobert's good. He's good. They don't have really another true big, though, that's going to get those boards.
But now you got to add another key with Steph being out to the series. And the other key is Jimmy needs to be a little more selfish with the ball when he's underneath the rim. Pump fake, go up, get the foul.
First team all selfish. Let's go.
Doc Pandia with an update. The Steph Curry news for Dub Nation. Grade 1 strain is a microscopic tear of the muscle. Timeline varies based on the following factors. Overall, this is great news, though. Location of the tear within the muscle, the number of hamstring muscles involved, cross-sectional area of the muscle involved, the degree of inflammation and fluid, and how the athlete feels in terms of mobility, strength, and pain and swelling. These injuries have a high rate of reoccurrence and can set you up for other injuries to other areas. So cautiousness is the key to the report, which is what you've been saying for the last 10 minutes.
You got to be careful with the hamstring, and we're going to be careful with Fast 5 because it was brought to you by Xfinity. At home or on the go, you'll get the fastest internet to all of your devices. Steiny and Goon next. Steph Curry, he's going to be out for at least a week with a grade 1 hamstring strain. The boys are going to talk about it, and it's going to be brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
No.
Shot clock is dark. The Warriors don't have to shoot it. Buddy Hield's going to dribble this one out. And a gutsy, hard-fought, huge victory for Golden State as they win Game 1 with Steph Curry back in the locker room with a strained left hamstring for over half the game. And the Warriors, with only 1 day of rest after a tough Game 7, they have captured Game 1 of this Western Conference semifinal series. Final score for the Target Center: Golden State 99 and Minnesota 88.
Tim Roy on the call, 95-7 the game. Warriors beat the T-Wolves in Game 1, but Steph Curry gets injured. Looks like he's got a hamstring injury, Goo. Not going to play tomorrow.
Wow.
But the Warriors, we got to balance it out. That was a gutsy win. It was a overwhelming win in a lot of ways. But now they may have to deal with playing without Curry for I don't know how long. We're all going to be guessing, right?
Listen, and with all my imperfections, what we do on a daily basis, Steiny, is we share with the listeners. It's like our diary. And I'm so despondent after what happened with Steph Curry last night. I'm fired up for the win. I got thrown out of a watch party, a group chat with my buddies because they said I'm turning into you because I was so fixated on what the future was and not enjoying. I mean, they were mad, but I'm mad. And Steiny, this was a great effort by the Warriors to hold Minnesota to 31 points in the first half. After the Game 7 defense, that was championship defense yesterday by everybody in black. And Draymond, the second game in a row, showing you there may be no other. This could be the first time seeing this. But with that said, you're telling me the game after Steph Curry helped close, he played 45 minutes, he comes up lame, and now I'm looking at this team through a different prism. I'm going to be positive. I need your help and the listeners. But Steiny, my gosh, I'm just like, this grade 1 strain. How can I sit here and look at you and say everything that was, I could taste it and it was manifesting into a run? The chef, 16 years in, has never had a strained muscle. So I don't know when he's coming back, but I almost want to tell you all, call me crazy, I would rather have lost Game 1 and had Steph with the healthy hamstring. I'm going there early.
You want some good news?
Give it to me.
You ain't going to need Steph Curry if the Timberwolves play like that. I mean, goodness gracious. I'll give, man. You got to give the Warriors credit for winning that game, but oh my God. Oh my God.
I am panicking. Yeah.
I'm talking about the Timberwolves.
I hear you. What was it?
That was maybe... That was the worst game I've seen him play. And
you're laughing, but we're like, that was wow.
I mean,
11 points in the second quarter. Anthony Edwards, Steiny, those weren't misses. Those were bricks, bud.
They were terrible.
By the way, guys, from Shams Charania, so the official Steph Curry injury designation is a grade 1 hamstring strain. It's the first time he's ever strained a muscle in his NBA career, but they expect him to miss at least 1 week. So Game 4 is 6 days away. Game 5 is 8 days away. Game 6 is 12 days.
Man. Well, that's not official, though. I mean, but
yes, it is.
No, he said a week.
Oh, it's from the Warriors.
This is from Shams Charania of ESPN.
Okay.
It's a grade 1 hamstring strain. They're expecting him to miss at least 1 week.
All right. Wow. I think the Warriors officially are like, he's missing. They haven't gone that far, is all I'm saying. But
no,
I'm not saying Shams wrong. I'm not saying he's wrong. Yeah. Thanks, Evan.
But that's 99.9 with big boy like Shams. You would think.
Yeah. You would think.
But go ahead. Yeah, Minnesota was awful, but I'm giving the Warriors, Steiny, they were in their space. And I don't know if Minnesota didn't know that the Warriors had their first look with Jimmy Butler. But my goodness, man, the Warriors' defense is spectacular, and maybe they can climb this tree. We'll talk about last night without Steph for a few games, but I'm going to need more from Jimmy, but last night, Buddy Hield again and Draymond Green, Stoney are my stars, and Coach Kerr. He is, Captain James T. Kirk right now with these rotations. Stoney, you got it or not? You're coming out. Everybody's available. Go if you come out. I love it. Kerr's in his bag.
Yeah, I don't know if it's that old half and half thing. I got to give half the credit to the Warriors, and then say that the Timberwolves. I mean, they're fourth in the league in 3-point percentage. They go 5 for 30. Can't make a shot. They can't make. They couldn't make any shots.
Man.
They just couldn't make any shots. And the Warriors win a game where they win a game on the road where they shoot 39%.
Man,
that's kind of one of those games where, man, how many times does a road team win when they shoot that poorly? But it was an indication of how good the Warriors were playing defensively and how much that the Timberwolves couldn't make a shot, quite frankly.
Again, Stoney, I'm being real, and it looks like Spadoni and Lubman and Shasky put out a poll, who gets your game ball. We'll get to that. But the winner was Buddy. And Buddy is, I think he's playing like prime Clay, just on both ends of the court. But Draymond Green, after kind of being basically quiet in game 5 and 6 of the Rockets series, Stoney, I don't know if I've seen him play better. Just talk to me about what you've seen from Dre and hitting, 4-10, but it's when he hit the 4 that kind of set the tone.
When he plays like that, over the years, the Warriors have had a lot of success. He was an offensive threat. He made his threes. Defensively, it looked to me like he was just roaming free in the lane.
Ray Lewis.
He was just roaming free, and he, every time a guy had the ball in the wing for the Timberwolves, he was leaning that way and kind of discouraging them. And then if they didn't come, he would drop back into the middle and wait for the pass to go to the next guy. And if they tried to penetrate or get into the lane, he was right there to make it congested and crowded. And that's why that's one of the reasons why the Timberwolves couldn't finish anything around the basket.
And the Warriors won the rebounding battle. Yeah. I didn't have that on my
bingo card.
Yeah, there we go. And also the offensive rebound, Stoney. So, again, this is not about the rest of the league, but all 4 road teams got victories in the first round of the playoffs in game 1. But do you think there were nerves in regard to Minnesota? Can they duplicate that bad effort again tomorrow? Because if the Warriors somehow, without Steph, that's what we know, can play that hellified defense, who am I to sit here and say they can't hold it down and come back here with a 2-0 lead for game 3 Saturday without Steph?
We can talk about rust, but then you got to talk about the Warriors playing on one day. It doesn't matter if the Timberwolves weren't ready or they were rusty. Now they're down 0-1.
Damn.
And they let the Warriors come in and kind of dictate that game, and they never.
Wow.
The Timberwolves never got it going. Yeah, it was one of those games where when you look at the box score for the Warriors, they had about 7 guys who played well, and you look at the box score for the Timberwolves. Excuse me. I don't know who played well. Nas Reed.
That was it. That's it. I'll give you. It was so bad. I'll give him a plus.
He made a few shots. Yeah. That's all he did.
Wow, man.
But anyway, Warriors go up 1-0. Looks like they're going to have to do it over the next 2 or 3 games, though, without Steph Curry. I'll tell you what, if there's a silver lining, it's that when we've seen injuries in the postseason, sometimes we say a play was dirty or a player was dirty. At least for this one, nothing happened. He just... It looked completely innocuous. It happened. I thought it happened on the defensive possession when he was down near the Warriors bench, and then he made that little floater.
Because he was on one, Steiny. He had that look in his eye.
Yeah, he looked like Steph.
But you said he ran 2 miles at game 7, or what did we say, 2.2 miles, Steiny, and this is the first strained muscle of his career.
All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. Warriors steal. See, that's what I mean. They didn't steal anything. They didn't steal anything last night. They just took it. I guess that's stealing, though, isn't it?
Yeah.
They deserved it. They earned it. And they made the Minnesota Timberwolves look very, very bad last night. All right. Warriors Wednesday is brought to you by Friedman's Appliance. Come see their full selection of in-stock luxury appliances in live working vignettes. Visit Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill today. That segment also brought to you by Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water.
What makes Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water different?
It's stripped from the play by Spencer, who takes it up the floor to Butler. Jump stop by Butler. Finds Buddy Hield. Pump fake, dribble drive. Skipped it over to Peyton. Peyton now waits back to Buddy. Right corner three. Got it! A little chaos is good for the soul. And Golden State leads 72-53.
Bow, bow, bow.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All righty. Buddy Hield. Buddy Hield.
Bow, bow, bow.
Yeah, had the wrong shorts on. Now that's on his teammates. Damn it, you didn't look at him and tell him you got the wrong threads on. I was like, we lost, but we didn't. But that was incredible.
They probably didn't know because they probably didn't know because he had sweatpants on over him.
Was that the walk of shame for him to have to leave and go get the trousers?
He didn't care. It was funny.
At least he had shorts on.
Oh, buddy. He's balling on both ends. Real quick, something profound I've never heard from Tim Roy. Chaos is sometimes good for the soul.
For the Warriors, it has been for sure.
You know what? You real quick, you talked about Mike Dunleavy yesterday, and maybe Jimmy Butler was the best Geico ever. Maybe we can withstand Steph being out. I'm gonna be positive. Apologize to my guys yesterday. I was not happy. They threw me out. My boys I watched the game with, Stoney, on the chat.
So you when Steph got hurt, you were just despondent.
And when the final buzzer went off, it was just, and my boy Big Dex, I'm going to say this to you. He says he doesn't like how fast Curry was ruled out and how fast they said, Curry was it devastated or he was down? Crushed. That reeks of like, this is serious, man. You can't play with a hammy.
Yeah, if you're just joining us, Sham Sharani of ESPN is reporting Curry's going to miss at least a week, which means games 2, 3, and 4. If this report is accurate,
go ahead. That's 3 games.
That's at least games 2, 3, and 4.
And 5 is on Monday. I got that wrong?
5 is on Wednesday.
Oh, whoa!
So they got Thursday's game 2, Saturday game 3, Monday game 4, Wednesday game 5.
Oh.
Then they have 3 days off. So they play every other day till Wednesday, and then they get Thursday, Friday, Saturday off. So
that would be ideal. Like if you want to get greedy and get tomorrow, and Jimmy said it, I need to go in the lab and work on my one-on-one game because I know they're going to need me to score. But Buddy and Dre, just everybody last night, that was a special win.
All right, the morning show today had Dr. Nirav Pandya on. He's our company doctor, essentially, Odyssey medical insider. Here's what he said about his initial reaction when he saw Steph grab for the hamstring.
I thought initially it might have been cramps, because there wasn't any kind of, like large twist or was he sprinting and then he kind of pulled up. So I was thinking cramps, but then you see him immediately call for a sub. So that got me a little bit more concerned. And I think when he was grabbing higher up on his leg, that was when I got a little bit more worried because, the higher up that hamstring injury is, the more it can be a longer recovery. So that was definitely concerning to me when I saw that.
All right. So that was Dr. Nirav Pandya. And I think the next one is the one I want to play.
Okay.
Because he talks about the injury and why these injuries occur.
One of those things I was hoping that maybe this was just a little bit of a little bit of a cramp and they would bring him back out. But the fact that he didn't come back out to the bench, it was a quick diagnosis, is the fact that, hey, this is something that they're a little bit more concerned about. And, they're already starting treatment on. They've got, as much as you can get that treatment in to help this hamstring heal, you're starting it right in the middle of the game. So definitely that a quick diagnosis and not coming back out to the bench made me a little bit more worried.
All right, that's not the exact one I wanted. I'll try to find the one I wanted, and it's nobody's fault but my own. But Pandya seemed to, the Warriors have had a lot of games in a short amount of time.
They have, man.
And
I heard Butch going off this morning about it. But
about what?
The schedule being every other day.
I mean,
if you would have handled business up 3-1, that would have been 2 games I did. Like, is that wrong for a fan to even go there? I think it's fair.
Well, I think it's fair for fans to say the Warriors should have closed the series early.
That's exactly what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Right, exactly.
I don't think it's fair to say the schedule.
Yeah, right. No, I wasn't saying that.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I mean, the schedule's the schedule, and everybody's got a similar type schedule. The Warriors might have benefited from the extra days rest early in that series. But all right, 888-957-9570 is the number. Let's try to keep it on the game last night.
All right.
We'll have time to talk about game 2. We may as well talk about how the Warriors shut down Minnesota, held them to 88 points.
0 for 15 from 3 in the first half.
Yep.
That's defense, Evan.
Well, Evan's got a stat here.
Oh, boy.
Evan's got a stat that, well, you know what? These are always, make of it what you will. Go ahead, E.
Which one?
The
uncontested. Oh, yeah. So the Minnesota Timberwolves had 15 of their 29 threes. They were uncontested, so not a defender within 6+ feet. And they made only four of them. So they shot 26% on uncontested threes, which then means on any contested three or anybody generally in the vicinity, they were 1 for 15.
Good gosh.
That's hard to do.
Steiny, I mean, have you heard from Finch? I got to ask.
No.
Okay. Do you think how much of it was what? Because it was Warrior defense and nerves. Like, can this
Minnesota was terrible.
Like, can this spill over into tomorrow or Minnesota? Like, thank God we got a new game. We got another game.
If it spills over into tomorrow, they're going to be down 2-0. I mean, it's like,
go Dubs.
I'll be honest with you.
Yeah.
They were terrible. And you got to give the Warriors credit. Everybody who checked in for the Warriors, for the most part, helped. Spencer helped him.
Yes, he did, man.
Buddy Hield was really good. Peyton was very solid. Draymond and Butler did their thing. Kuminga got a little bit of a run.
Man. So I asked you and Evan in the pregame, but you can tell the masses, and we'll get back to it. I can take the victory lap for Pat Spencer, right? You guys, you know what? Go ahead and do it, D. Because I saw something way back in December where I said, and you go, Spencer, I goes, it's just something about him. And now he's a folk hero.
And you've said something about Santos and Post and Reese Beekman and Braxton Threes. And
that's our guy, Pat. He ain't scared.
Now he's our guy.
Yeah.
All right. 888-957-9570. Let's go to, let's start out with we got the pride of the AAU circuit, Caleb in Livermore. What's up, Caleb? How you doing?
Caleb.
I'm running out of trolling ideas, man. But George Pickens, huh? I see the shirt.
Oh,
yeah. But I'm worried about Curry, man. But go ahead, baby.
And I feel you. I mean, I got you. Cowboys only going to win 7 games. Let's talk about the game last night. Buddy Hield, man. This guy. I mean, these last 2, he's been money, man. And let's just. What's the phrase? Throw it right on the table. Sponsored by ATCO.
Yeah, pest control. You got it.
I mean, it's a real possibility the Warriors don't get out of that first round without Buddy Hield. And this game, he was fantastic, and he definitely took the Batman cape. But I want to talk about Jimmy Butler. This is his time now. This is basically Miami Jimmy Butler right now with Steph out.
Wow.
And they need him to put on that cape. Whether he needs to be Captain America or Black Panther, because I'm more of a Marvel guy, he definitely needs to tap in. But I'm gonna be honest, man. The way Chris Finch called out Anthony Edwards in that post game, Anthony Edwards in game 2 is going to come out and be really, really aggressive because we know his personality. But we'll see how the game goes. I think Minnesota does take game 2. I think the Warriors did their job in getting a split. But now with Steph out, it becomes a whole different series for sure.
I'm with you, man.
Have a good one, guys.
Yeah.
All right, man. Thanks for the call.
And Snotty, I just got to piggyback on his point about Buddy. It wasn't like he was in fuego for the start. What was he, 0-8 in the first? Then he had 2, but then he got hot. So that made it more special to me that you didn't just step onto the court after Trousergate. You know, he had to go find it, especially when they found out, okay, Steph's not coming back. And I know they got that news in the second quarter. But Buddy Steiny is playing like prime Clay. And that's the biggest compliment I could give him. And I know he's his own entity, Buddy Hield. But good God, what a godsend he was yesterday. And Caleb's right, Steiny. There's no way they win or get past the Rockets without him.
No, I mean, Buddy Hield has been by far the best surprise of the postseason for the Warriors. Outside of the guys you count on day in and day out. Right. I mean, Buddy Hield has been absolutely incredible. Caleb brought up Chris Finch calling out.
I loved it,
Anthony Edwards. Here's what he was talking about.
You mentioned kind of the energy, the spirit starts with Ant. Is that something that you and he talk about maybe ahead of game 2 now? Is
no, I mean, what is there to talk about? I mean, you're the leader of the team, and you got to come out and set the tone, you know, in all ways that happens. And if your shot's not going, like you still have to carry the energy, you know. So, you know, I don't think there's. You know, if I got to talk to guys about having the right energy coming into opening second round game, then, you know, we're not on the same page.
Chris Finch on
He's getting a lot of love.
Edwards.
He wasn't scared, Steiny. He said it. Edwards was awful. And the Warriors threw, we talked about who's going to start on him. They threw everything at him, but he just, Steiny, I don't know, maybe it was nerves. But you can't live that life of taking victory laps around Staples and I want the Warriors and Draymond and Evan showed me the clip with him out in the court of gold talking to Obama and Embiid and then show up like that. So, you know, Warriors be aware. Game 2, I'm sure we'll see a different Minnesota team.
One of the other things Finch said about Anthony Edwards and his game was he thought, and it was interesting because it looked like this. He said he thought Anthony Edwards like had predetermined what he was going to do before the game ever started. And then, yeah, do you have that, Evan? Yeah, I thought this was
predetermined,
pretty interesting, and I'll tell you what I think of it then.
You know, I thought he struggled early. And then you could just kind of see the light go out a little bit for a while. They're the leader of the team, and you got to come out and set the tone, you know, in all ways that. All
right, anyway, we'll find the one. But I kind of thought the same thing, too. I felt like Edwards came out into that game saying, I'm going to get everybody else involved. And, in fact, I'm going to try to get everybody else involved to the extent that I'm not really going to be aggressive at all.
But you still, when you do, Steiny, I can hear that splat far left. It was wide left. His first shot, like you can choose to do that, but when you got to do your part too, and he didn't do that. Steiny, he was smoking layups.
Yeah, he couldn't.
He was in his own head. Yeah, kudos to the Warrior D.
For sure. 888-957-9570 is the number. Warriors take game 1, but get some. I don't know.
Bad news, man.
It looks like Curry's going to be out for a week, which would be at least the next 3 games. And then we'll see. Let's go to Droddy in San Francisco. Hey, Droddy, how you doing?
Hey, good morning, fellas. How we doing today?
Hey.
Hey, man, that scenario with Curry going down exposed a lot about what we got going with the team, and everybody stepped up, next man up. We're not going to get lucky with Minnesota going 0 for 16 in the 3 and scoring his first field goal with like 8 minutes in the third. So we know the second game is going to be opposite to what we saw last night. Kudos to Draymond for going on fire, possibly his best first half, 16 points, 4 for 6 from the 3, 6 rebounds, 3 assists. Now we just need to make sure that we give Curry the time he needs to rest up, get ready for that game 4, which I want to believe he'll be ready to go if we need him.
Thanks for the call, Jody. Appreciate it. Yeah, game 4 is Monday, which according to Shams Charania wouldn't be a game that Curry will play in, but again, we'll see.
Yeah.
We'll see. I mean, this guy obviously is in phenomenal shape, and I always do think when I heard Panja and you talk about recovery time, I mean, 2 minutes after the injury, they are starting to work on it already.
No doubt.
To get him ready as fast as he possibly can.
So you're saying that's a good thing? Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I listen, I don't know when he's coming back, but like everything Curry has done from the moment he got hurt last night until the next time he plays, The only thing that he's going to work on is getting the hamstring back.
Okay.
Like, that's it.
Yeah.
That's what he's going to do all day today.
Around the
That's
clock.
what he's going to do all day tomorrow.
Now, you know I'm different. Before you get to the other calls, let me just ask you what you think of this. So, no matter what happens tomorrow, Steiny, what transpired last night, the Warriors are up 1-0. They got that game.
Yep.
But when you talk about this possibly, to me, being another game one because there is no Steph Curry, you say what to that? Because Jimmy talked about, now I know I got to, and he kind of did it, but not to the extent that he'll have to do it from the tip. Like Minnesota now knows there's no Curry. Everybody's going to have to step up and do more, and they're coming out probably one of their worst performances ever. So I feel like in a crazy way, it's not house money. The Warriors got their victory, but man, Steiny, this is almost new again for both teams.
Listen, as somebody who's watched Minnesota for a while, thank you, they're a different kind of team. I mean, they, in a crazy way, like I'm not excited about the Curry injury because there's something about Minnesota that even though they're down 1-0, I could see him thinking, well, you know what? They don't have Curry. We're going to be all right. And that's kind of who they are. I mean, they can play really bad at times, and they did last night.
Well, the reality is, and I don't want to get too far down the road, if you're right, and I talked about the Rockets not being buttoned up or what I deem not buttoned up, that was not buttoned up yesterday, mixed with, from a Minnesota standpoint, missing shots. But my gosh, you're going to throw something at me. But Steiny, if the Warriors handle business and Minnesota is still not right, this thing could be over in 4 games by Saturday. I know we're not there yet. I got you. But my goodness, imagine that in the time that the chef would be able to
You're
rest.
asking me to imagine the Warriors sweeping the series now.
Yeah.
I mean,
I got you. I'm not advocating.
We promised we wouldn't do this.
I got you.
And
but man, last
Evan,
night got me thinking.
Yeah, Evan, go ahead and jump in.
My man.
We were talking sweep against the Rockets too, right?
No doubt.
We were talking 5 games against the Rockets too.
I got my hand up.
They now don't have their best player. How are they going to sweep Minnesota?
Well, Buddy's still playing.
Hey, Evan, boy.
Batman.
And Jimmy, we need you now, bud. I'm seeing too much of him driving and passing. Like, you got to be what you did when Miami now, starting tomorrow. You have to. You just have to.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let's go to Jan in Mountain View.
Hey.
Turning into one of our all-timers. Hey, Jan, how you doing? Jan in Mountain View. What about the middle one?
I'm out.
The 1440. Is your board the same as mine?
What are you talking about?
Jan in Mountain View,
Omaha.
upset about Curry.
Oh, sorry.
That's all right.
Can you hear me?
We got
Loud and clear, Jan.
Okay. Where I wanted to start was I feel that the way this injury happened to Curry is because of all the blitzing and all the wear and tear that he put on his body, during that Houston game, because they were blitzing him, and it wasn't until like the fourth quarter of the Game 7 that he got some, that they laid off of him a little so he could score a little and finish the game where Buddy started the game and got those 33 points. But I'm also thinking that, his age, 37, and the doctor this morning saying, and Sham saying that this is his first, hamstring strain, that there's, that this is probably something that can haunt him down the road. And he's going to probably have to change the way that he runs on the court and not, run 2 miles, because that's going to affect that hamstring too, I believe.
That's not a bad point.
They're going to have to manage that and maybe get him into a different type of a role and, have the others step up. And Buddy, mostly Jimmy, when you're under the rim, please score. I mean, last night you had a couple of opportunities when Gobert wasn't near the darn rim. And I was getting nervous near that fourth quarter because I saw Gobert in there, and I thought, oh, dear, man, now what's going to happen after we have this lead?
Yeah, Jan, Gobert
I'm with you, Jan. I got nervous,
Thanks,
too.
Jan. Appreciate the call.
I love her, Stoney. Give Minnesota credit. They did.
For what?
They got it to 9, and the building was... You know what I mean, Stoney.
When the Warriors finish them off, put that on their tombstone. They cut it to 9.
Yeah, but too much overpassing from Buddy. They got the dub, no pun intended, but he'll be ultra aggressive tomorrow night. But, I mean, everybody was locked in black, and Steve Kerr, he trusted everybody. And if you didn't have it, you were coming out, and I loved it, man.
Bow, bow, bow.
I'll tell you what, something Jan said just made me think of something. And, okay, Curry's got a bad hamstring. We know that. And we're used to seeing him handling the ball a lot and running around a lot.
Yeah.
That just got me to thinking, he could be used in other ways. Like he could become a spot up shooter in this series if he doesn't have if he can't run around like he runs around.
But now you're talking about playing with fine china. If he can't go, he can't go. I hear you.
I hear what you're saying. I'm just saying that, there's other things he can do, and one of them, his gravity will never go away.
And speaking of which...
So I'm just, trying to look on the bright side of this thing.
Right, and I don't feel like there is one unless they win. But the bottom line to me is what Jan and Evan said, Stoney. This dude's been playing ball and running at this rate for 16 years, playing a whole nother season in regard to the postseason. Are you really, if we just sit back and process this is his first strain? Oh my, just think about the conditioning that he's been in, man. A1.
Yeah, here's more Doc Panja on best and worst case.
Really, really bad things. We were worried about, okay, this is the end of the, even if they make it to the finals, he wouldn't be able to play. The fact that he got up, he was still running around, walked to the locker room. You've eliminated that kind of grade 3 complete tear. You just can't do what he did if you've completely torn your hamstring. Now you're wondering, okay, is this maybe a grade 1 or grade 2 based on an MRI? Best case scenario would be, this is a grade 1. It's just more fatigue. He felt something. They're being super cautious, and you're looking at a week. Most grade 1s usually land around a week. Grade 2s become a little trickier. Those are kind of the 2 to 3 week long injuries. My gut tells me that based on the fact that Kerr said he's day-to-day, that he was walking around, this hopefully lands more of a, okay, where in the series are you going to play? It's based on how the team's going. It doesn't necessarily look like this could be, okay, end of the series, and we're hoping that he makes it back for the next round. So best case, couple days. Worst case, maybe 2 to 3 weeks.
All right, that was Dr. Nirav Pandya on with the Morning Roast. And Evan just got the latest update. This is from the Warriors.
Yeah, from Warriors Public Relations. The MRI that Curry had this morning officially confirmed a grade 1 hamstring strain, will be reevaluated in 1 week. Yeah. So it doesn't sound like an early return is possible.
All right, so
reevaluate.
So he's going to miss at least 3 games.
No doubt.
Yes.
And the best case would be he's evaluated next Wednesday, and it's good, and he can play on Wednesday night.
Perhaps.
Yeah. Yikes. All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. A bittersweet victory for the Golden State Warriors. Warrior fans, can you win this series? Knowing that Steph's probably going to miss the next 3 games. I know.
You got a head start.
I know my answer. My answer is yes, you can still win this series. That segment was brought to you by Cache Creek Casino Resort.
Celebrating 40 years of extraordinary rewards. Join us as we celebrate 4 decades of excellence. Cash in at Cache Creek Casino Resort.
Hey, it's Willard and Dibs for Safeway. Safeway members can always count on Safeway for great savings. And now there's price lock on select items. Members earn double points on the following items while their prices are locked. through August 26th. Signature Farms boneless, skinless chicken breast value pack, just $3.99 per pound. Locked.
I love when we can lock it up. And also Lucerne butter, 2-pack of 1-pound packages, selected varieties for $7.99. And lock it up. Brightly paper towels, 12 rolls, or Signature Select family pack of 30 rolls of toilet paper, just $19.99 each.
Lock it in, and you can use all those paper towels to wipe the butter and the chicken juice off of your face. These and other great digital deals are available in the For You section on the Safeway app. Just download the weekly deals to your account, and they automatically deduct when you use your phone number at checkout. It is as easy as that. Go to Safeway.com for more details. See you in the aisles.
That's because their defense leaks like a sieve. What are you talking about? Don't you remember the postseason?
Your team's got a solid defense, but what about yours? If you're done having kids, it's time to take the final step. Try Valley Vasectomy. No more birth control fails, no more pregnancy scares. Just freedom, fun, and peace of mind. The procedure? 15 minutes. The benefits? Forever. Don't wait for overtime. Book today at tryvalleyvasectomy.com. And that's the game!
As America's leading business lender, Bank of America is on your corner and in your corner. With over $5 billion in business loans and more than 110 business specialists right here in the Bay Area, we help businesses thrive so communities prosper. What would you like the power to do? Learn more at bankofamerica.com/local business. Bank of America, official bank of FIFA Club World Cup 2025. Copyright 2025 Bank of America Corporation, all rights reserved.
in the corner. Can't shoot. Over to Butler. 3 to shoot. Pulls up. Takes a deep 3. It's up. He banked it home. The Bank of Minneapolis is open late tonight for all the playoff action. 69-53.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Tim Roy on the call last night, right here on 95.7 The Game. You can hear every game of this second round right here on 95.7 The Game. Game 2 coming up tomorrow at 6:30 in Minneapolis. And the Warriors are going to play that game without Steph Curry. He has been diagnosed with a hamstring, grade 1 hamstring strain, and he will be reevaluated Wednesday, next Wednesday.
Real quick, game tomorrow's at 5:30.
Oh, my
Pacific.
bad. Thank you. Thank you very much. What was I going to say? Dr. Panja came on this morning and was asked why does this occur? And he said the number one reason it occurs is because of fatigue. And I'm looking
That's heavy.
I'm looking at the Warriors' schedule the last couple weeks. They've played, including last night, that was their 6th game in 11 nights. And they're playing 4 more with just 1 day's rest.
Right.
So,
and he played 46 minutes in Game 7 after 41 minutes in Game 6 Friday night, man.
Yeah. Anyway, the Warriors are going to have to play without Steph Curry for at least games 2, 3, and 4. And we'll see if he can get back for game 5, which seems like a stretch. The one piece of good news for the Warriors is after game 5, they have 3 days off before they would play a game 6 on Sunday. So I don't know. Do you shoot for game 5, game 6? We got to see how it responds.
Well, right now you try to shoot for a 2-0 lead, right?
Of course.
And this is why you talked about Mike D, and I keep going here with pulling off this Jimmy Butler trade. But just imagine had he not been on this team. But now you got him to be more assertive. And basically the rest of the team. I don't know who's going in the starting lineup, Steiny, but the team dynamic of how the Warriors looking to try to attack it offensively is going to be different. And you would think nobody's happy he got hurt. But Minnesota's like, our job, you would think, just got a tad bit easier.
Yeah, but
I hear you. Last night was ugly for them. I don't think it could get any uglier. That was bad. Steiny, 31 points and a half at home.
Yeah, they stunk. Minnesota, in a shambles. Absolute shambles. All right. You want another possible blessing in disguise?
Guru Computer spits out nothing. Give it to me.
So, I know it's not the best news, obviously, but if the Warriors somehow beat the Timberwolves, okay, and Curry comes back at the end of the series, I mean, maybe it's a blessing in disguise.
But why?
Because
I hear. Go ahead.
He's going to get a week off, and I get it. He's rehabbing and all that kind of stuff, and I'm looking. I'm digging for a silver lining because I don't want him to miss games.
Yeah, no doubt. So, I feel cheated already.
So
what if I told you that would resonate with me a little more had this been a finger he was dealing with or an ear or arm? The fact that it's your engine, it's not your money maker. You never know when it's going to flare up or what have you. So I guess that's why I'm a little, you can sense the trepidation. But the bottom line is they got a hell of a win. And now you just talk about the strength in numbers. You got Jimmy Butler and you got Buddy Hield playing out of his mind. And, you're going to need more from Pod Steiny. You're going to need more from Moody. Post didn't even, 6 minutes? And I get it. But, Gary Payton, the second returned. You're going to need all hands on deck. And Pat Spencer, Steiny, 11 minutes, 2 of 4, showing you he's not scared. Everybody's going to get an opportunity to pitch in, it looks like.
No doubt about it. It's going to be challenging for the Warriors. But they've played without Curry before in the postseason. In fact, he's missed 12 playoff games
Yep.
And the Warriors have won 9 of them.
There you go.
9-3 in the postseason when Curry doesn't play. Now, go ahead, Evan, put that stipulation on it. But nevertheless, the numbers are the numbers, and the numbers are the numbers.
Well, he's had Klay Thompson and Draymond Green for all of them.
Prime. Yeah.
Not since 2018 has he missed a playoff game. And for the other 6, or for 6 of those 12, you had Kevin Durant.
Yeah. But now you got the Butler, Steiny.
Yeah. All right, 888-957-9570. Let's start off with Dre and Lemoore. What's up, Dre? How you doing, buddy?
I'm doing good. Hell of a game last night, guys.
Yes, sir. Gutsy.
That's a good way to put it. Hey, I got some good friends that are Laker fans who were in a group text last night, and one of them said, midway through the third quarter, I wish Steve Kerr was our coach. And I think we don't give Kerr enough credit. That game he coached Sunday, Houston could never get their momentum going. And he coached a perfect game. And last night, he coached a perfect game, I thought. And, I thought Looney came up big when Draymond got that 5th foul.
Yep.
Looney he defended. He did what he needed to do. It was a team effort. I'm sorry, I can't remember the name of the Caucasian, the white guard with the porn stash.
Pat Spencer.
Yeah, that's the point. I love it. Yeah. Pat Spencer, baby. Yeah.
He's white.
Yeah, he goes a little out of control sometimes, but the guy, he's got heart. He plays hard. It's a team game.
There you go.
Kerr makes sure that they play as a team. If they lose as a team, and he holds even the superstars to the highest degree. And we're lucky to have him. And I think the Warriors, with Kerr's guidance, can pull out one more victory. And one thing I got to add, the Warriors did play great D, but Minnesota, it's a make-or-miss league, and they were definitely missing last night. So let's hope they have another cold night here.
Yeah, good stuff, Dre.
Thanks, Dre. Appreciate it.
The porn stash. I love it.
So the Timberwolves finished, this is unreal. They finished the regular season 4th in three-point percentage. And in Game 5 against the Lakers, they were 7 for 49. And Game 1 against the Warriors, they were 5 for 29. So that's 10 for 78? Is my math right?
Man.
10 for 78?
They made that many?
12 for 78. I'm sorry.
That's a lot.
12 for 78 in the last 2 games.
Can you guess what that percentage is, Steiny? Or you already know?
No, I don't know. I'm going to say 12, 20, 24. It's 13. It's 14.7.
I got 6.5.
That's not right.
143.
Yep.
No.
12 for 78.
That's more than 10%.
I'm just telling you what I got.
You got to do it again. That much I know.
6.5.
No, you do it the other way. Divide the other number by the other number. Divide 12 by 78.
15%.
Yep. 15%.
Evan, what are you laughing at?
It was just inverse.
I'm not. Do I look like I'm laughing?
No, I'm doing it. I'm just right.
Hey,
I got a job offer.
And let me tell you, he won't have you doing stupid math. He'll have you scouting.
That was my class, though, baby.
All right. I
did baseball.
I tell you what, here's no better man to put on at this time than Antonio in Oakland. What's up, Antonio? How you doing, buddy?
Oh, doing great, man. We won the game. We took home court back. You know what I'm saying? But my lookalike is injured right now. He might be out for a week. But at the end of the day, we got a good record without him, in the playoff history and all that. And we got Jimmy Buckets, specifically just in case Steph has an injury or anybody else has an injury. And, Buddy Hield, when he came out of college, he was compared to Steph, and he's been playing like Steph lately. So, I'm saying? He's going to keep shooting. And, but when he goes to the basket, it seems like he be, missing and stuff, getting blocked. But at the same time, man, hey, I'm just happy we went in. And I think, Kevon Looney is a series for him. keep getting them boards for us, man. Making smart plays at the end. And, man, like, play the white boy. You know who it is, Pat. He had that Kareem sky hook yesterday.
Yeah.
Woo, that was beautiful. But I think we can win next game, too, man. I'm telling you. The Warriors, man, we going to win in 6 games regardless, man. And I don't know why people, I think 11 out of 12 people picked Timberwolves to win this series. That they're pretending like the Warriors are the 10th seed and the T-Wolves were the 1 seed. Like, no, we're only 1 seed away from each other, believe it or not.
What do you mean 11 of 12?
Shocking the world.
What do you mean 11 of 12?
Well, that's how many wins they need to win it all now. It's down to 11.
Oh, no, I'm saying like out of 12 people on the ESPN panel, 11 picked the T-Wolves to win the series.
Really?
And I'm like, wow. That's why I said people act like the Warriors were the 10 seed. They had a playing team, and the T-Wolves were the 1 seed. Like, no, we're 1 seed away from each other. That means we're kind of neck and neck. So anyway, we're gonna win, guys. Right. Jonathan Kuminga, breakout game.
It can happen.
Thanks, Antonio. Appreciate the call.
He played yesterday, Stoney. He got in, and at this point, all hands on deck. And that's what Kerr is doing, and he started it into Game 7. But good God, man, if you could somehow come back to the Bay up 2-0, man. You're dealing with house money then. I'm sorry, Stoney.
The Caucasian.
This is more Panja, just to give everybody an understanding of what Steph's dealing with in case you just joined us. Curry's going to be out at least a week. He'll be reevaluated next Wednesday, which is the day of Game 5.
I think especially given his age, whenever these hamstrings tear, basically what you're depending on to basically get you back quickly is there's some degree of scar tissue that's in there. We know that although scar tissue can sometimes hold an area together, especially if you've got a lot of other muscle around it, that area is more prone to cause pain, to re-injure itself. And if you look at hamstring injuries, the 2 things you worry about besides getting back on the court is that there's a high rate of re-injury. We see that a lot in football and baseball players. And there's also a rate of injury to other parts of your body. Your hamstrings are so important to helping stabilize your lower leg. So it may not be a hamstring. Are you worried about an ankle or something else? So that's really where the medical staff has to make this decision of, okay, do we push it to get him back, or are we being extra cautious so that we don't get that repeat injury or get something else? And that's where, unfortunately, what happens with pro athletes is you're looking at how the team's doing and what's the risk of potentially, can we win without him playing, or do we have to take that risk and put him in because we're worried about how the series is going?
All right, well, he's not going to play the next 3 games for sure. So can he get back by next week? We'll see.
Oh, I feel sick for him, man. And like I said, Stoney, I just felt like we've watched him, or I have, so much. You kind of know when he has it going, and he had that look in his eye like he was about to give the Minnesota, the business. And for him to miss 3 games, at least, I know Minnesota's not happy. They don't want any injury, but that could be the one solace in this loss is they don't have to face Steph Curry for the next 12 quarters.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app. Now broadcasting from the Laughing Monk Studios, Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in San Francisco. Let's go out to KJ in the city. Hey, KJ, how you doing, man?
I'm doing good. How are you doing?
Doing all right.
Little concerned, KJ.
Yeah, I think, we got a full team of fighters. I think it's unfortunate what happened to Curry, but, I'm not giving up on the Warriors just yet. I think we got to have the fans turn up, be very loud, just play better ball. And I think, we can close this series by hopefully Game 6. We'll win, and it's my birthday on Friday.
Oh, there you go.
So I hope,
happy birthday.
Warriors, thank you. So I hope Warriors win on my birthday, but I feel like, we're going to win the finals. The haters can say you got Timberwolves in 6, but I'd say Warriors win the whole thing.
All right. Thanks, KJ. Yeah, I mean,
he's a tourist of bull, too.
If somebody, thinks or thought Minnesota was going to win. I mean,
Vegas had them heavily favored in the series.
Yeah, it doesn't make them a hater.
And before Steph got hurt, I was just thinking, my God, how did they get that? But, Stoney, real quick, tomorrow's line, Vegas, I know you don't care, but the gravity of one Steph Curry has Minnesota favored by minus 10.5.
And what were they favored last night?
I want to say, Evan, I don't know.
I know what
top.
they were, 6.5. How'd that work out?
I was just about to throw it back at you.
Yep.
Good Lord. You got it wrong.
Let me see what else. Jimmy, I'll tell you what. We'll lighten up
tomorrow
the mood.
night.
We'll lighten up the mood at some point today and play the Buddy Hield, Jimmy Butler back and forth after the game.
Yeah,
it's pretty. It's really good.
But Jimmy, you got to ball tomorrow because Buddy's been carrying you. You know what I mean? Yeah.
888-957-9570 is the number. Let's talk about this series and the fact that it looks like the Warriors are going to have to play some of it, maybe all of it, without Steph Curry. Can they still get this thing done? They have a 1-0 lead, and they looked fine to me after Steph Curry left.
They beat them on the boards 51-41, Steiny, and then got 18 offensive rebounds to Minnesota's 12 on a bunch of opportunities because Minnesota was bricking.
I also think the Warriors in a game like tomorrow, call me crazy, but in a game like tomorrow, let's say Curry hadn't gotten hurt, and they win that game. I almost feel like with Curry, it becomes a house money game. But without Curry, I got to believe the Warriors are going to come out like they're down 0-1 in this series.
No doubt. What about 0-3, Steiny? I'm with you.
Yeah, I mean, so
it's changed a lot.
They, they played. When did he get hurt? Second quarter or late first?
Second quarter.
All right, so they played 3 quarters without him, and they didn't give up a lot of points. They're going to have to scratch and claw out a win in the next couple games to keep this season, keep the series tight.
Yeah, and we kept saying yesterday just about Minnesota and their defense. They're respectable. They are not Houston, but they can D up. Only 12 turnovers again for the Warriors.
Yep.
Handling the rock.
Let's go to Verducci in El Dorado Hills. What's up, Verducci? How you doing, my man?
Oh, man, feeling so good after this victory. I know it came at a cost, but can I please get a little bit more? I'm going to bring it back to Super Troopers. Can I get some more Rod Farva, a.k.a. Pat Spencer? I mean, that's what we look like out there. I mean, I love his aggressiveness. And, I want to give a few shout-outs. One, my guy, Buddy. I love him. He's full of positive energy, the vibes. And that's the thing. When Butler came, there was a sense of belief. And even though we're down Curry, everyone knows they need to step up, especially people like Green. I loved how he restrained himself from getting all excited when DiVincenzo pushed down Butler. He's holding himself accountable. Everyone's got to step up and play their best game. Now, Kuminga, you want to earn your money, Kuminga? You want to earn those big dollars? Do exactly what you did yesterday. Cut to the hoop, move without the ball. That's exactly what we need from you. And I love Steady Eddie Looney maybe coming into the game, slowing things down, playing great defense. But it's going to be everybody, and especially Steve Kerr. You're going to see and understand what makes Kerr a great coach. This is going to be his best coach basketball right now. We just got to hold the fort until Curry comes back, and then, like I told you, we're going to win it all, baby. So let's go, Dub fans. Keep a positive energy. Keep it going. We're coming for you, Timberwolves.
Verducci.
That's Verducci.
EDH down the El Dorado Hills.
That's a nice area.
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
What's the nicest suburb of Sacramento?
I would say
the most posh.
They got Roseville, El Dorado Hills.
Roseville, that's where
Granite Bay.
Yeah, good call.
Who's from Roseville?
Eddie Murphy used to live in Granite Bay.
Who's from Roseville? One of my favorite all-time athletes. Summer Sanders.
Oh, yeah, good call.
Summer Sanders.
Yep.
With an O?
Look at Evan with the Granite Bay slip in. You're right, Granite Bay.
I know a few cats from Granite Bay.
Yeah. I think so.
Let's just say Verducci.
Olympian. 888-957-9570 is the number. It's interesting. Verducci is one of the world's greatest optimists. He is. And I guess I'm going to ask how optimistic Warrior fans are feeling right now. I mean, you're up 1-0. And you absolutely made Minnesota look terrible last night.
But now you got to do it 3 games without the chef. So for you to say what you just said in regard to the Warriors feeling like their backs against the wall, Stoddy, I feel like a message can be sent. There was somewhat one sent last night, but now that we know the finality, just in regard that we know he's missing Curry is the next 3 games, I mean, Minnesota could be like, okay, you got us. But if they can get tomorrow and then come here Saturday and feel like we don't have to face Steph and chase him around. It's big. They're all big, but man, I thought I was the biggest optimist but I got thrown out of the Union City chat last night, man. They did not like my body language and my verbiage. But, Stoney, I'm trying to hold on and find the positive, man, but it's hard.
The positive is that the Warriors are up 1-0. And the other positive is that they can beat the Timberwolves without Curry.
I thought you were going to say we're breathing. But
it's going to be hard. And we can't expect the Timberwolves are going to play like they did last night.
And that's what scares me.
But you know what? You always say this, Goo.
You can't fall from the floor?
Who's on the floor?
Minnesota, that game last night. It can't get any worse, can it?
Well, now I forgot what one of the things you always say.
So much profound.
Maybe this is bigger than Steph Curry. Maybe this is about the Warriors.
Strength in numbers?
Mm-hmm. Coming together.
But Jan was right. I don't know if you noticed last night. Jimmy Butler, Steiny, he's by the basket and he's passing out. And I know he's going to say I'm making the right play. But now with no Steph starting tomorrow, Jimmy, we need you to get them buckets. That's your name.
Yeah.
Playoff Jimmy. It's been Buddy playoff right now.
How do you think Butler looks physically?
That's a great question, Steiny. And he's coming off that tailbone.
Mm-hmm.
I think fatigue and that injury are catching up. How about that? I thought he looked a little stiff last night.
All right.
Even getting rebounds. How many rebounds did he have? 11 rebounds. So he's playing, but
look at the offensive rebounds.
Yeah.
7.
Yeah.
Those were big. I'm telling you, Butler does what you need him to do on a specific night.
But now you understand that has to be greater, though, right? With no Curry. I mean, it has to.
It's logical to think that. It is, but who knows? They play through Butler. Maybe he has 14 assists tomorrow night, but he has another 20-point game, and he's helped out by another shooter. And they got enough players. And, look, the Warriors play smart. They play smart.
One of the smartest teams in the league.
I should say when they play smart,
that's been their staple throughout this Kerr run.
888-957-9570 is the number. Steph Curry is going to be out for at least a week, which means he'll miss games 2, 3, and 4 for certain.
Damn.
Game 5 is next Wednesday. That's the day he will be reevaluated. So the best case scenario would be he gets reevaluated Wednesday morning, and he's able to play Wednesday night.
Oh, I know he's sick.
That sounds like the best case scenario for the Golden State Warriors.
We'll see.
We will see. We will see. All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. You still feeling optimistic about the series, though, Warriors fans?
Real quick, the guys, Wilder and Dibs, will have Steve Kerr on today at 4 o'clock Pacific time, so you can learn more about all the things going on with Steph and Golden State at 4 o'clock with the head coach.
All right, Steve Kerr, 4 o'clock, Willard and Dibs. Don't miss it. Warrior fans, can you just compartmentalize this series without Steph playing at least 3 games? You still optimistic? I mean, you're up 1-0. You're up 1-0, and who knows? Minnesota, they did look tight last night. They might.
How many fast breaks did they blow where they had numbers? I'm like, what is this? This is incredible. Julius Randle.
I'm going to ask Evan to get the one about their transition offense.
Damn.
On the break. But hey, what's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. And listen to this, because this is going to be a lot of fun. Coming up on Friday, we're going to be giving you a chance to win a pair of tickets to the Golden State Valkyries home opener. That's on May 16th. The Valkyries' inaugural season is here, and fans, you do not want to miss the first ever WNBA season in the Bay Area. Tiffany Hayes, Kate Martin, Kayla Thornton, and the Valkyries all summer long. They're going to be playing at Chase Center. Tickets are available at valkyries.com.
Spencer to bring it up from Draymond. Spencer right side. Takes Randall. Throws up a hook shot, and he banked it in off the glass. Pat Spencer with a bucket. It's 74-53 Warriors.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
I tell you what, Warrior fans ask.
Yeah.
And we deliver.
Yeah. UPS.
Coming up at 12:45, Pat Spencer is going to be joining us. Pat Spencer.
Yes, sir. My guy.
Absolutely had a role in last night's Golden State win. And 99-88, it wasn't that close.
11 minutes last night. You wonder if that'll continue tomorrow?
I mean, as you said, all hands on deck. I heard a word in a press conference last night that I've never heard in my entire life in a press conference. And it was by the Timberwolves coach, Chris Finch. And of course, we know that the Timberwolves couldn't make a three-point shot.
They could hit the side of a barn.
They also couldn't run a fast break. So listen to a word I've never heard in a press conference before, Finch describing his team.
I mean, poor spacing, terrible rhythm, didn't make the next pass a lot of times. Really poor in transition. I think that's where we kind of cost ourselves the chance to stay in the game early. We had opportunities to run out, and just our transition decision-making was diabolical. Obviously then we couldn't hit a shot, but I didn't like the fact that we couldn't repeatedly generate good shots. We should have been able to, really. So,
wow.
That's Chris Finch.
That's a great word, Stoney. And I'll say this. This is how I watch sports. And I know I'm giving Minnesota the fast break points like, oh, they're going to score. And then I'm like, what were you thinking? Like, if you play basketball on pot, that's what Minnesota looked like last night. Playing basketball on ganja. That's what they look like. It didn't make sense, man. Edwards on a fast break, and the guy's not even and that's you. Man, credit the Warriors, man.
Our transition decision-making was diabolical.
That's a bar.
We're going to have Pat Spencer on at 12:45. He played last night, and I've absolutely contributed. You know what I got to ask him? So he's listed at 6'3", right?
Yeah.
Pat Spencer's 6'3". Let's say he is 6'3".
Yeah.
I was starting to think, I'll bet you he was one of the greatest pickup basketball players to ever step foot in a gym. That guy walks into a gym and you're probably like, who's this guy?
Mr. Lacrosse, though, Stein.
And he probably ate people's lunch at the gym.
I'm sure all NBA players have that.
No, this is different. That's right. Because when an NBA player walks into a gym, you usually know it's an NBA player. But I'm talking about 5 years ago when nobody knew who Pat Spencer was. He walks into the gym and people are probably like, well,
the Caucasian.
Yeah, the Caucasian is athletic as hell.
What about Steve Nash, Steiny? He walked in, it's like, oh,
people know but people know who he is. And he was an All-American.
He stripped me in open gym. Him and Avery Johnson.
He wasn't wearing number 61.
Well, we got to get to that. Remind us to ask him about
Draymond
that.
Draymond didn't like it either. 61.
Yeah. All right, let's go to Will. Will's in Moss Beach. Hey, Will, how you doing?
I'm doing better than diabolical, that's for sure. Hey, Steiny Grew, all we got to do is win one of the next three. 2 of those games are at home. We're going to be just fine. We're going to be just fine on the defensive side. Offensively, we got to figure out the non-Jimmy minutes. Who's going to score? The irony of all ironies is JK's time to step up. We need him to score in the non-Jimmy minutes. He's been an enigma for his whole career, but he could get Warriors fans behind him with one good game in the next 3 and bring home one win. And I'm happy with us being tied at 2 when Steph comes back. Thanks, guys.
All right.
There it is.
And that's hopefully if he comes back for game 5.
I would be a positive. I hear you.
The non-Jimmy minutes. Yeah, I mean, I get Jonathan Kuminga doesn't play the same position as Curry, but I agree with the caller. I mean, you're going to need scoring, and I got to believe Kuminga's going to be given opportunities in the next 3 or 4 games, and it's going to be up to him to deliver. I thought last night he was kind of like he's always been. Now he got...
But a little better than that, because it had been bad.
Yeah, but they were kind of hanging on when he was
hit a three.
Well, I mean, he's going to have to play better than last night and in the playoffs. But he's going to get an opportunity.
Yeah.
And
1 rebound, Stoney, 13 minutes.
Yeah, and I mean, he's going to get an opportunity, and he's got to make the most of it. I mean, he just does. This is it. It's his number right now. Let's go to Murillo in Petaluma.
Our guy.
What's up, Murillo? How you doing?
Hey, guys. What's up? Excited about last game. I think it's always awesome, contrary to diabolical, when your team follows the game plan. And I think that will be the key without Steph. Following the game plan, because I think we have enough defense to hold the fort. And, yeah, maybe a few points from Kuminga. A couple things I wanted to touch. It looks like Edwards has a calf injury. Am I wrong, Stein? You follow the Wolves a little closer. The way he's shooting, the way he's moving, he has a rep on it now. And I felt like that's kind of what I noticed in the end of the Lakers series. So I'm keeping an eye on that. Hopefully Steph's hand can heal a little faster, too, with this time off. One thing I want to touch, Steiny, and it's my main reason to call. Last night after the game, I watched both coaches speaking, and both coaches brought up the same thing, motivation. And I think Pat Spencer is a guy who doesn't need motivational speeches, and that's exactly what the coaches said. What? Steve Kerr, you guys played cinch, but also Kerr, when they asked, hey, what did you say to the guys after the staff news? Like, I don't have to tell anything. You guys know what time it is. These guys, it's a lifestyle being a basketball player. Right. It's not something it's not a job. So I think I'm with you. The motivational crap, let's put this outside of the conversation sometimes, because it's all about these guys, and they know what time it is. They know what they have to do. So the theme of my call is game plan, guys. If we follow the game plan, we can be maybe 3-1 when Steph comes back. Thank you, guys. And I'll talk to you soon.
Thanks, Murillo. Appreciate the call. That'd be that feels like a hell of a scenario. If the Warriors could win 2 out of the next 3. If you're just joining us, Steph Curry is going to be out for at least 3 games, and he's going to be reevaluated next Wednesday, which is the day of Game 5, which would be in Minnesota. Asterisk, if necessary.
Yeah, I told you.
Let's go to MJ in Brentwood. What's going on, MJ? How you doing?
Hi, guys. Thanks for taking my call.
Sure.
Hey, I just wanted to point out, I was at the game on Monday, Game 4, against Houston, and it was a lot of, it was like just really stressful. I thought I was going to have a heart attack, but I just feel like I would be more worried if Butler were out for 3 games than if Steph Curry was out for 3 games.
Really?
Why is that?
Hello?
Yeah, no, we're stunned.
Well, yeah, okay. Well, because Todd had a crazy game, I feel like he has something coming like that soon. And also, Jimmy can get to the line, and Curry doesn't really get calls like that. And if Jimmy can just keep being aggressive and getting to the line, I feel like we could maintain a small lead. And then we wouldn't have to worry about the clutch shots that Curry always takes. And then we would be fine. Because at the end of Game 4, Game 4, we just needed those free throws, those last free throws, and it was incredible. But when Jimmy is not on the floor without his presence, I feel like they don't take care of the ball as well. He's just so good at taking care of the ball.
You're absolutely right about that. I mean, the Warriors' free throw percentage has gone up since Butler got here, and their turnovers have gone down.
And he only had 1 in 41 minutes last night, Jimmy.
it feels like a lot for him.
Yeah. And what about Murillo, Stoney? I know it's the playoffs. I'm growing up and proud of myself with this one. I did see Ant-Man go down and reach for his ankle, and he's got that thing taped up, and even the Lakers series. But if he ain't talking about it, I ain't talking about it. I mean, you're out there, and calf or not, no excuses. That was just a bad performance.
I mean, yes, it was a terrible performance. Yeah. It was terrible. And this is always why I'm like, well, was he hurt? Was he banged? Who cares?
And that's all.
Who cares if
my man Austin in San Jose disappoint me? He's like, she might be on to something. Murillo, excuse me.
Well, look, I mean, who cares?
Yeah.
Like
if you're out there, come on now.
I don't want to. We're not going to do a show on who would you rather have miss games, Butler or Curry. Yeah. But the fact of the matter is, without Steph Curry, you still have a guy that you can run everything through if you want, and who's a hell of an all-around player. The issue that I'd be worried about is now do you have to play Butler 46, 48 minutes a game, and what does that look like over 3 or 4 games with just one day off?
Yeah, and if Draymond is not looking like prime Draymond from 2016 from 3, I'm talking about the shooting. Pods has been off. Moody's shot. Stoney, their shot is gone right now, over the last couple games, but who's going to hit those shots? And you could say Buddy Hield. Okay, I'm not mad at it, but he's going to need help. Maybe it'll be our guy joining us at 12:45, Pat Spencer, who is not afraid.
888-957-9570 is the number. Warrior fans, you still optimistic this team can do some things? Most importantly, you think they can still win this series? And they've now beaten Minnesota 4 out of 5 games this year.
Man.
So you can make a case they have their number.
No doubt about it.
Let's go to Austin in San Francisco. What's up, Austin? How you doing, man?
Hey, not much. Just chilling at the house watching the baby. He ain't feeling too good. Didn't go to school today.
All right.
But yeah, hey, I wanted to touch base with y'all. Hey, Google, I know you remember when I was asking for the Spencer to come in.
I remember.
He needs to be playing mode.
Yeah.
Hey, I need that, brother. He had like 2 steals. Even though, he didn't do too good, but he did okay. But with that being said, I would love for some of his, minutes, some of Pod's minutes to go to him, so we can have that more point guard on the floor to keep everybody, happy and whatnot. But what I really was going to say, the Warriors about to go on a run. They're about to be dangerous, even without Curry, because now they can actually they can utilize everybody on the team, everybody, and we kind of bigger down there. Not like LA. LA wasn't too big. We bigger. We can throw Moody at. We can throw Looney at him. We can throw Draymond. We can throw Post. We can throw Jackson Davis. We bigger now, and we can be. And Jimmy Butler, he is what Cal Anderson couldn't be. Another Draymond Green, but can actually score and keep everybody involved. And what's his name, Buddy Hield? He Waters. He Lenny Waters, but a better Lenny Waters. You feel me?
Yeah.
But we got this. We have to go on this run like they did in the beginning of the season. Watch it.
All right, man. Austin's still optimistic.
Yeah, he said a run. I mean, could you imagine though, Steiny? And we'll find out tomorrow. It's about last night. I get it. But, I said, I don't know if there's house money because no Steph. But, man, you talk about Minnesota being under immense pressure. Without Steph, and you come back or you get ready to board that plane to come back to San Francisco, possibly down 0-2, that's pressure, man.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's pressure on just about every game in the playoffs. And, I just don't think whether it was rust, whether it was 6 days off, doesn't matter. They weren't winning that game last night. I'm talking about Minnesota. And they weren't going to win it, especially the way the Warriors were playing, because the Warriors just weren't going to let them back into that game by doing the things that would get them back into the game, which is turning the ball over and playing dumb. And they didn't play dumb at all. And they haven't played dumb at all in the postseason.
But, Stoney, I don't want to leave this studio without, as bad as Minnesota played, letting everybody know I saw the Warriors. I felt the Warriors on defense. And this is the second game in a row. I believe it was a big reason why they won Game 7 against the Rockets. And if you're telling me with or without Steph Curry, they can be active and nasty. And we talked about Pat Spencer, 2 steals. Stoney, if they are this tenacious on defense, I mean, they got action to do some things that I don't even think they can do without Steph Curry possibly.
Yeah, and I think in Game 2 we'll get a better sense of how good the Warriors' defense is and how much of it was Minnesota's ineptitude. But there's no doubt the Warriors' defense is a big part of why they're in this round of the playoffs. They don't play the defense they played against Houston, and they're not even here. Man. So they're absolutely a very good defensive team, and last night they showed it. Let's go to Schlep Rock. Schlep Rock is in Oakland. What's up, Schlep?
Hey, what's going on, guys? Hey. What's going on? Hey, I'm not mad at Pat Spencer. I'm not mad at Buddy Hield. I'm not mad at Draymond because they came out and did what those type of players are supposed to do. All right, I'm not mad at these other guys per se. Mad, but, I mean, you made a statement, Steiny, that Kuminga's got to play better. Mm-hmm. Okay, yes, he does. But so does GP3. So does Jimmy Butler. So does Moody. All of these guys got to play better.
Pajemski too.
Yeah,
Pods
too. I forgot Pajemski. He's got to play better. All of these guys got to play together. The game before, 3 points from the bench for the entire game. No, that can't continue to happen, and it didn't happen last night, which was a positive. But everybody's got to play better. Jimmy's got to start taking some of those shots. He's got to. I'd like to see Jimmy at the line at least 12 times a game. I sounds like a lot, but that's Jimmy's game. Here's the other thing: who are the Warriors' best at assisting? I think it's Draymond, and I think it's Jimmy. What do you think about Draymond bringing the ball down? Jimmy's off ball. And then you got Buddy, you got Kuminga, and maybe let's go post to spread things out. And then you have Jimmy slashing, you have Kuminga slashing, you got post out at the perimeter, giving space. Do you think that type of lineup works, or that's just too much of kind of like?
I mean, I
think we're going to see it.
I mean, Draymond can obviously bring the ball up. The one thing I was a little surprised about last night was after the Timberwolves got down, they never even tried to bother the Warriors in the backcourt after they scored, or if they got back on the back in transition. Their defense was setting up at half court, and
you got an older Conley too, though, Steiny. You know what I'm saying? I'm just saying when the outstarted the game, that's not a Jalen Green or some of these young puppies.
Yeah, 888-957-9570 is the number. You still feeling optimistic after Game 1? If you're just joining us, like I said, Steph Curry's going to miss the next 3 games at least, and he'll be reevaluated next Wednesday, which is Game 5. This from the 650 on the Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line. The Rat on the Table, sponsored by Atco Pest Control. Maybe the Rockets were better than the Wolves, and the Warriors now have an easier path and are better for having to have gone through Houston.
I got to see more, but if you look at the number next to the team name, the Rockets were the 2 seed. So, if you came down from Mars and you said, I'm going to go off of that, Houston's better. But if they can put together one more stifling defensive performance, the Warriors, that is, then what we saw is not, I'm not saying fluke at all, but, man, they're making Minnesota uncomfortable.
They made them uncomfortable in Game 1. There's no doubt about it. And I do think it's very interesting that the team, so all home favorites lost the first game of the second round.
That. Yeah.
I mean, what does that tell you about rest versus rust? I mean, I think we all expected Denver and the Warriors to be
gassed.
Yeah, and they weren't.
That's why my boy, he hates it. He hates athletes and the talk of fatigue, Steiny, but you're right. They just said to hell with that. And the Warriors weren't down like Denver, but you talk about New York, they were down in those said games and came back. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Impressive.
And Oklahoma City got 8-9 days off. They get beat. I know they were up 13 late, but maybe there's something to it. 888-957-9570 is the number. Let's go to John. John's in the Bay. What's going on, John? How you doing, man?
How you guys doing?
Hey. Doing well.
Yeah, so, I do think Houston defensively presented challenges that very few teams can. Maybe OKC, they're so fast, they're so long. I think, on the perimeter, the Wolves are slower. They're bigger, they're kind of clunkier. And I think that, Steve Kerr, last night we were up by 20, and he still was advocating to push the ball. I think what we need to do is we need to play fast, especially when we get out on transition. Obviously we need to rebound and not turn the ball over. Those are given. But I think that we're quick enough with our foot speed that we can still offensively get good looks. And, some games will make them, some games will miss them. But I think taking one out of the next 3 games is very realistic. I'm not, I think that, I would like to see them actually take 2 of the next 3 games, which would be awesome. And then we can really rest Curry. But, I'm a lot more optimistic despite, losing our number 1 guy. So,
yeah, I love it. Appreciate it, John. Yeah. You can take some comfort in that they played pretty well after Steph got hurt, and they're going to have a lot of contributions without Steph Curry. But he went out when it was 30-20, and they ended up winning by 9 or 10. So
played 35 minutes without him. He played 13 minutes, man.
Exactly. So the Warriors absolutely picked up the slack for Curry. And they're going to have to do it again on Thursday, and then again on Saturday, then again on Monday, and then we'll see about next Wednesday.
We got Spencer at 45, Stoney?
Yes, 12:45.
Moody and Pod's got to find their shooting, man. I'm looking at it. They got to find it fast.
Yeah. Neither guy has been very effective in the last few games. Warriors Wednesday is brought to you by Friedman's Appliance. Come see their full selection of in-stock luxury appliances and live working vignettes. Visit Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill today. That segment also brought to you by Crystal Geyser, Alpine Spring Water. 888-957-9570 is the number. Warrior fans, you guys are up 1-0. You're going to have to do it without Steph Curry for the next couple games. How you feeling on 95.7, the game?
Our transition decision-making was diabolical.
cannot sit here and not go outside when it's sunny, waiting on the rain. You gotta go live.
Now back to Steiny and Guru. Take it away, Steiny.
Get better, Steph.
All right.
I'm good now.
Steph Curry is going to miss the next few games for sure. The story is hamstring strain grade 1. He's going to be reevaluated on Wednesday of next week.
Oh, man.
That means for sure he's missing games 2, 3, 4, and 5 would be the most optimistic return at this point for Steph Curry.
Can they hold it down? What's your gut tell you?
They can. Yeah, they're gonna need to.
Because you're down on Minnesota after that one. Not down like it can't change, but that was all time. Steiny, I'm gonna say it: Warrior defense / rust, or Minnesota. My goodness, and you can't be talking and Guru calling you the face of the league, and I'm not the only one. And then you go put out that effort.
I mean,
that was bad.
Edwards is who he is. You know what I mean?
He missed 10-3, 11 threes against the Lakers.
Yeah, I mean, he's gregarious.
Nice word.
He's carefree.
Brash.
Sometimes that doesn't work.
Yeah. Hey, and I mean this. You play ball. Have you ever had I've never strained my hammy.
No, I mean, I've strained my hamstring, and I mean, the issue to me with the hamstring is, what do you always hear about a hamstring? To me, it's always, you got to wait till it feels better and then wait. You know what I mean?
Evan tore his.
Yeah.
Am I correct, Evan? You tore yours?
Yeah, still threw a complete game.
Look at Tom, man.
Makes you wonder why Curry's not playing through it.
No, this is basketball.
I didn't know he was torn, though.
Oh, did you ever see Evan's wind up?
No, I have
it's
not.
All lower body.
Where did you see it?
I never saw it.
Okay, gotcha.
All right.
Pat at 12:45, Spencer.
Yeah, Pat Spencer.
He knows these mechanics were flawless.
Well,
I seen him golf and hit a golf ball. He's got smooth.
Yeah, I mean, just if you look at Evan and he says, "Hey, I'm a pitcher," the first thing you assume is, yeah, he must have good mechanics.
Me and Pat Spencer.
You are something else.
All right, let's go to Brendan. Brendan in Texas. Hey, Brendan, how you doing?
Hey, how you doing, guys?
Hey.
I just say I got some good news and bad news. What do you guys want first?
The bad news.
Bad news. Okay. I think that we are underestimating this Minnesota team a little too much. Because for them to have a terrible game, quote unquote, as they did, they brought the game back within 9, for one. And for two, without Steph's 11 points, we might most likely lose that game. So I think we need to take this team a little bit more serious. I think it's 11 points or 13, either one. And for the good news, I would say I think this was bound to happen to Steph at some point with the way he's been playing, back-to-back and stuff like that. And I hate to say that, but I think it's true. But I think it's also great that it happened now against a team in the second round that is very, very beatable. And he can get time for his hand to rest, just overall just recovery. And I think that's just great. But that's all I got to say, guys. I mean, y'all have a good day, man.
Hey, thanks.
Appreciate the call, Brendan. No, I mean, the silver lining would be,
give it to
if
me.
You can somehow win this series without Steph.
Oh, man.
And then he comes back for the Western Conference Finals after not playing for a week or so. Hey.
Who had that on their bingo card? Yeah,
that's the silver lining. That would be the silver lining.
And also again, I keep going back to Mike D. Steiny, this is why you made that move, not for the Geico, but to have another dynamic player. And again, just imagine where this team would be with this news without Jimmy Butler. And Jimmy's Butler, I don't have to remind you all, playoff Jimmy Buckets, the guy that took Caleb Martin and company, got Vincent paid to the promised land. So let's go, Jimmy. We need to see that tomorrow.
888-957-9570 is the number. Warriors take game 1 from the Timberwolves 99-88. And Steph Curry, hamstring strain, is going to miss the next 3 games, and we'll see about game 5 in this series. Let's go to Alex in San Francisco. How you doing, Alex? What's going on?
Hey guys. I wanted to say one thing, which is that, when you're playing on a team with Steph Curry, everybody knows the best shot on the court is for Steph to take the shot. So if you're taking the shot, you got a little hesitation, a little bit of guilt, a little bit. And Kerr has said this, like, why is Steph not getting the ball? Steph should be getting the ball. If you go into a game and you're a second-tier player and you know Curry's not in the game, that changes everything in terms of your confidence, your lack of hesitation.
Yeah.
So I actually think we're going to see better role players from all of them, because they won't have that little guilt in their head like, well, wait, shouldn't Steph be taking it? The second thing I wanted to say is that Dunleavy, I agree, Dunleavy deserves his flowers. If you look at this team, his name's all over it. Buddy Hield, Pods, Post, and, of course, Jimmy B. So let's give Dunleavy his love.
No doubt about it.
Appreciate the call.
And you did that yesterday, and I backed you. But, hey, can I give you a random take from yesterday's game? You tell me what you think.
Sure.
Why do I feel like defenders have caught on to Pods, and now the refs are calling it a travel? Do I dare say I feel like they're beating him to his spot, that he was getting away with it before, where he's able to show off his footwork, which I think is exceptional. But starting now, it's like they're beating him to the spot, and then he's getting called for travel because there is no, there's no adjustment to the adjustment, if I can say it that way.
I mean, the one thing that I do feel like, and I'd love to hear Warriors fans' takes on this, is I feel like the longer the playoffs go, the more defenses are not going for Pajemski's pump fakes or even Jimmy Butler's. Like when you see a team play, and now they've played 8 postseason games, I mean, you got to stay down on Jimmy Butler if you want to have a chance at success.
And Houston did that well.
Ditto with Pajemski. I mean, his MO has been to get into the lane and kind of pump fake and then step around, but if nobody's going for a pump fake, he's got really nowhere to go except kick it back out.
Yeah. Just something I noticed.
Let's go to Philmo Mike.
Mike.
Hey, Philmo, what's going on, man?
Let's see how he feeling.
Hey, take that for data. Hey, Dave Fizdale been coming up a lot lately, Steiny, if you haven't been tripping. TNT had it on. Anyway, I forgot who he was, but shout out, I think it's Antonio from Oakland.
Yeah.
Shout him out. But I just want to mention, people got to remember, bro, game ones and game twos is like Michael Jackson. It's black and white. You made 1 minute, you feel me, you may be a dark skin. Next thing you know, the next day after a Pepsi commercial, you maybe come out a little bit lighter. So the game one really don't mean nothing. I can see game twos being the total opposite, where all the teams that was like the favorites that was supposed to win totally flip it around. No close games in game two. And also, I just want to say this last thing.
And I got something for you.
Boo, Edwards can kind of do anything. I think that's what makes Edwards so appealing. He's not calculated like LeBron and Curry.
Right.
And I think that's so cool. Like, I'm walking in state. I'm walking downtown L.A., man. We just won. And I think that's a beautiful thing about him. And so he could do all that and come up and lay a turn like he did in game one. Again, it's like Michael Jackson, black or white. It could be the other way around where he go for 50 the next game.
No doubt.
I love Edwards. Remember that game where he was asking Steph, he said, hey, Steph, look, I got 45 or 40 or 52. And Steph just looked like, yeah, man, you do, bro.
I got you, Mike.
He's like a baby. He's like a baby, you know? So it's so fun.
And he's just being him, Mike, and that's why we gravitate to him. And he can say, I don't want to be the face of the league, but we want you to because you don't want to. So I do like his energy. Mike, real quick, you know this. People can make numbers say what they want. But real quick about Steph. This is his first time in 16 years he strained a muscle. Just think about that. That's crazy as much as he runs.
That is crazy. But I don't know if that's all the way true. I mean, you think about it. The Warriors are good at disguising information. I don't know. Also, you got off seasons where he might have strained something we don't even know about it too. I highly doubt. I'm just keeping it real. I be playing pickleball, and you can strain your hamstring just randomly. So that's hard to believe. It's awesome to know that if that's truly true, man, kudos to his recovery team.
Yeah.
But I don't know about that. That's one of them facts that I can't really, like Will Chamberlain 20,000. I don't really know about that.
I love that. That's a bar, baby.
Thanks, Filmo. Appreciate
if you
the call.
know, you know. Sonny, what can Celebrini and the greatest of doctors do to a hammy? Warm it, ice it, or is it just one of those injuries? Mother Nature, what's the body? Father Time?
How about we go to a real doctor?
Yeah.
Dr. Panja.
Oh, man.
I think the key thing when you're trying to get people back from hamstring injuries is, number one, in game, are you doing things to prevent that muscle from tightening up? So he's on the exercise bike, you're heating that area up. And then number two is you may have to change the way you're utilizing them in the game. So, Curry covers so much court, and all that running and constant movement is going to place stress on that hamstring. So Steve Kerr figuring out a way that Curry can get shots or how he plays, so he doesn't have to have as much movement to get that shot. So these are the little nuances you can do to make sure that hamstring isn't getting stretched. But unfortunately, it's different for a center. Kevon Looney, has a hamstring issue. He's not as mobile and running around, so you can get him back quicker. For Curry, his game's predicated on moving around. So how can Steve Kerr change the offense and have different lineup combinations so maybe he doesn't have to run around as much and can just shoot threes like a spot-up shooter and not have to worry about creating his own shot?
Oh, Panja. You coaching?
No, that was great.
I know.
Yeah,
it was. I mean, but that's the thing. If you're bringing Steph back and you need to change his role some, that tells me he's not 100%.
No, and I don't want him out there then, Steiny.
Well,
you're saying you would think about it and roll him out there? Wouldn't that be negligence, though?
Okay, then he repulls it and the season's over.
What about tears it? Because you could tear a hammy.
How long does that take to come back from?
I don't know. Dak Prescott did it, and he had to have surgery. Just saying.
Yeah, I don't know. It's a tough one. Let's go to Mr. D. Mr. D is in San Francisco. What's up, Mr. D?
Yeah, guys, that was a great win, but your YouTube headline was a win, but at what cost?
No doubt, man.
But now I'm looking at this thing going back to the Houston series. And granted, Steve Kerr might not have been able to use the whole bench, but we'll never know. But what I'm saying is Steph Curry is the oldest one, and he's the one that came up with the injury. And if Steve Kerr is going to play Draymond Green and Butler all of those minutes like he did against Houston and just let those people on the bench languish there, they're going to fall like dominoes. He did a masterful job last night playing the bench.
Yeah.
That's what has to happen. We don't know. If he would have played the bench during that Houston series, maybe this could have been avoided. We'll never know. But you can't play those old guys all those minutes. You just can't.
I'm with you. That's a great call. But Norm told me, Steiny, son, you can't cry over spilled milk. So with that said, Kerr knows best, right? He had to play Curry for us to get past Houston those minutes. And obviously I'm with you where, you couldn't have spelled them, but I mean, what can we do about that now is what I guess I'm saying to you. Because the caller was on point, and I feel that way. I told you and Evan, had they handled business in Game 5, maybe he's still playing.
I mean, the thing to me that was, well, first of all, you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app, now broadcasting from the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in San Francisco. Excuse me. The thing that was a little troubling to me about the injury is nothing happened. It didn't feel like.
But that's how hammies go, though.
Exactly. And that tells me that
it was a matter of time.
Yeah. Yeah, it does.
And you're 37. It's like driving a car at 90 miles when I'm just, Steiny, 46 minutes. That was just Sunday. And he's back out there. And what's funny is, we hadn't talked about this, early on, didn't the Warriors look like the fresher team? Yeah. It just looked like they had more energy.
They looked fresher, I thought, start to finish. Oh, and especially when, even when Minnesota was coming back a little bit.
Yeah, they got to 9, Stotty. The place was rocking.
So, in other words, it was a 20-point lead.
GP2 hit a big 3.
And the best they ever did was cut it to 9.
But as low as they were, Steiny, and as stale as they looked, you thought they had a little life. And Edwards came to life a little bit. He was fighting himself, even on layups.
See, that's one of those games where, and I've said this about the Warriors games, some of the Warriors games against Rockets. Oh, the Rockets cut it down. Yeah, but you can.
I got you.
It would have taken a collapse by the Warriors last night.
But when you don't have Steph, I think that was embedded in every Warrior fan's mind, like anything's on the table, Jimmy included, who I didn't, again, he played good, Steiny, but I can't wait for tomorrow because we need 20, 25, 30 shots from Jimmy. But you're saying, hey, Gua, he might make the right play. It might not be that. But what Jan said that I remember in the first hour, you're overpassing for me, Jimmy, when you're at the rim, man. And I don't know if that's energy or stamina why he's passing.
I mean, I after watching him for 35 games, he doesn't take bad shots. And if he's in the lane and he pump fakes once and a guy doesn't go bite for it, he's gonna pass it.
Would you say that's a skill?
What do you mean?
Not taking bad shots, because some of the greats, Kobe.
It's a mindset.
It's a mindset.
It's absolutely.
Kobe was what did we say about him? He's the best bad shooter ever.
Yeah, he was a chucker. He was selfish. He was a ball hog.
That's the Mamba, baby.
Mm-hmm. No, I think, look, Butler, it's clear, goes out every game and says, I want to go 7 for 12, ideally, from the field and get to the line 8 times and make all 8. And I don't want to turn the ball over at all. Like he goes into every game like, I'm not turning it over. And so he does tend to make safer plays, but that's not a bad thing necessarily. Tony's in Oakland. What's up, Tony? How you doing, man?
Hey, what's up, fellas? How we doing?
Hey, hanging in.
So I just wanted to get a couple points off my chest. Just a quick note that Steph hasn't really taken any time off. If you guys think, last season or last summer he was in the Olympics, and that's a lot of high quality games that he played during that time. So that also could render. I'm not saying that it's the reason, but it could render why he strained himself. And also, I think this series is where we're really going to see Steve Kerr get in his bag. He's got to really utilize the entire bench. I mean, from top to bottom. Maybe not the bottom. I don't know about Key. We can keep him out of the rotation, but he's got to use everybody. I mean, even when Steph comes back, he's not going to be 100%, right? He's still going to be lingering with that injury, and then also Jimmy Butler's going to be lingering with that injury too. So this is that series that I believe that Steve Kerr really has to utilize everybody and really show his coaching strategies and, that winning mentality that he really brought to this organization. And last thing is that, Goo, I kind of disagree with you. I don't think Game 2, Jimmy Butler really needs to take over. I think they need to go through the motions. And we won Game 1. We won the game that we needed. He's got to go through the motions that when we come back home, I think one of those games he really has to take over. He's got to put the foot to the gas. Don't take it off. Don't even break. And then try to win one game for us, and then utilize his role players for the next game so that we can win both games at home. All right, fellas.
Thanks, Tony.
Wow.
Appreciate the call. I didn't even think about the Olympics.
Wow.
But I mean, look,
no, I get it.
The guy's 37,
running 2 miles a game. You said 2.2,
and he's
like, but we are shocked because it's never happened.
Why? Well,
I hear you, but
I mean,
Steiny, this is
one of the things that the Warriors, we all said they were going to need is health, and right now they don't have it. So can they get over the hump in this series, knowing that Curry's going to miss a big chunk of it?
And I'll say this about Jimmy, to our boy's point, he's just got to read it. And when you say, what do you mean you got to read it? Son, if he's out there with Pods and Moody and they don't have it going, and you're in the paint, Jimmy, I don't want you to pass it to two guys that you know or should know, are struggling or scuffling a little bit. So we need you to be more demonstrative offensively, because the facts are the facts, Donnie. The numbers are the numbers. He's got 8 8 40-point scoring games in the offs. Now you can say, oh, when was that? So he's more than capable. And I love that little quote. We hadn't really gave it much run. I'm going to go in the lab one-on-one because I know they're going to need me for more scoring. That's what you call Batman.
You know what bothers me? Is Jimmy Butler comes onto this team and everything changes. And he's a big reason for it. And we've seen the Jimmy Butler effect. And yet, stop telling him trying to tell him how to play. Don't stop telling Jimmy Butler how to play and what he has to do. He does what he thinks is the best way to go about it. And I agree. I could see him coming out tomorrow and not taking a shot in the first 8 minutes because in his mind, he's thinking we can't win a game tonight against the Timberwolves unless 3 or 4 guys got it going. As opposed to me coming out and trying to get 20 in the first quarter. This is who he is, and we've loved him. I don't know that he can just.
But I got you. I'm not even mad at that, but he's used this terminology, and I know you're not into it. Shout out DC Comics, Batman and Robin. So he clearly knows the difference. One is greater than the other. They're both great. So the fact that he knows that, I think he's going to put on the Batman cape because he's always called Curry that. So with no Curry, that signals to me I know I need to do more offensively.
That doesn't just have to be shooting. That can be running the offense through him. But
we'll see.
I mean, how many times have we said since Butler's been here, he's got to come out aggressive? And he doesn't.
But they haven't been playoff games.
Well I don't know.
Since they've been starting to play big games down the stretch, you've seen an engaged Jimmy Butler. I think most of the time you can tell if he's getting to the free throw line.
What was he last night from the field?
I don't know what he's from the field, but
I could tell you, Steiny, he was 7 of 20 last night.
7 of 20.
That's a lot of shots for him.
Exactly.
2 of 8 from 3. So he's letting the 3 ball go, or is that 6? 2 of 8 looks like. Boy, I need some.
I mean, he kind of owes Curry.
Yeah, 4 or 6 from the charity stripe.
I mean, the other thing that
Curry
Jimmy
bailed him out in Game 3.
The other thing about Butler that he's going to do is he's not going to come out aggressive, most likely from the start. And Warriors end the first quarter up 28-21, and he's only taken 1 shot.
He'll take that.
That's great. I mean, that's absolutely great. But I'm a big believer in getting as many people involved early as you possibly can, rather than one guy having a big first quarter. That's just me.
And you think that's what Ant was trying to do? Because I don't. I just thought it was the stage and the nerves, Donnie. I don't know.
I think he came out and just wasn't aggressive. I thought he stood around a lot. Let's go. 888-957-9570 is the number. Warriors, they win 99-88. They beat the Minnesota Timberwolves in Game 1 yesterday in Minneapolis. Game 2 set for tomorrow at 5:30. And Steph Curry will definitely not be playing tomorrow. He will not be playing Saturday, and he will not be playing Monday. He is getting reevaluated next Wednesday, which is Game 5. I don't know if that's optimistic or not, but that's just what the Warriors are saying. He'll be reevaluated 1 week from today. 888-957-9570 is the number. Warriors Wednesday is brought to you by Friedman's Appliance. Come see their full selection of in-stock luxury appliances in live working vignettes. Visit Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill today. What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
championship coming soon.
Yeah, we'll be fine. Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, coming up in a half hour, Pat Spencer's going to join us from Minneapolis. Played 11 minutes last night, and over the course of these playoffs, he's proven to people that might not know that he can play the game. And he's tough. There's no doubt about it. And he gave the Warriors something against Houston, and during that blowout, he showed something when he went 5 for 7, and then last night, a couple steals, a couple made field goals, and that's how you become part of a winning situation. This is Pat Spencer from last night, and he's asked how he stays ready.
Man, I love the work, so that's easy. I think the best part for me is I'm wired a little bit differently. I'm going to compete every time I step on the floor, so I'm not scared of anybody across the lines, and the work is the work, man. I put in the work all year in and year out, so excited to get the opportunity. Unfortunately, it had to be Steph going down to get it, and like I said, get him back ASAP. I think we can make a run here.
All right, Pat Spencer.
Yeah.
I mean, is it? Let me just throw this to both you guys. I'm not sure if Evan's on right now, but Pods is struggling. And I know Pods can dunk, but he's struggling. Is there a chance Spencer starts creeping into his minutes?
What if I told you that Steve Kerr has gone so gangster in regard to his rotations, and I don't want to call it a quick trigger, but his synopsis of how you're playing, Steiny, I'm being real here. I don't think it's too far-fetched. But I don't know how or where he's at in regard to Pods not hitting his shot yet, because a couple games ago, Pods was there for you. But to your point, I think Steve Kerr is in that zone right now to where that might not be too far off the table. What do you think?
I don't think it's outside the realm of possibility. Right. Let me look, because I think this, I'm looking at Pods' game logs. He's struggling right now.
But he's the only one that can bring it up like Pods, though. And he's got a nice little handle, Steiny. Yeah, Pat Spencer can bring it up, man.
Exactly. I mean, Pods has had, one really good game and one pretty good game.
I got a question for you.
He's 4 for 18 his last 4 games, or 3 games, rather. Yeah, what's up?
Tell me if I'm being a coaching question, if I'm being a prisoner of the moment. Okay, so Steve Kerr sees what happens with Steph Curry. I'm looking, with the hammy, and we don't know what he's thinking or would he even do it differently, because a lot of people are saying, man, maybe he should have, spelled him a little bit. But last night, Butler plays 41, Draymond 35. Moving forward, do you think Kerr, after this injury, kind of not gets fixated, but says maybe I need to spell Dre or Jimmy just a tad bit less because of what happened to Steph, or that's just a one-off, we got to keep going?
I mean, I think the only way the Warriors can make a deep run is if Butler and Draymond and Curry are healthy and at their best. And my guess would be the Curry injury doesn't affect the minutes of Draymond Green or Jimmy Butler. It's kind of too late for that.
Wow.
I mean, we're in the second round of the playoffs, and
I said too late.
Now, I will say, though, if a game's starting to get out of hand, then maybe you pull the plug a little more quickly without Steph, thinking it's going to be tougher to come back if you're down big. Let's go to Christian is in Fairfield. Hey, Christian, how you doing?
What's up, fellas? Great show today.
Thank you. Thanks, man.
I love it. Steiny, I think what you're trying to say, Goo, the reason why he's not going to take those shots, like in the post game, he was telling Buddy to get out of the way. He's cutting and messing up the space. Jimmy's there to control the tempo. He'd rather take a 24-second violation than let them get out and transition. So he might be, like Steiny said, 15 assists tonight, or he might, get off offensively. He's going to do whatever he feels, like Steiny's been saying, not in that way, but, he's going to do whatever he feels to win the game. So I think we're going to go 2-1 these next 3 because the defense, and I know this is opening the door for callers, but I know you and Steiny are smart enough to shut it down. There's no drop-off when Steph Curry's not playing on defense. It's only the offensive end. Let's be real here. So we can still bring that defensive intensity, and I think matching the scoring is going to come from it's got to come from Pods. He got to step up. He's out here looking like Ty Jerome last night, and that ain't good because I can't talk my mess to Steiny right now.
Ty Jerome.
So I still think 2-1, you know what I'm saying, in these next 3 games, and after that, I don't know because I hurt my hammy in a triple overtime game.
Well, let me throw this to you.
Yeah, you out of shape.
We got Pat Spencer coming on at 12:45. I'm not giving up on Pods by any stretch, but Steiny asked me, or a caller did, could you see if Pods doesn't get it together, could we see a little more Spencer?
Yeah, but because he's the backup point guard now, and Pods is the starting point guard, so I think we're going to see more Spencer just from default. But yeah, if he's not hitting that shot, and what you said, he doesn't have a counter to that counter, so he's on the scout report now.
That's real.
So when he gets to that paint and they sit down on that pump fake, he's got to kick it out until he gets a counter to that counter, and he's on the scouting report now. So yes, it's a good sign that we might see more because. Keep it real, Pat's more athletic than Pods.
That's a fact. Yeah. Pat Spencer,
Patty,
you're pretty tough. Where'd you get that toughness?
I think it's lacrosse, and I think it's a little bit just being off in the head. My brother and I have been going at it for years and years. So, you grow up in a household with 3 brothers. You learn to fight. If you're willing to kill your brother every game of pickup, the dude on the other side of the lines is going to get it.
What do you give me for this?
He don't sound
Michael
like he
Malone.
looks. Give me one more time. Let me see.
Michael Malone.
I think it's lacrosse, and I think it's a little bit just being off in the head. My brother and I have been going at it for years and years. So, you grow up in a household with 3 brothers. You learn to fight. If you're willing to kill your brother every game of pickup, the dude on the other side of the lines is going to get it.
I'm going to give you a B+. I'm going to give you a B+.
Yeah,
I appreciate that.
Just thinking.
His voice doppelganger. There you go.
Just thinking.
You've been thinking about Mike Malone.
No, I just heard him, and I haven't heard Spencer.
He had a little Malone there.
I hadn't heard Spencer speak a lot, so there you go.
And the caller was right, Steiny. Just real quick, by default, Spencer is the backup to Pod. So there it is, right there. You don't even. They had to be, Pods or bust for him to get out there.
Nope, not at this point.
Wow.
If I were a Warrior player 1 through 11, I would
be ready,
stay on my toes.
Yeah.
Scott's in Pleasanton. Hey, Scott, how you doing? Don't forget, Pat Spencer coming up at 12:45. We're going to get him from Minneapolis. What's up, Scott? How are you?
Doing well, Steiny Goo. Thanks for having me on.
Sure.
You know what? We roll the tape, right, guys, which you guys do a lot. Neither team played a very efficient game on offense.
Right.
And it came down to defense. And I think as we get later, I think the face of the Warriors is not an offensive threat. It's more of a defensive threat now that they got Jimmy. You look at the stats, 18 versus 5. Those are 3-pointers made. Warriors 18, Wolves 5. Okay, 17% versus 42%. That was the differential of the game, right? Even if I give the Wolves 33%, I'm going to give them probably 3 more threes. They still lose that game by 2 points. Okay, a little closer than we expected. But the key to the Warriors going forward is going to sustain this defense. We've definitely got to get more from the bench because while we won that game, made 3-pointers can hide a lot of offensive inefficiency sins that a team is experiencing during the games, which is what happened. But a lot of those teams didn't know what to do when Curry left because there was a scheme to stop Curry. Wolves were kind of flustered. Same with the Warriors. They didn't know really what to do. It'll be very interesting to find out what Kerr's plan is with Butler now with the offensive focus. For the Warriors to win, they have to, one, sustain that defense and the toughness like they're doing, but they also, Jimmy's got to play a lot more efficient on offense, and they can't be so dependent on the 3 because like the Wolves can flip it. You get Conley, you get DiVincenzo, you get Edwards hot. They can make a lot more threes and be a lot more of a threat, right? I'm really excited to see what Kerr does with Butler, though.
All right.
Appreciate the call.
And like I said, Stoney, what did I say? 25 to 30 shots from Jimmy. He had 20 last night. So you're all right. The beautiful thing about him is he knows what time it is. Shout out Morris Day. But no Steph Curry. And what is becoming clear to me, Steiny, is, and I know we don't do this a lot, the Warriors' defense is good or if not better than their offense. You know what I'm saying? But the good teams that win the chip are who has, a balance of both. And that's what the Warriors have, and that's how they've been winning.
One of the things I've seen on the YouTube chat and the Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line is, and I'm gonna challenge this conventional wisdom, and it's that we may become a better defensive team without Steph. I don't really see it.
He ain't a liability like he used to be, Stoney. He is bulked up, like you said. Yeah, go ahead.
No, I mean he's a guy who knows every scheme, knows exactly where to be. He can, he can play the passing lanes. He's stronger than anybody thinks he is. I'm not sure that they'll be better defensively without Curry because he knows where to be, Goo. He knows where to be all the time.
No doubt. And again, he's talked about it. I got to hold up my end of the bargain, and I felt like for the most part he has. But again, I don't want to beat up on Pod, Stoney, because I'm high on him, but I'm watching him, especially against Houston when they were starting to cook, but they got ultra athletes with athleticism. I'm like, man, how much D can you have, point of attack defense can you really have if they're giving it to you at the point guard? You know what I'm saying? It's over. Yeah.
Yeah. No, I mean,
that's just me.
888-957-9570 is the number. Steiny, you saw that Pat Spencer was born in North Wales. I didn't know that. That could be problems for the interview.
Okay.
That's Pennsylvania.
Northwest. It sounds like a tough area.
It's north of Philly.
All right. Well, Philly is rough.
I think it's a suburb of Philadelphia. I'll do some checking on that. Get it confirmed so we can at least talk Pennsylvania high school basketball for.
But we got to give Draymond some love too, man.
We don't have to do anything.
No, we do, and we will. No, I'm just
want to.
Stoney, he's playing his ass off, man.
Yeah. And shouldn't you do that automatically in the postseason?
Well, my point is he's having success doing it. Okay. And you're right, but Day, I didn't know I was down on him, man. Game 5 and 6. I was like, where are you at? I don't feel you. And now he is just starting. He's a big bear out there, man. Anchoring. And what about Julius Randle? My gosh, Steiny, I would get out the way. I wouldn't take a charge on him. I mean, he wanted all the smoke, and he got in his way a few times and they body bumped. Because Randall plays prison ball, Steiny. That's tough. Man.
Well, you
got to make the shot.
That sounds great, but there's the best player one of the best players in NBA history at playing prison ball is the guy he's going up against, Draymond Green. And
wow, man.
I mean, Randall didn't do much last night. The one thing Randall did say that I didn't hear him tell me. I'd like if I were a T-Wolves fan is he got on himself for only getting 3 rebounds all of last night. So he's like, I got to rebound better. The kind of thing Minnesota Timberwolves fans would want to hear from a guy who flat out stunk last night. Let's go to Ryan in San Jose. Hey, Ryan, what's going on, man?
Hey, guys. Doing pretty well. Thanks for taking my call.
Sure.
So, I mean, I'm just going to comment on some of the things I've heard from the callers so far.
Okay.
I don't think Ty Jerome is worse than Pod. Ty Jerome's pretty, he's a G. And I do think Steph Curry is pretty good at defense, so I don't think we're going to get better at defense with him out. He's been playing really good at defense. I think another caller says the role players are going to be more confident with Curry out, and I think that's true. And Steph's going to probably be out for a week or two because I've had that same injury, and it's a non-contact injury. It's like a weekend warrior injury. So, that's something they got to plan for. And I think Kerr should use all of his bench. I think he should have been doing it all along. I think it was, this was inevitable with Curry playing the minutes he was playing. And as far as Butler goes, I think Butler should decide how Butler plays. I just don't think his minutes should be pushed to the limit because I don't want him out either.
Well, that's going to be.
I don't know what's going on with Moody. What's that?
Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
All right, we're going to get to some other calls, Ryan, but I think you were going to talk about Moody.
Yeah.
I don't know what's going on with Moody. You'd like to think it's a temporary thing.
9 minutes, 0 of 4.
But you got to wonder if
the pressure.
I don't know about pressure. The playoffs are different.
Yeah.
And, I don't know how Steve Kerr views it if he thinks Moody can't play in this series or if, he just used him 9 minutes. But
him and Pods together, though, it feels like their shooting's been waning,
Yeah, I think
collectively.
Yeah, Pods has not been making any shots since that 26-point game against the Houston Rockets.
Now, I know we're not in Minnesota, but real quick, Stoney, we gave Jimmy Butler credit and his flowers for the 11 rebounds. And I told you, as bad as, and I'm making jokes, as Anna Edwards was, he didn't mope. I didn't feel like he moped. You don't get any points for that. But bottom line, Stoney, he had 14 rebounds.
Okay, this is what his coach said.
You mentioned kind of the energy, the spirit starts with Ant. Is that something that you and he talk about maybe ahead of game 2 now? Is
I mean, what is there to talk about? I mean, you're the leader of the team, and you got to come out and set the tone, in all ways that happens. And if your shot's not going, like you still have to carry the energy, So, I don't think there's. If I got to talk to guys about having the right energy coming into opening second round game, then, we're not on the same page.
That's pretty damn good. What is there to talk about?
Our transition decision making was diabolical.
It was like he said.
It was unbelievable.
It was Steiny. Wow, you don't see that in CYO sometimes. Like, wow.
It's funny. Like, so how many did Edwards have in the second half?
Edwards.
He only had 1 in the first half, so just subtract 1 from his total.
That is great, Stott. He had 23, so 22.
So he had 22 in the second half.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. That's the kind of game where he had 22 in the second. Who cares? So what? You were never in the game.
What?
You were never in the game.
They got it to 9 and the place was
They
loud.
were never in the game. They weren't going to win that game.
Now, that's a different
They're
story.
all cosmetic numbers.
Yeah.
You play a first half like that, who cares how many you score in the second half? And miss me with they got it down to 9. Every team gets it down to 9.
But every Warrior fan has seen this movie. Like, are they really going to blow
win?
it?
They always win the game.
Not game 4 and 5, or 5 and 6 against the Rockets.
Well, they were down all those games.
Well,
you're talking about when they're up. Have the Warriors lost a big lead in the playoffs? No.
Well,
but it got to 9. 9 was like 18 last night for the Timberwolves.
See, I think 9 was like 4 after how bad they were.
Well, we're both probably exaggerating.
Spencer in 9 minutes. He's got to be feeling good, man.
Yeah, Pat Spencer coming up in 10 minutes. He's going to join us from Minneapolis. Mm-hmm. Let me see who else. Oh, my God. Let me tell you. Actually, you know what? I'm not going to do it. Why? I'm not going to do it because I did it before the first series. And this is my respect for Warrior fans. I'm not going to do to DiVincenzo what I did to Van Vliet.
Oh, yeah.
Just out of respect for Warrior fans.
Backfired on
because you don't want to apologize?
I'll never apologize to Van Vliet.
You don't have to. He took it. He took what? It. The apology.
He took what?
He took your apology. You bowed down. Yeah. Huh? You didn't have to say it. It's already written.
Is he playing?
No.
Are the Rockets still playing?
You know what I mean.
And that's another. The Warriors, they've had trouble with Steven Adams forever. He's never beaten them in a series.
He went and put steroids on that low number of his shooting.
I'll tell you who Minnesota could have used last night. Steven Adams.
Good God.
Gobert was soft.
Dante DiVincenzo.
Did you see Gobert run into Looney and just drop the ball? He was.
I'm not going to kill him.
Look at you. The curse. But he was awful. It seemed like they were preoccupied. Like they were just in the Western Conference Finals. I know they had Cat. But, Stoney, they just felt like it was too big for them.
Who wasn't awful for Minnesota?
I'm going to give you a name.
Yeah, because he made some shots.
He stunk. Finchy.
He stunk, too. Finch stunk, too.
What day we getting him on?
He didn't call a timeout. He let Naz Reid limp up and down the court 2 straight possessions.
Exactly.
And Norm had to check me.
Tough love.
You're making a run or you're down 20 in the 4th with Randall and on the bench. I don't care how awful they've been.
But yesterday.
Put him in there.
But yesterday,
look at you defending this man.
2 days ago,
Didn't
though,
have him ready to play.
When the Warriors Scribinis cut the lead to 11 against Houston, oh no, Steiny, those starters should have never come. Why should they go back in?
They wasn't
got us
a rock
this 20
fight.
point.
That was just energy. This was nobody could shoot.
Maybe I won't criticize Finchy,
but Nas Reed he played good to me. And he came back from looking like
he watch anything other than the ball going in the basket? Nas Reed stunk last night.
Well,
he made a couple threes.
They had 19, -5 on the night.
Of course. Did they have one player plus minus?
Hold on. Not one, Starty.
Yeah. Who's been waiting? Oh, Austin in San Jose's been waiting.
That's our man.
Hey, Austin, how you doing?
What's up, fellas? Hey, man, what a conversation. I enjoyed all the guys calling in, and the other caller got statistical on you guys, but he was right on when he was talking about the percentages and all. I thought that was good, Hey, man, I just want to say I think last night was a bad night for Minnesota, so I don't want to write them off, Guru, and I know you got me earlier about comments about Ant-Man being something that didn't look right. It was his explosion was off, and I'm not making excuses for him, but man, and everybody's playing hurt, guys. I mean, listen, Denver's playing hurt. They got two guys. Even Aaron Gordon's not 100%. He's got a calf thing going on yet, and he's still playing. And so we can't get into the injury thing. Obviously, Steph's orbit is so big and gravity so big. I do wonder now, though, because Steph takes away and covers up a lot of mistakes, man. When he's scoring those threes, nobody does it like him. And so now, Steiny, who's going to do that? I mean, you could say, Buddy can shoot it, but Buddy doesn't bring the gravity, and who does that Steph does. So I would just wait to see on that. And then the Jimmy thing, real quick on Jimmy. If I'm not mistaken, and maybe your crack staff can correct me, but Jimmy's only averaged 18 points a game in his career, right? I mean, I don't think Jimmy's had big games, but he's not a high volume score. So I think we got to be careful about saying Jimmy. There better be more than Jimmy if we're going to win this series. The last thing, guys, I can't believe you guys are going after Pods. I mean, do you guys understand what the fan base is going to do? Pods is untouchable, man. You got to put him on the bench. Come on, man. Pods is the golden boy. That's not going to happen, man. That's all I got, guys.
Yeah, I love you, Austin. He calls into Devone and Evan, man, and it's just great. But no, come on, man. We're all rooting for all these guys, but what word did you use about Curry, Steiny? You don't even remember. 48 Eddie Murphy and Nick Nolte, 48 hours ago. You said, Guru, his points sometimes can demoralize you. And that's what Austin was talking about. So now you don't have that component, No, and let's be honest, Buddy wasn't hitting early in the first half. He came back and was, man.
Look, they're missing.
That's all, I guess.
Steph Curry. I mean, there's nothing more to say. Seriously. Yeah. All right. We got Pat Spencer on the other side.
Real quick, do you want to hear what Draymond Green said about him last night?
Yes.
Yeah. Because I do want to play this for him, too.
A damn good basketball player. And I know he don't look like it. He don't just jump off the page at you when you see him in a basketball jersey. I don't think the number 61 helps him. But he's one of the toughest guys on this team. That includes myself. That includes Jimmy. Pat Spencer is tough as nails.
All right, that was Draymond Green, one tough guy to another.
No doubt, man.
We have Pat Spencer on the other side. That segment was brought to you by Crystal Geyser, Alpine Spring Water. Spency coming up. It's so wide.
Spencer to bring it up from Draymond. Spencer right side. Takes Randall. Throws up a hook shot, and he banked it in off the glass. Pat Spencer with a bucket. It's 74-53 Warriors.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, that was Tim Roy right here on 95.7 The Game, and all guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands? River Islands in Lathrop. Let's welcome in Pat Spencer. Pat. What's going on, man?
What's happening, fellas? Thanks for having me.
Yeah, absolutely. So the one thing that we found out is, a lot of people aren't familiar with your story. Like, who are you? Where'd you come from?
Yeah, man, I'm just a guy from Davidsonville, Maryland. Grew up playing every sport imaginable, and just a competitive dude who found his way to the NBA.
Now, just real quick, I want you to tell Warrior fans, you may be the greatest lacrosse player in history. Is that fair to say? But your first love was basketball.
First love has always been hoops. I'll leave that other debate up to the lacrosse folks. But,
you were probably pretty good, though, right?
I had a little game. Yeah, but hoops has always been the first love.
Hey, Pat, I got to ask you about something that popped off last night besides your stellar play. And I won't say I'm mad at you, but I'm watching the game, and I've never seen this. When Buddy had to check out and you guys had to burn a timeout, can you share with us what you were thinking when you're like, my man got on the wrong shorts?
I think the initial thought from everybody was only Buddy.
Right.
But you know what? You can't even be mad at him because he's got that youthful energy, and that's just who he is. So you got to take the good with the bad sometimes. But Buddy's awesome. He's a character.
Pat Spencer joining us on 95.7 The Game. For those who aren't familiar with your game, and I guess I'm probably one of them because I've only seen you play this year. Obviously, you're very athletic, but what do you hang your hat on? Like, what are your strengths, and what do you bring other than athleticism and toughness?
Yeah, I think just IQ. And I think that's part of the reason I targeted this organization when I was trying to figure out where I wanted to land. There's some organizations that are valuing youth and potential and length, and then there's organizations that value IQ and the ability to just play the game at a high level and win. So for me, I feel like this organization values guys like that, whether that's Draymond, Loon, Sean, Andre, those guys. So I felt like this was a place where I could hopefully have an impact down the line. And so you mentioned it, toughness, competitiveness, but ultimately I think IQ is what allows me to stay on the floor.
Hey, Pat, I mean, you're becoming a fan favorite, if not the fan favorite, man. You got a bag, you got a nice handle, and you just said it. You're not scared. You shared that with the TV audience after the game last night about your brothers. But I got to ask you about the hook shot, man. Kareem, like, where did you get that? You got a bag, but when did that get in it?
No, that's a big shout out to, the G League as a whole. Nick, down in Santa Cruz, spent a ton of time with me working on finishing. Obviously, for me to have an impact at this level, I'm not going to be able to go dunk everything and finish directly at the rim. I can do a little bit more of that in the G League just because there's less rim protection and not as much size. But we just felt like in order for me to get up here and really have an impact, I was going to have to be able to finish over, some 6'10" and length and athleticism. So big shout out to Nick for spending a lot of time with me down there and the whole development staff. Just something I've tried to improve as I've gotten deeper into this league, and just got to keep working and find ways to evolve.
You're talking about Nicholas Kerr, Steve Kerr's son, who coaches down in the G League, correct?
Indeed, yeah.
Gotcha. Let me ask you this. I mean, my partner Guru said you're becoming a fan favorite, and look, there's a fine line between a guy who's a fan favorite and the 11th or 12th guy on the team, and a fan favorite who starts out as the 11th or 12th man on the team, but then shows he can play. Do you feel like you had to go through that process from where you started out in terms of not really being a rotation guy to start out here?
Yeah, I mean, that's been my journey to a T, though, man. I haven't had it easy. anywhere. I think I'll eventually share that story with some folks. But yeah, man, I've been under the radar for my entire journey. Been quote unquote underappreciated, I guess, in some respect, and so it's just about being resilient, believing in yourself, and I have the ultimate belief and confidence in myself and the work that I put in. So it's not new to me. People obviously see the lacrosse thing now, but what they don't know is I was cut from every team I ever tried out for in lacrosse. I didn't make varsity till my junior year, and I had even repeated a year, so technically that would have been like my senior year of high school was the first time I made the varsity team. So getting cut and being overlooked has just been a part of my journey. So I'm all my confidence comes from within. I don't look for any outside validation or anything to keep going. So I'm appreciative. Obviously love the fan love, and I'm thankful for it, but pretty simple guy, family and hoops and the work that I put in, and spent some time golfing, and that's kind of all I need.
Wow, man, that's beautiful. Pat, let me ask you this. Not only was it sweet last night, you get the win, you make contributions, but there was some bad news, for here in the next couple of games, there'll be no Steph Curry. I got to believe, obviously, you don't want it that way, but with how you're playing, you got to feel like your number's going to be called. How do you stay ready, and how exciting is that?
Yeah, I can't even talk about the excitement just because we're really bummed about the Steph situation. Dude is the ultimate teammate first and foremost. So after the game, the first thing you want to do is get back in the locker room and check on that guy. He's the guy who puts everybody else before himself. So just a brutal situation for us. He's obviously grade one is I wouldn't say the best news, but out of all the grades, the best result for us. So hopefully that means we can get him back here. We have the ultimate belief in Jimmy, Draymond, and the rest of the crew to hold it down while he's out. So, my number's been called sparingly throughout the year, and hopefully I've gained the trust of a lot of the guys in the locker room, Steve and the staff, and we're going to put together, our best game plan and give these guys a go.
Pat Spencer joining us on 95.7 The Game. Draymond Green last night was asked about you, and I don't know if you heard this or not, but I want to play it for you and share it with you and then get your thoughts. Take a listen.
Pat is a damn good basketball player, and I know he don't look like it. He don't just jump off the page at you when you see him in a basketball jersey. I don't think the number 61 helps him, but he's one of the toughest guys on this team. That includes myself. That includes Jimmy. Pat Spencer is tough as nails.
What do you think of when you hear that?
That's my guy right there, man. He's had my back the whole way. So just the ultimate competitor. I think we've shared our moments of going at it on the court, competing, and I think when you look to your right, you look to your left, and you got Jimmy and Dre. Feel pretty damn good about going to war. So, obviously beyond thankful, that's a Hall of Famer right there, the greatest defensive player to touch the floor. To have someone like that have your back and believe in you it's just the ultimate validation right there.
Why do you wear 61, Pat?
Yes, the 6 and 1 is clearly 7.
Right.
I wore 7 during my lacrosse journey, and then the 60 spot in the NBA draft. So when undrafted, it just signifies my journey.
Oh, I didn't know that. There's only one other player that's worn it, and I guess it was in the 2 others, and one was in the 40s. So it's a different number, but it's working. Hey, Pat,
it's got a little meaning to me. So it might look like an offensive lineman out there, but it's got its own meaning.
Nice.
Hey, no, I love that. Now we know the meaning, man. Hey, Pat, I'm the dude that asked, did he really ask that question? But I got to ask you this because I care. So you said you played all sports coming up, but who was your dude? Who did you look at and be like, you know what? That's where I want to go. Who was that guy for you?
Oh, that's tough, man. I've always been a Mike fan. Michael Jordan, I've always been a fan of just his edge, who he is as a competitor. As I grew older, I gained a ton of respect and admiration for Kobe, just in terms of their work. Obviously, we're completely different ball players. But I've never been a guy who's had like a team. I've always been one who loves good hoops, and that's sports in general. I've never had a team. I just like watching the game be played at a high level and play the right way. So yeah, I mean, obviously, I wouldn't say, I grew up watching Steph, but just have a complete love and admiration for what he's done for the game. I guess I did grow up watching him in high school. He was still doing it at an insane level. So, but I think my first love was so early on for basketball. It goes all the way back to the Allen Iverson days.
Yeah, wow. Pat Spencer joining us on 95.7 The Game. Obviously, today, Warrior fans are, little hot and cold. They're very happy about the win, obviously, but the Curry news is, hurts. Is there any way you can give us a sense of what the mood is in the locker room after you come out or after you finish that game off? Nice win, but you're coming back to Steph. Can you describe that atmosphere as opposed to, had you just won the game normally?
Yeah, like I said, I think you get off the court and your immediate reaction is to go check on the guy, mainly because of who he is as a person. Obviously, Steph, the player, is pivotal to what we do, but just the kind of guy who's consummate teammate, puts everybody first. So it's a no-brainer to want to go check on him and make sure he's good. But the move was great, man. I mean, to come off a Houston series that, quite frankly, should have kicked us on the butt a little bit more than it maybe showed last night. You travel, you get basically a half a day in between to come out on top with a win after losing your best player. You can't ask for much more than that. So obviously the frustrating part is losing him. But like I said, we had the ultimate belief in our crew that we have here that we can hold it down, and hopefully we've got some incredible docs here. Hopefully they can work that hamstring out and get him back ASAP.
No, I love that. Hey, Pat, I got to ask you, I'm watching you last night. You're on the court with another guy on the other team, Ant Edwards. What's it like looking at that dude coming, staring at him, coming downhill, trying to give you guys the business?
Ton of respect for him as a player, but I'm not gonna speak too highly of him right now. We're competing against him, so obviously everyone knows who he is as a player. To put the ball on the desk, score, make guys around him better, but at the end of the day, I think we've got the best defensive player in the world, and we've got a hell of a coaching staff, and we've got some guys that can give him a run for his money.
Hey, I got to ask you this. I don't know if you've seen the video, but after Game 6 against the Rockets, I guess some fans had caught you, in your car. What are you driving? Was it Ferrari or what you're riding these days?
Man, I'm simple. I told you I'm a simple guy. I got my CRV. Same car from high school.
I love it, man.
Hey, those are nice.
He riding, yeah.
It runs, baby. It runs.
There you go. I love it.
Hey, Pat, one of the things that's really annoying about Steph Curry is he's great at everything. He's a great basketball player. He's great at golf. Apparently, he's a hell of a bowler. I got to ask you, you may be just as annoying. What's your golf handicap, by the way?
I'm floating around a 3.
Oh, my God.
Steph and I have had a couple pretty good battles so far. I'm sure there'll be more to come.
That's a shame.
A 3, huh?
So
wow.
So you're great at 3 sports. All right. Nice. Well done.
Appreciate it.
Well done, man. Hey, great stuff. Continue working hard, and really enjoyed having you on, and good luck the rest of the series and hopefully beyond.
Thanks, man.
Yeah. Thank you, guys. Yep. Appreciate y'all having me on.
All right. Pat Spencer.
Pretty
Pat
good
Spencer.
dude, man. But who does? But yeah, man, that's a real one, Steiny.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app. And now broadcasting from the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in San Francisco. Well, there's a guy that's...
how can you not root for him,
There's a guy that's easy to like.
And the number had meaning. The number that he wears, his jersey. You gotta like, man, come on, that's Rudy, man.
CRV?
A Honda 2012 CRV.
I saw that on real. I was like, that ain't real, but I ain't car shaving him. He said it rubs, baby.
Some people on the internet are calling him because of the mustache and Officer Pat.
They're...
That's a 4. I love it.
I mean, he does seem like the kind of guy that can grow a mustache in about 4 hours.
Well, he's almost 30.
Yeah.
Well, that's the thing. That is.
Yeah, he ain't. Yeah, I got to.
But
imagine pulling up next to Curry. I imagine they drive foreigns, right? Nice cars. And you got your CRV. Like, what up, Dre? What up, Jimmy?
He probably answers the Steph signal, the bat signal that Steph supposedly throws out when he needs a final for the foursome on a golf course.
That's so annoying.
So how good is the 3 handicap?
It's really good. It means it's...
What's your handicap, Steiny?
14.
Whoa.
To 16.
Whoa. Oh, so he's up there then. 3?
Yeah, that's good.
He's almost a scratch golfer.
Yeah, that's...
Wow.
That's pretty good.
Dude is a man.
And I'll bet you he doesn't play from the whites. I'll bet he can drive the hell out of it. Anyway, Pat Spencer, another superstar athlete in multiple sports, just like Steph Curry.
He deserved it. And he said he's staying ready. I expect him to see some more of him, Steiny.
Of course.
Obviously, right?
Of course.
Man.
I mean, the one thing that I always am interested in is you just win a big game, but Curry gets hurt. I gotta believe
said the right thing.
Yeah, but I gotta believe. I do feel like this team has resiliency, and I'm not saying they can. They're going to win this series without Steph, but they don't think they're not going to win it without Steph.
Wow!
I believe that they think they can win it without Steph, and I also just happen to believe it's true.
But what's the flip side? You didn't ask. We're here in Golden State. If I'm Minnesota, could that be to their disadvantage now that, how would I say it, Steiny, now that Steph's out, you think the task becomes easier?
For who?
For Minnesota.
I mean, the Warriors
I could see them tomorrow tight, thinking we're supposed to beat them.
There's always one answer to being tight, and that is to play harder.
And they didn't do that last night.
I don't think
they got beat in every facet.
They were not ready for the intensity of that game. And maybe it was the 6 days off. Maybe it was, I don't know. I mean, sometimes you come out and you have good intentions, but you're flat. And I don't know if they had good intentions last night or that was something you could have seen coming.
Randall was bent over because they were going up and down, Stoney. Not saying he was tired, but you could tell, what did you say, 6 days off? They hadn't had a meaningful game in a minute.
Yeah. 888-957-9570 is the number. Let's go out to Father Time in Napa. Hey, Father Time, how you doing?
What up, dogs?
Picked a hell of a day to call. Man. Yeah, Father Time.
Pat Spencer. So, on that point, Father Time is undefeated. But I got to tell you, mea culpa, if you had asked me who I thought would win that game against or did I think I would win the game against Houston with Buddy Hield going off, that would be a no. That would be a loss on me. And then last night, got to say, Steph goes out in the middle of the second quarter, I guess. If I thought that they were going to hang in, that would be an L. So once in a while, Father Time loses. I got to say, though, you got to really temper the enthusiasm, everybody. And I think we are a little bit with the Steph injury. Minnesota played an epic, terribly, horrible game. And there's no way around that. And that's not going to happen again. The futility was brutal, right?
Yes. I thought it was.
Yeah.
Yes is the answer. So old man Jimmy is here for a reason, right? Everybody says that, he personally, dragged two teams to the finals. Well, I'd like to talk to his teammates who also went to the finals, but that's neither here nor there. Lastly, I think, second to last, Steph getting this injury, and there's some conjecture about, oh my gosh, he's 37. Is this going to start happening? That dude, if he wants to, he can play to 45 years old. He can become his father and just, stand in the corner and just drill threes the whole time. And, instead of running 2.5 miles, he'll run maybe, a third of a mile back and forth. And then finally, if you told me that Pat Spencer, who I love, was going to be a legitimate contender, or Steiny was going to shoot a legit 78, well, it's Pat all day.
Of course. I'm not going to be able to replicate that 78. Man. Not today.
Yeah.
Where I'm playing, probably not. Hey, my friend Harry.
Yeah.
To hell with Harry.
No doubt.
He writes me emails after every game. Here's the way he described the Timberwolves. The worst 3 quarters of NBA basketball by any NBA team in the history of NBA basketball.
It might be up there, man. It has to be.
It was pretty
31 and a half at home.
I mean, it was.
And the fast breaks that we keep talking, they were awful.
It was a special kind of bad. It really was. It was all encompassing.
It was an abomination, is what it was.
It was diabolical.
Oh man.
Our transition decision making was diabolical.
That is okay. Man, God bless. He had to get some grades yesterday, man.
And that's what life's about.
He's already got.
No, but I'm talking about some few more.
Much.
Are they really going to come to San Francisco down 0-2?
I don't know.
From an emotional standpoint, and I'm emotional, Steiny, if I'm a team that was already heavily favored with a healthy Steph, and then we get a game and a half basically to beat that team without Steph after that performance, I don't know how you get up. You can, i.e. Houston, because I had them out after 3-1. I mean, but my gosh, Steiny, they have to come out and execute tomorrow.
I mean, you don't really expect the Timberwolves to give in, do you?
Oh, no. I'm saying if they don't win tomorrow, coming here down 0-2.
Yeah.
Well, I would want no part of that.
Well, of course not. But like,
you know. But let's say they get beaten a great game and, Ant looks like Ant, Randall looks like Randall. I get it. We're down 0-2. Let's go shock the world. And, oh, by the way, Curry's not playing Saturday, So I just can't believe that we all saw Steph come up gimpy and now it really be something. And what I say by, it means something, we know for sure he's going to be out 3 games. And that sucks, man.
Yeah.
For all of us.
If you the Warriors put out a statement about Steph Curry's injury. He has a grade 1 hamstring strain. He's going to be reevaluated next Wednesday, which means he won't play tomorrow, Saturday, or Monday. And I'm assuming the best of all best case scenarios would be he's back for game 5 on Wednesday of next week. That feels optimistic, but
isn't that when he's getting evaluated, though?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
But that may be when they say, okay, let's start practicing or let's get some work in. It might, maybe it'll be, you're fine, you're good to go, play. I have a feeling that if you get to Wednesday and you're still in this series, there's 3 days off after game 5.
That is huge.
You somehow get it to 5 and it's 3-2 or 2-3 even.
Yeah.
I mean,
then he's coming back, regardless of whatever side you're on. You would get him for 2 games.
Exactly. So what the Warriors have to do is win at least another one against the win another one against the Timberwolves, and that would ensure a game 6, unless you are the ones doing the sweeping or dominating the series.
Man.
But, all right, 888-957-9570 is the number. We just had Pat Spencer on. Great guy, obviously, and really appreciative of where he's at, but
good
he
dude,
can play.
Man.
The guy can play. One. You want to hear that interview, you can just go to the Odyssey app and use the rewind feature. But 888-957-9570. Last opportunity to get in and talk about last night's ball game. Warriors Wednesday is brought to you by Friedman's Appliance. Come see their full selection of in-stock luxury appliances in live working vignettes. Visit Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill today.
Are you saying that because I'm inexperienced?
Our transition decision-making was diabolical.
Basketball doesn't work that way.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All righty.
Boy, Evan's in his bag. I got a question for you real quick.
Okay. That's a weird
to you and Evan and the listeners. Would you rather have lost like Minnesota did where you didn't show up, or like the Cavs did when Halliburton ripped your heart out? I think I might want to go Minnesota.
Well, that was a game 2. That was the problem with Cleveland kicking
just the way you lost those.
They gave that game away. It wasn't like, I mean, Indiana obviously won it, and Halliburton hit a great shot, but they had about 4 chances to close that game.
Wow, boy.
Hey, by the way, I'll tell you what, we got a new comedy team out there. Jimmy Butler and Buddy Hield. I mean, we got Abbott and Costello.
Beavis and Butthead.
Cheech and Chong.
That's a 4.
I love how
Steiny and Goo.
you know what? I think Butler's the kind of guy that's intimidating. And, you know, you got to...
I'm going to say something.
You got to know where he is, and you got to, be, you probably got to be a little careful around him. Not Buddy. Take a listen.
When you got here, it seemed like it didn't take long for you to be part of the group.
We had to make sure he got his joy back, because somehow he lost his joy. We're not going to say where he lost his joy, but somehow he lost his joy.
Why do you keep doing this? Do you even know what these are called? What are they called?
2 fingers. Are we done?
No.
Oh, no.
All right, so Buddy was using air quotes when he kept giving Jimmy Butler grief about when he lost his joy. That was pretty funny. What?
I got to tell you, it ain't hitting me like it's hitting everybody else.
I think it's funny.
I've been around a lot of office room banter and back and forth. I like, talk to me when if they start losing. But Steiny, there's something, I don't know what it is that is there. Like, what are these? Like, why would you go there, buddy? I mean,
because he was
Jimmy,
using his air
I know,
quotes.
but you're saying something else too with that. Now we're going down. Anyway, it's just me. I like you. But Steiny, I do wonder if there's something deeper with, I ain't trying to make nothing out of nothing, but still. Give it to me one more time, Steiny.
I'll give you some more. This is Jimmy and Buddy and Gary calling them bicker. Who's Gary? Do we know that offhand?
GP2.
Oh, Gary Payton. Yeah.
Gary compared you to bickering brothers, and you're the little annoying brother, and you're the older brother.
And what Gary is?
I don't know. Maybe he's the middle brother.
The clumsy one, always doing the dumbest stuff ever.
You literally wore the wrong shorts. The audacity.
No, I didn't hear that one. That was great.
All right, we can keep going on this.
Draymond declared that tonight Jimmy became Batman and Buddy went from Alfred to Robin. Do you guys have any comments on that declaration?
No. I'll start out.
No. I'm Batman today. I saved the day. He's still Robin.
All right. Well, I'm still Robin, yes. And Steph's still Batman. And Buttered is still who he is.
I mean, Buttered.
But he had another good game, man. Except for that stupid thing you did at the beginning of the game when you have on the right shorts. It's not real Robin and or Batman like.
All right, why did Buddy have the wrong shorts?
Buddy, what happened with the wardrobe malfunction?
Jimmy switched it out. That was Jimmy's fault. Okay. Jimmy switched it out, and that's what happens. I was looking for my shorts, and I thought it was right. When he said, "Yo, put these on," it was right, and that was the.
That's what you're going with.
Yeah, I'm going with Jimmy. It was Jimmy's fault. His locker's next to my locker. I was looking for my shorts. He's like, "Yo, why can't I have my shorts?" Oh, it's here. And I put them on, and it looked just alike. And after that, got a fine for it. So it's cool. It was Jimmy's fault. Blame Jimmy.
All right. Those two guys.
Yeah, HG Forrester on the chat. Goo, if we're equating that relationship to yours and Steiny's, your Buddy. No, I love Buddy, man. We all do.
I don't know about that.
I kind of like it between them, like those two individuals. But when I hear someone else being like picking on Buddy because Jimmy does it,
okay,
that's I guess where I kind of draw the line. Like that's clearly their thing.
Yeah.
I wonder. I'd love
like
to,
Steve Kerr.
I'd love to ask them their history. What's Buddy Hield's history with Jimmy that the minute he got on the team,
you think?
They clearly seem to have a relationship of one kind or another.
Well, it sounds like that's Buddy's relationship with everyone. Like, he doesn't really necessarily have to have a built-in relationship or friendship with them. He just goes after everybody.
And to be nominated Curry's favorite teammate of all time, and well, Nick Young gets a vote from Draymond, but I mean, Stoney, that goes a long way, man. Buddy's just Buddy, and I guess people love being around him. And now he's acting like, again, I say this is the biggest compliment, Stoney. I'm being real. Prime Clay. He's playing defense too.
Well, the one thing this has absolutely done for Buddy, and good for him, is
talk to him.
You know, I do think that some people don't give him the respect he deserves as a basketball player. And, you know, don't ever lump Buddy Hield in with a guy like Nick Young.
Yeah.
Nick Young.
He's doing good things on IG.
Because you know what else you can tell about Buddy Hield? He's in really good shape.
And 5 years, Stoney, I don't scoff at it. I know Curry was hurt. The most threes in the game. Miss me.
Let's go to Jason in the Excelsior. Hey, Jason, what's going on, man?
Jasky's hood.
Oh, boy. And God, he was waiting a long time.
Yeah. Call us back.
I feel bad about that.
You know who's from Excelsior, right? Let's see if you know your teammates.
I don't know. You oughta.
Shasky.
Oh, great. Let's go to Brad in Oakland. Hey, Brad, how you doing? Back to Wiggins.
Oh, I haven't been on this stage for a year.
You are not, buddy.
And yeah. You know, I'm from Oakland, and Oakland Athletic League is one of the toughest league in Oakland, right?
Yeah.
And Gary Payton was from there, and I played in 71, but he was 10 years before he played, and I saw Gary Payton at a club. I said, Gary Payton, I'm short, but I played with you guys, and he cracked up. But what I was trying to get to was when I saw the Warriors beat Houston, and they were up 3-1. I'm like, wow, that's something I didn't dream of, because they were number 2. They played number 2 team, and they were 7. And at the end, when they won that game, and they wanted a tight game, I was ecstatic about that. They won. But what I'm thinking about is that Ant-Man was talking about that he ready to play the Warriors because Draymond talked too much. But he never did mention that he wanted to play the Warriors because of Steph. But what I get, the reason they had a bad game is because psychologically they were psychologically down when they started playing the Warriors, because they were thinking that, we're going to come in there and beat the Warriors. But when they played the Warriors, they had a mental block. They had a mental block because
Minnesota.
They know against Minnesota. They had a mental block. That's why they were missing things. And sometimes when you think you're better than that other team, and you hire a body after you beat the Lakers, a lot of people will say they're gonna just run over the Warriors. But when they saw the Warriors beat Houston.
Yeah.
Oh, that site went down. Okay.
Yeah. Well, hey, Brad, we got to get some other guys in here. But good point. I mean,
but he hadn't had the Warriors numbers, Donnie. They're 3-1 against him. You know. I mean, Ant-Man.
I mean, not this year. They haven't.
Right.
In years past, they've done fine against the Warriors. I'm talking about Minnesota.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know about a mental block. I just know they stunk. Minnesota did.
That they did.
And if they stink again, then you really have to start saying it's the Warriors' defense. I got to see another game before. Oh, by the way, what I tell you, not what I tell you. I don't want to do that. How did Timberwolves play against the? I'm sorry. How did the Timberwolves play against the Warriors zone?
They were
terrible.
Yeah, you shouldn't even do terrible. Just don't even do terrible. Evan, it was incredible. It was bad. It was all time bad. Like Harry said, this could be 3/4. He might be on to something.
I mean, Everyone's first shot on the Timberwolves had no chance of going in. Every three-pointer it felt like they took was just a stone that they were throwing at the backboard.
Dante shot an air ball that wasn't even close to the, the rim's over here, bud. What are we doing? I'll tell you what, you said give me one good thing about Minnesota, Stoney. I got to give it to you. I got
There's not one thing.
Yeah, I got one. I got one. See if Evan counts the bucket.
Go ahead.
Randall went to the
decision making was diabolical.
Randall went to the free throw line 10 times, made all 10.
That's great. That means he'll go 7 times next game and go 3 for 7.
He made all 10, Julius.
I want to look up here. Who do I have?
Just man.
Oh, Dante DiVincenzo. And here's what he said. This is his 3-point percentage, 3-point games in the playoffs. 1 for 5, 0 for 2, 2 for 8. He was hot in game 4. He was 1 for 4, 2 for 12, 1 for 7.
And had the nerve to stand over Jimmy Butler or do whatever he called himself doing. When Dre came, I was like, get your ass out of here.
Well, that was one thing. I mean, 408. Steiny, you still got the Wolves in 6.
Right.
I mean, can I change it? Wolves in 5.
Yeah, I was going to say,
kidding.
Predictions actually, unfortunately, looking all right.
I'll say this to that.
I wouldn't go that far.
Let's be honest.
Yeah.
At Co-Pest Control, we about to put a big rat and a cat on the table. Minnesota, yeah, you took an L and you were all-time bad. And you won't say this because you can't.
They cut it to 9.
No. Steph Curry's going to miss the next 3 games. I almost think a team would sign up for that. Hey, we'll lose game 1 and your best player's out for 3? I'm just saying. So it ain't all bad if you're Minnesota if you snap back. But Steiny, I'm telling you, that whole cockamamie stuff I was doing when I ran into you on weekends coming out the studio after you did your Warriors this week, I would rather lose the finals if we got Durant. I'm using that. I hated that, every part of it, but there's some parallels with this. I would rather have lost yesterday with the healthy Steph Curry than to win one game. But what if they go out here and galvanize and show me goo? We can keep it going. But you can't tell me this hamstring is going to be fully healthy for the rest of the playoffs.
Well,
because I was talking title.
That's an easy thing to say. But if the Timberwolves would have come out yesterday and won 104-89 and Curry played well and they still got beat, we'd be like, uh-oh.
Yeah, well.
So
I got you.
I don't know. And, the other thing is, and I know people might not believe it, but there's a part of all this that's not good for the Timberwolves.
No, but that's negative thinking if they don't handle their business, Donnie. Then it's like, wow, you're really not buttoned up.
The reason they might not handle their business is because they think that now they've got an advantage in this series. They're still down 1-0. Look,
but I want to tell you real quick, they do though. They should have an advantage.
Why?
Because the best player on the other team, or one of them, is out. Not meaning you're going to win every game, but Stoney, they should think like that. A starting quarterback's out and the backup quarterback's in. I think that should better our any chance. You know what I mean?
Well, it does, but you still have to beat them. Yeah. And it's easy to think, oh, man, we got the Warriors now without Curry. See how that'll work out. See how that, how did it work out last night? I mean, Curry didn't play 3 quarters, and the Warriors were in control of that game from start to finish.
Yeah.
So, I mean, no, it's not good, obviously, but I'm telling you, just hearing Spencer and hearing the Warriors talk after that game, like they're not despondent.
Wow, man.
They're not. It feels like, no, they're not happy, but they feel like if they can hold it down, Curry will be back in time, whenever that is. And like, I think that's the thing we miss a lot about pros and pro sports is like when this happens, these guys just don't give up. I mean, they know injuries are a part of the game.
Yeah.
Some guys have already gotten hurt. Lillard got hurt, and Tatum missed some games, and I think Cleveland had some guys out. Last night. So
I hear you.
That'd be a big mistake, I think, to think that the Timberwolves are now thinking they got fish on their hands.
I got you. But it goes dumb. Again to what, real quick, Vegas, if you're into that, the line's 10.5 tomorrow. There's no way that line, even without Curry, after what we just saw, should be 10.5. It's a trap.
Yeah, I don't get into the betting thing and the lines that much. Yeah, you're an expert on that, though. How'd you do last night in the?
I took a day off
in the gambling world.
Took a day off.
No, you didn't.
No, I took a day off.
I'll bet you didn't.
I just I told Evan I think I'm nursing a torn ACL or MCL. Really, I told you hooping.
He said something about Moody's over under. Why would he have said something about that?
That was for Prize Picks.
Oh, I'm sorry.
And then Evan just back to my knee. He goes and he smiled. I go, little brother, why are you smiling? He goes, you have to get diagnosed with it for me to believe it. Dude, I'm up here and that hurts.
Well, I think if
you
you
look
had
pretty mobile, Goo.
Exactly.
Yeah, but I'm in pain.
What injury is it? ACL?
The inside of my knee.
Okay.
I'm not saying you're not hurt, but a torn ACL is completely different than just a hurt knee.
I've never had a hurt knee, Evan. It's something going on. I go to Kaiser tomorrow, Snidey.
Let's go to Doug in Berkeley.
I hope you don't have one.
Hey, Doug, how you doing, man?
Hey, guys. Good afternoon.
Same to you.
I think it sounds to me like we are all very much out of sorts because of what happened yesterday and Steph's injury. It just sounds to me like we're all over the map this morning and early this afternoon. The Timberwolves are gonna win tomorrow. We're going to be worried about going down 0-2. Yada yada. I mean, wow. With all the sports that you two have watched,
you're speaking to Guru specifically,
and I own it. Go ahead. I'm listening to the call. Go ahead.
If all the sports that you two have watched and you're knowledgeable, if you had to bet, the Timberwolves played horrible yesterday. If you had to bet, what would you bet the Timberwolves are going to come out like tomorrow night?
Gangbusters and look like their best version of themselves. That's what I expect.
Absolutely. End of story.
Oh, wow.
Period. That's if they don't, that's crazy. You can't predict sports, but 90%, they're going to come out much better than they did, and we're going to have to adjust without Steph.
Wow.
So all this all over the place. I think our emotions are really just out of sorts and feeling for Steph and hoping that he gets back. But I'd be shocked if the T-Wolves lay another egg like that. I don't see it. Thanks for taking the call.
Wow, thanks for calling in.
Thanks, Doug. Appreciate the call.
You kind of threw me out of the bus. I didn't like it.
Well, it's because you were the one who said, well, what if the Timberwolves are scared or pressure and they go back to Golden State 0-2? And what he's saying is, why would you think that?
Yeah, no, gotcha.
I didn't say
no, totally. Mm-hmm. But nobody had what Minnesota put on film yesterday, which is arguably one of the worst playoff performances ever. So I get what he said, 90%. But Stoney, my thing is, what if this Warrior defense suffocates them? They win the game. Then you got to really be feeling like.
All right, what if the Timberwolves win 120-92?
I wouldn't be shocked.
Okay. And that's
I got
that's the
way
essence
of sports.
You got to look at it. I mean,
sports, man. I saw him limping. What did you really, honestly, when you saw it, did you like, oh, he'll be all right? I thought he was going to the bench, but when he just kept going, I was like, oh boy.
I knew something because he signaled, get me out.
No, that's the.
He gave the fist. He gave the fist.
Yeah.
Let's go to Manny. Manny's in Union City.
The man, Manny.
Hey, man.
Hey, good afternoon, fellas. Come on now. Let's shrug off all this gloom and doom talk. I feel bad for Steph. I'm gonna miss him, but you know what? I'm excited. I'm excited because Jimmy's here, Buddy's here, and this is the new era. You know, like how they had the Thunderbolts asterisk, and then it was the new Avengers? Well, you know what, Warriors fans? Warriors asterisk. Now this will be the new Warriors. We got Buddy. We got Jimmy. We got Pat Spencer. Pat Spencer, every time I see him, I feel him telling me to hold his beer when he get out and get his business done.
Wow.
So you know what, guys? I'm not worried about Minnesota. I want Minnesota to come out swinging. I want them on fire. I want to take the best shots to the face that they could give me, because you know what? This Warrior team showed heart and tenacity last night. They lost the captain of this ship. But you know what, though? When I was watching that game, what dawned on me when I saw old man River Draymond Green there handling business, I was like, this is what it's going to be like when Steph is gone in a couple of years and Draymond sticks around. Draymond is the glue that's going to keep this team together. He's going to be the conductor that keeps this engine rolling. I'm not afraid of Minnesota. With or without Steph, we're going to win this series, fellas. Bank on it, Goo. Use your prize picks. Tell him Manny sent you.
All right, lick at him, Manny. That's the 4.
Thanks, Manny. Appreciate the call.
From my hood. And that's what life's about. But I got to disagree, Manny. I want nothing to do with getting a glimmer of what life will be without the chef.
Oh, I just saw a new piece of sound from Anthony Edwards.
You got to play.
I haven't heard this one. This is about his last 2 game shooting.
And just got one more on the shooting for you. We just got the numbers that you guys going 12 for 76 over the last 2 games is the worst 3-point shooting in the history of the NBA playoffs. And for a team that was 4th in 3-point percentage and 5th, I think, 3-pointers made.
12 for 70, God damn.
Like, how do you even make sense of it?
That's how it go. You know what I'm saying? You have stretches where you shoot the ball really, really well, and you have stretches where you shoot the ball really, really bad. You just hope the good outweigh the bad. And, I'm not going to say it's going bad for us right now. We just didn't shoot it well tonight. I'm not really worried about the last series or whatever that was. That was a month ago, if you ask me. But, yeah, we didn't shoot the ball well, but tonight is over. So, next game, we'll shoot the ball really well.
Oh, he's had the worst 2 shooting nights in NBA history from 3.
But the team was at 12 of 70? We already did that exercise.
I think they're 12 of 78. Oh, I think he meant teams, actually. 12 of, that's the worst team back-to-back games. And not good. Not good. Wow. 888-9. Actually, you know what? We got crossover coming
the fellas.
Up on the other side. And Warriors are up 1-0. 1-0. They got to try to keep this thing afloat without Steph Curry. And, hey, this is one of the reasons they got Jimmy Butler. They're not out of this thing yet. They got Jimmy Butler, Draymond Green.
Yeah.
And it's going to be harder.
And Pat Spencer.
It's going to be harder, but what can you do? As they say, it is what it is. But yeah, Minnesota, the Warriors took them out of anything they wanted to do. Here's Steve Kerr right after the game.
I didn't say anything. They, by the time we got into halftime, into the locker room, Steph was already in there with an ice bag on his hamstring, and the guys already knew. And we didn't say anything. We just told Gary he'd start for Steph, and we talked about the plan for the second half.
All right, that was Steve Kerr, and don't forget, Steve Kerr will be on today at 4:00 with Willard and Dibbs, his weekly hit with Willard and Dibbs. 4:00, Steve Kerr. Another solid coaching job by Steve Kerr.
He's in his bag, Steiny.
That segment was brought to you by Life Source Water Systems.
Guru here, down 26 pounds, and I want to talk to you about getting yourself in peak condition, not just for the game, but for life. And that's why I'm excited about the Abundant Life Weight Loss Summer Sale. Listen, This is a life-changing opportunity, and it's happening all May long. That's May 1st through May 31st. Abundant Life Weight Loss is making it easier than ever to get started with both virtual and in-person options. So no matter where you are, you can take control. And get this, these are the lowest prices of the year. They're telling me this might be the only sale this year, so you don't want to miss this. Think about it. Get ahead of those summer goals. Feel confident, lighter, and healthier as you step into that summer heat. Abundant Life Weight Loss gets results, and they do it the right way. We're talking fast results, losing up to a pound of fat every day, but also safe and sustainable. And get this, if it doesn't require crazy workouts, special foods, or any of those risky procedures, this is your chance, people. Affordability and results with the proven program, and it's only happening during the month of May. So here's what you do. Call now for your free consultation. Tell them you heard it from me, Guru, at area code 925-854-5140. That's 925-854-5140. Or visit AbundantLifeWeightLoss.com. That's AbundantLifeWeightLoss.com. Don't miss it. Start your transformation today.